All right. So, hello, everybody that's coming in and the ones that are not here yet. Hello, Benji. How are you? Thank you for coming. All right. So, can you tell us a little bit about your son?
Yes, Timmy was, well, honestly, I never had any, from time I was pregnant with him, I never got sick, never.
Mhm.
And he was never, when the first day I brought him home from the hospital, he cried for a little while and I couldn't understand why. He was crying all the time while I breastfed. Well, I figured out I wasn't feeding him enough.
Mhm.
So, but after that, he just was a happy baby all the time. I mean, he never cried. And until he needed his diaper changed or he was hungry. Other than that, he was just a happy little boy. And he liked to play with army men and building blocks.
Mhm.
And then when he got older in school, he had a learning disability, so they put him in the lower classes. He That really bothered him. He thought that he was never going to be able to, have a future.
Right.
I said, Timmy, don't worry about that. And then if you met him, he'd be shy at first, but then once he got to know you, you'd see all of his personality.
Oh.
He liked to joke around, and he was always for the underdog. He always
Mhm.
would tell me he's for the underdog, mom. And he loved music. That's why he ended up doing that stagehand. He was a stagehand union. He was a rigger.
Mhm.
And he told me one time before that, though, he was about 17 years old, and he told me that we were talking on the phone, and he goes, "Mom," he goes, "I think," he goes, "I don't know what I'm going to do the rest of my life, and everybody at school's talking about it." And I
Mhm.
go, "Don't worry about it, Timmy. You'll figure it out." He goes, "Yeah." He goes, "I know." He goes, "But whatever I do, I just want to make a legacy here on Earth." And that's really, I've thought about that so much since all this has happened
Yeah.
because,
Hello, D Truth. How are you? Thank you for coming in. And Moto, I'm sorry, Moto Blog. Hello, how are you? A Kane, how are you? Thank you for coming in. You guys, this is a sad case. It is a closed case, but we're trying to bring it back to life because that's where it needs to be. It needs to be opened back up because when you guys find out where he was found, his name is Timothy Dees. If you when you guys find out where he was when he was found, you're not going to believe it. You're not going to believe it. Hey, Relentless, thank you for coming in. So we're going to go ahead and we're going to start with the day that he came up missing. That's the first thing we're looking at when he came up missing. Okay, can you tell us a little bit about that day he went missing?
well, that Friday he was at my house. He spent that whole week with me because he was grieving over his brother, and we
Mm,
spent a lot of time together, crying, just talking about his brother, all the things you normally do when you lose somebody you love.
mhm,
He was all about getting his back scratched, so it's like, "Mom, we scratch my back," and we'd watch a movie. And then his one of his friends from work picked him up from my house,
mhm.
and he went to their house, and apparently that's when Caleb came into the picture and picked him up from his friend's house in St. Louis.
Mhm.
But the day that week we had went to church even that Tuesday, and this was pretty awesome. That is a good memory that I hold on to. Because at church, when we were there, the pastor said, "Do you want to ask Jesus to come into your life?" And Timmy put his hands up in the air, and everybody was praying. I looked over at him, and tears were just running down his face. I'd never been so happy to see something in all my life. Honestly, I'm grateful for that moment. That was
That
on a
sounds
Tuesday.
That sounds like an amazing moment for you guys.
Oh, I'm so glad that God showed that to me because
Yeah.
it makes me really know where he is now.
Right.
And so then that day that he left,
It's okay. Take your time.
So then that Friday after he left, before he left though, I put my hand on his top of his head and I go, Timmy, you know you're covered by the blood of Jesus, don't you? And he goes, yeah, I know, Mom. And he gave me a kiss and hug, and that was the last time I saw him.
Oh,
Well, then that was a Friday, and then I went to church. I heard from him that night. I heard from him Saturday. I didn't hear from him. I heard from him Sunday. I didn't hear from him Monday at all.
mm-hmm.
And then Tuesday, I didn't hear from him. I went to church and I came home, and I'll be honest, I was deathly sick. All of a sudden, it just came over me. I was so sick. I was pacing the floors. I was crying because I kept trying to call him. And then when I'd send him a text, the text wouldn't go through. And
Mm-hmm.
then so I got on his social media, which he was on every day. And sometimes I would even get on Messenger and I go, I see you there. Call your mother. Just teasing him, playing around with him.
Mm-hmm.
And I hadn't heard anything. So I called my neighbor. I was crying and I said, something's wrong with Timmy. She goes, you really think so? I go, something's wrong. I'm telling you, he wouldn't have went that long without talking to me, especially after his brother had passed. We talked every day.
Mm-hmm.
So she goes, well, maybe you need to call the police. So I called the police. I made a missing persons report. And when I made that missing persons report, they said, well, tell us where he is and we'll go look for him. And I said,
Mm-hmm.
well, if I knew where he was, officer, I'd go look for him myself. I wouldn't call you.
Right.
So I said, I want a missing persons report. By the way, you do not have to wait a certain amount of time to make a missing persons report on anybody. They
Right.
want you to believe that you have to wait 48 hours, but that is not true.
Right. Because think about it. In 48 hours, how much damage a person can do to someone,
Right.
or unalive them in such a, like, so quickly, because they know that you're going to report it. So why not do it right then and there, right? Or take it. They're not going to do it like at that moment. I mean, depending on what the situation is, right? If it's an accident, it's one thing. If it's something they did deliberately, it's another. But if they're actually doing something to like, especially with women, right? They're essaying them, right? They're taking their time to do this. You have you can just go get them right then and there. You don't have to wait 48 hours to go help this person. So go ahead, sweetie. Go ahead.
So they came to my house and made the missing persons report. And
Mm-hmm.
then I started calling people and they were like, oh, he's probably all right. I go, I'm telling you, he's not all right. Something's wrong. I mean, I was sick. It was bad. I mean, I felt like I was going to throw up. I just knew. I don't
Mm-hmm.
know how to explain it, but now when I look back on it, it's like, is that when his spirit left his body? I don't know, but I know it was something that I've never experienced before.
Oh, wow.
It was it was
Oh,
hard. So
sound.
they made the missing persons report. The following day, I found out that he was in uh, Fredericktown. That Caleb had came and picked him up in St. Louis and brought him to Fredericktown.
Okay.
Well, so then I started calling down there to the police station all the time, and every time I would call there, they'd tell me they'd have a deputy call me back.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, well, wait a minute, you that happened like numerous times, and that's probably the only time I've went off. I
Mm-hmm.
said, you know what, don't worry about it. I said, how about that, just don't even worry about it. I said, you're not going to have a deputy call me back because I've called you 20 times. I
Right.
said, so I'll tell you what, I'll get your attention when I show up there. So I threw everything in the car and I went down there,
Mm-hmm.
and I didn't leave their courthouse. Well, we took flyers down there and started handing out flyers of him being missing. And we even had one of the deputies give us the finger when we got out of the car. They didn't want us there.
Oh,
That was
wow.
pretty obvious. The sheriff never talked to me till June 17th. And this was the 1st of March, 2nd of March,
Mm-hmm.
like the first week of March. And she never talked to me till June 17th.
Wow.
And then I got a hold of Caleb, and Caleb was telling me, I said, well, what happened to Timmy? He goes, well, I don't know. And I go, well, what is going on? He goes, well, Timmy had me to everything taken away from me. Some about some gas wasn't paid for. And now I've lost everything. And he was mad.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, well, that's why are you mad? So,
Wow.
because Timmy was the only one who had a job there. Apparently, I
Mm-hmm.
found out later. He's the only one who had a job. So Timmy was pretty much paying for Gatorades and gas and bought his friends cigarettes because I got the receipts from that.
Right. Now let me pull up a receipt for you guys so you guys can see what she's talking about when she says receipt. Give me 1 second. I'm going to pull it up. You can go ahead and keep talking and I'm going to pull up the receipt.
Okay. So then after that all happened, I was a little surprised that Caleb was so angry. Well, then the next time I talked to Caleb's being all nice. And he goes, oh, I swear he paid for the gas. I saw him pay for the gas. I don't know why all this is going on. I said, well, Caleb, I said, why did the police get called in the first place? And he said, well, because Timmy was outside making all this noise and the neighbor called the police.
Mm-hmm.
And I thought, for what? Well, he was on drugs. He was paranoid. He said
Right.
somebody was chasing him. And I go, oh, okay. So for months, even the police allowed and they were saying that Timmy made a 911 call saying that somebody was chasing him, and Caleb was making out that Timmy was on drugs and was paranoid and thought somebody was chasing him. Well, then on June 17th, when I got the paperwork didn't say anything about being chased. It said his friend was threatening him.
Oh, wow.
And yeah, so they let me believe for months that Timmy was paranoid and thought somebody was chasing him until I got that paperwork on June 17th.
Wow. Okay, so um can you tell us, okay, so on February 25th around 9 p.m. he was at home. That was like you said the last time you seen him. He was picked up by who?
Why, by one of his friends from St. Louis that he works with. And he
Okay.
went over to his house. And then Caleb apparently drove from Fredericktown up to St. Louis to his friend's house and picked him up.
Okay.
And Caleb is saying in his statements that I have documents to show that Timmy was crying to Caleb and telling him he was going through all this stuff and he was under too much pressure and he was begging Caleb to pick him up. Well, I don't believe that for a minute.
Yeah, me neither. Hello, BJ. How are you? And how are you, HBIC? How are you? Okay, so let me go ahead and I'm going to show you guys. This is what she's talking about. This is the receipt, you guys. This is the receipt. It's going to be small because you can't, make it any bigger when you're on Facebook. And it would have been too many receipts and information that I would have to put on, upload on StreamYard. And I didn't, they don't give you that much room. But if I did, I would be able to, go ahead and.
Well, that's that receipt there. Now, I got more receipts of the Gatorade and cigarettes, but that one there is the one that I'm suspicious about because at 12 something in the morning, he checks his balance. Then he
Mhm.
got $160 out.
Right.
And then if you look at the very bottom of that page, it's that receipt. It says that his debit card was used at 9:11 in the morning and was failed 3 times.
Right.
Well, when I asked the police about that, they never went to see who used that debit card. But
Okay.
when he was found, that debit card was in his wallet. So how did that happen if he called 911 at 4:40 in the morning and
Mhm.
that card was used 3 times at 9:11 in the morning?
Yeah.
And he was found 184 yards from where he called 911. That gas station where that debit card used is a few miles away. So he didn't walk to that gas station at 9:11 and use that card and then walk back to where he was on the judge's property and die. It just doesn't make any sense to me.
All right. Hold on for a second. Did you guys hear where her son was found? On the judge's property. The judge's property, you guys. That's where he was found. That's where he was found.
And the crazy thing is, if you go to that judge's property, he has to pull across like a little bridge. There's a little, like if it rains, there's a little creek there. and there's only water there if it rains. So he was found in that dry creek right there. I
Mm-hmm.
don't think he was there the whole time because of the
No.
condition of his body. I've talked to doctors. There's no way his body should have been in that condition in 5 months.
Wow.
And then the storage units are right on that same block. That whole block's nothing but drugs. When you drive down that block, you can see that. And I don't know how the judge didn't see it. Doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
But if you drive down that street, it's all drug houses. I
Wow.
knocked on their doors and got permission slips to bring cadaver dogs because the first 6 weeks, they wouldn't even look for them.
Right.
I couldn't get them to do anything to look for them because I made the missing persons report where I live. So
Mm-hmm.
they kept throwing it on me to go the to the sheriff here where I live. And I said, well, he lives an hour and something away. You guys know he's missing here. So
Right.
why won't somebody help me look for him here? They kept telling me, well, you need to go to your detective that you made the missing persons report out of. And I said, well, that's St. Louis. We know he was missing here. And first, I have videos of the guy arguing with me saying I couldn't prove my son was missing there. And I said, yes, sir, I can. He was at the C barn at 1:30 in the morning is when they left there
Mm-hmm.
after that receipt was done. I said he played the slot machines. He was fine. He was well. He was alive then. I said, and then at 4:40 in the morning, he's calling 911, saying his friend's threatening him.
What do
That
you guys
just
Do you guys, if you guys have questions, make sure you guys put it in the chat and we're going to be able to ask her this questions. Like yesterday, I told you guys, there's no questions that she's not going to answer. Now, if she doesn't answer it, she does have the right to not answer it, but there will be answers, questions answered. Okay.
I'll answer all questions. I have no
See what I'm
problem
saying?
answering any
She
questions.
wants she wants this case to be reopened. We want to find out who did this to her son. Okay, it's not he didn't just lay there and pass. Okay, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. And if you guys hear about how he was found, I'm talking the description of how he was found. You're not going to believe it, but we're not going to talk about this just yet. We're going to get into this. Okay, so tell us a little bit about the cadaver dogs.
Well, what happened was, so we went down there for numerous searches, just my family and a few of Timmy's friends and my fam and some of my friends' friends.
Mm-hmm.
And we went there and searched. We had probably 6 searches before the police got involved and searched.
Mm-hmm.
And a friend of mine, I've known her for 20 years. Her son actually grew up with my oldest son.
Mm-hmm.
And her niece her husband works for the fire department, and
Mm-hmm.
he showed up for the searches. And he
Mm-hmm.
goes, Barb, I can probably get the cadaver dogs here. He goes, but the only way I can do that is if you get permission slips from the people around that area saying that we can go on their property, for insurance reasons. And I was
Mm-hmm.
like, that's great. So on March 13th, myself, my boyfriend, and my nephew went to Fredericktown, and we knocked on everybody's doors and we got permission slips signed. So then on March 15th,
Mm-hmm.
they brought the cadaver dogs, and the cadaver dogs hit on some storage units that was just 2 doors down from where Timmy called the 911. And they hit on storage unit 5 and 6. They kept taking the dogs away. The dogs kept coming back to them storage units 5 and 6. So we opened the cops. So the guy that owned the cadaver dogs went to the police, told him, hey, the dogs hit there. My boyfriend was sitting there the whole time waiting
Mm-hmm.
for the police. The police show up. They opened storage unit 5, but would not open on storage unit 6. Said that it owned a police officer was renting it, and he was a resource officer at the school too.
Mm-hmm.
And we were like, so what does that matter? Well, we already searched it. There was no way they had time to search it. Nobody left that spot for them to search it. So they were
Mm-hmm.
lying. I
Right.
hate calling people liars, but that's a lie.
Yeah.
So then my boyfriend got on the phone to the guy that owned the storage units. And the guy said, hey, if you think he's in there, he goes, just drive your car through that door. He goes, no expense to you. I'll replace the door if you really think he's in there. But the problem with that is that the sheriff pulled her big truck in front of that storage unit so you couldn't drive through it if you wanted to. And
Hmm.
yeah. And then they put their hands on their guns and told my boyfriend he needed to leave or he was going to be arrested.
Wow. Hey, steady grinding. How are you? Yeah. So basically, you guys, what she's saying is the dogs, the cadaver dogs, got a hit on on the storage unit, and the storage unit, they would not, they wouldn't open it for her to go in there or for anybody to go in there. Hey, Sheed, how are you? To go in there and see why the dogs hit on that unit. It
Yeah, they
sounds
wouldn't
very
even open
sus
the
to me
door.
because what if he was in there at that time? Because I really don't believe this is 5 months later after he came up missing that he was found on the judge's property, but it was 5 months later, right? So
Right.
why is he found 5 months later? That means they probably had him somewhere else. Was he in there? Allegedly, okay. Was he in the storage unit? Because the dogs hit. When a cadaver dog hits, that means that there is a sense. They smell the scent of the person that they, because before they go looking, right? They sense. They go and smell the person's clothing. What did they get to smell before they went into?
They took one of Timmy's shirts and a t-shirt. I mean, a t-shirt and a pair of his shoes.
Okay, so a pair of his shoes and his shirt, and they sniffed it right before they went on to the property where the storage unit was, or at the storage unit, because that way the scent can stay fresh, right? Is I'm assuming that's how they do it. But
Correct.
basically, the dogs hit. That means they smelled who? They smelled Timothy, y'all. They smelled him. Dogs don't do that. If they, trained dogs don't just go around sniffing and barking. No, when they smell the person's items. They take them, towards the places, and then the dogs can sniff it out. They sniff out the people, and that's
And
what they
they
smell.
were they were very upset about it. They were not happy. They treated the guy that had the cadaver dogs terrible. They did not want him there. They didn't want the cadaver dogs there. They were not happy. And the sheriff made a comment when the dogs hit on it. Oh, it could be a dead mouse. I'm like, ma'am, dead mice.
Yeah,
Cadaver
dead
dogs
mouse.
don't hit on dead animals. They
First of
don't.
all, even if they were to hit a dead mouse, then that dead mouse would have had to been wearing your son's clothing, because they were hitting on whatever they sniffed. So
Right.
that's debunked right there. That's definitely debunked. So D Truth says this sounds like it was a cover up and something that SOR was hiding. Okay, and then he also said, "Do y'all believe that there's a cover up that the police, from the police officer?"
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay,
I have found out allegedly that his friend has been a informer. There was a few other people there that I was told that was informers. Allegedly. I'm just going to put that out there.
okay. So the
And
friend she's talking about is going to be this one. I'm going to show you guys. I'm going to put it up here. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. You can go ahead and talk because
okay,
they
and
can hear
Kayla,
through it.
the guy that you're putting up there, that was Timmy's only friend that he knew. That was the only guy Timmy knew there. He didn't know any of the other people.
Mm-hmm.
Caleb lived there. Caleb knew all the other people. Timmy was there with Caleb. He didn't know any of the other people. I have got documents, even everybody admitting they have never met Timmy before.
Wow. So this is Timmy, the one that's outside the door, not the guy with the hat, but the guy that's outside the door. That's Caleb.
Yes.
That's Caleb, not Timothy. Caleb. Okay. So that's the one that possibly, because this is is this the gas station that was supposed to have been used the debit card at?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a picture of him outside the door. Look where he's heading. Straight to the door. He's coming in. He's going to most likely, okay, allegedly, he's going to go spend that money, that $160 receipt that I'm showing you guys right here. This receipt right here.
Right.
That's what's going on. Hey, Rinrock. So
And
that's what's
Timmy
going
was
on.
paying for everybody's stuff. I have receipts where Timmy was paying for everything. Timmy was the only one that had a job there.
Right. But the thing is, like you said, at 11:40 a.m., he's calling 911. And then that card was used at what time? 9.
That card was used. Well, that time it was you. He checked his balance at 12, I think 53. I'd have to look at the receipt, but then right after that, he gets $160 out. Then it's not used again until 9:11 in the morning. Well, he called 911 at 4:40 in the morning.
Mm-hmm.
So who used that debit card and put it back in his wallet and where he was found? There's no way he could have got back to that gas station at 9:11 in the morning after he made a 911 call at 4:40 saying his friend was threatening him. So who used that card is one of my questions I'd like them to answer, but they said everything I have is a lie and that it was not a homicide and that my son just walked in the woods and laid down and died. And the crazy
Mm-hmm.
thing about that is that they called me 2 days after he was found and started telling me first he froze. Then he ran out of his shoes. And I go, well, wait a minute. If he ran out of his shoes, I said, somebody was chasing him. I said, because my son loved his shoes. I helped him clean them with an old toothbrush just before he left my house. He was all about his shoes. I said, somebody had to have been chasing him for him not to stop and put his shoes on. And then
Exactly.
they said, oh, well, we think the current took his shoes off. I go, what do you mean the current took his shoes off his body? He goes, yeah, the current was so powerful, it took the shoes right off his body. I go, that sounds strange. And his one shoe wasn't even down there where he was at. The other first one of his shoes was on the top of the hill
Mm-hmm.
before he was down there. I said, that doesn't make any sense to me. And then he says, well, ma'am, there's no point talking to you anymore. He says, because you're not gonna believe anything we have to say. I said, because what you're saying to me doesn't make any sense to me.
Right.
And then they said, well, we're not, it's a closed case. There's no point in talking to you. And then they hung up on me. I was like, well, okay. So that's
So
when I went out and bought a recorder and started recording it because I thought, nobody would believe that this is the way they treat you if I didn't record this stuff because I had a hard time believing it. I believed
right.
in the police.
Exactly. So when you say current, meaning that he drowned and then he came out? Is that what they're trying to say?
They said the current was so powerful, it took his shoes off his feet and then it stopped. I go, oh, so it stopped and left his shoes. I go, where's his phone? Oh, it went down the current. I go, so you're telling me the current was so strong, took the shoes right off my son's feet, and then the current just stopped, left his shoes, and then took his phone. I said, that doesn't even make any sense to me, sir.
It
And that's,
doesn't. It really doesn't. I mean, an idiot would not understand that. That it doesn't make any sense at all. Not even a little bit.
and then I said, well, why are you calling me and telling me this? The coroner's report's not even in yet. I mean, it was 2 days and they were already calling me, telling me these different stories of what happened to him. And when I made the comment, well, the coroner's report's not in. Why are you even calling me and telling me this? That's when they got mad at me. And I was like, okay, whatever,
Yeah. So I was going to ask you, would you like to share the audio of how they talk to you?
Go ahead. It's
Okay.
horrible.
Do you want to go ahead and share it like from your phone? Because I don't think I have that. I don't have the.
Oh, I got my recorder here, but I don't know how it would sound.
Okay, we could try it. If it doesn't work, then if you have copies or anything, I don't know how we would do that. But we would love to hear how they talk to her, right? Because we want to see. Why would you guys be
Well,
so rude? You're supposed to be helping her. She's grieving her son. Why are you not helping the mother? That doesn't make sense
well,
to me.
and what bothers me too is they knew I just lost my other son. So I lost both my kids in an 8-month period.
Yeah.
They knew I had already lost my other son. They knew Timmy was grieving his brother. And then they talked to you like that. I was stunned. I never dreamed that that's what they do. I trusted the police, thought they did their jobs, but
Yeah.
apparently they don't. And it just, to me, makes you feel like you're being tortured because they don't want to do anything. They're just like, go away. This is what happened. And I need to move on with my life. I've even had the judge's wife do that to me.
That's horrible.
Because when I lived at that courthouse, which I stayed at that courthouse for 5 months with
Mm-hmm.
signs, the only day I took off is if it was raining real bad because I didn't want my signs ruined, or if on Sundays because I needed church. I That's what kept me standing was,
Mm-hmm.
you know. So I would sit there every single day begging them to just please look for him, help me find him. I could not leave my son there when I knew he was there. I knew he was somewhere there.
Mm-hmm. If you guys have a phone where you can pinch to zoom, you can see this picture clearly. Um, can you explain to them what is going on this picture when you're on your knees at that courthouse?
That was a building that they were building when I was at that courthouse. I watched them build that building, and
Mm-hmm.
it's called the Justice Center. It's where they have court.
The just. Mm-hmm.
And I found out that they were having a ribbon cutting day
Mm-hmm.
thing there. And I thought, well, I'm going to that. I watched them build that building. I want justice. I'm going to go to that.
Right.
And I didn't go by myself. There was another lady that has her son that was murdered there,
Mm-hmm.
and a guy that is working on Gina Dawn Brooks's case, which she's been missing since 1989.
Mm-hmm.
And we all three decided to go there. We walked in with signs. They go, well, you can't have your signs. I said, that's okay because my shirt says it all. And we're
Right.
standing there getting ready to get our picture taken. And you'll see that lady that's bending over and the guy with the white shirt.
Mm-hmm.
That's the judge and his wife. They're not the judge and wife there now. They've retired since then and sold their property that my son was found on right after he was found. And they moved to
Mm.
Florida. But they still come back there when there's big cases. He can still be the judge there.
That
So we're
sounds
standing.
sus.
Yeah. So we're all standing there. And all of a sudden, the lady that's taking the picture says, hey, this picture's not even. She says, you move over here and put that judge in front of me that's like 6 foot tall. I'm only 5'2".
Mm-hmm.
And I made the comment. I said, well, it looks like to me nobody wants us in this picture.
Right.
And that lady goes, it ain't like that. It ain't like that. I go, yes, ma'am, I think it is like that. So I darted in front of him and I kneeled on the floor. I said, I'm going to get in this picture. So she gets mad at me, as you can see. And she starts going, it ain't like that. I go, yes, ma'am, it sure is like that. I said, you know, your husband standing in front of me, you couldn't see me at all. And so then before the other picture was taken, the lady said, you can stand up, you'll be in the picture. And I'll be honest, that's probably the one picture I'm smiling the biggest in because I thought, I'm getting in this picture. You're not going to push me away.
Exactly. So now that's the judge that the one with the white shirt, you guys, the one with the white shirt with the beard next to the lady in that orange. Ben, she's kind of, you can see her kind of like hovering a little bit over her and yelling at her. That is the judge and his wife. That is no longer the judge. He's not the judge anymore. The new judge
The,
is the one that's right there with that red tie that's getting ready to cut the ribbon. That's the new judge. That's going to be the new judge or the one that is the new judge. But that guy used to be a judge, and that's where his body was found on his property. All of a sudden, they want to sell their house. They no longer, he retires. There's something really odd about that. Like there's something sus about this, you guys. There's suspicion. It's a lot of suspicious things going on. Go ahead.
well, and the thing is, too, though, when you drive down their street, that judge and his wife, when you
Mm-hmm.
drive on that street, it's all drugs. It's the whole street's drugs. You can tell that the street is
Yeah.
drugs. There's no doubt in
Right.
that if you drive down that street. And it's like, wait a minute, the judge lives on this street and he didn't notice all this around him.
Yeah, right.
That was
Right.
suspicious to me, too.
Yeah.
So then I said, so after that picture was taken and we were getting ready to walk away, that lady with the shirt that I'm pointing at because she's mad at me for making the comment that you guys are trying to keep us from being in this picture. And we get to talking afterwards, and she comes up to me, and this is how I'm talking like she said it. She goes, "You need to go away." She goes, "You need to move on with your life." And I go, move on with my life, go away. I said, I don't have nothing to move on to. I'm not going away, ma'am. She goes, well, you need to. You're never, ever, ever going to find out what happened to your son anyway. And she said that to me like 8 times. And I said, well, ma'am, you'll find my skeleton remains sitting at your courthouse before I go away. She goes, well, you're not going to find out. I go, well, then you don't know my God. And then her mouth just dropped. And I said, well, I said, I prayed about it. God told me we were going to find him. I said, and he was found. I said, and I prayed about finding out the truth. I said, and I will get the truth because God told me that too. And then she says, well, I lost my son. Well, as soon as she told me that, I grabbed my chest and I grabbed her shoulder and I go, oh my God, I'm so sorry you lost your son. And she didn't say anything. And she goes, you just really need to go away. She said, it ain't doing you any good to be here. You need to go away. She said, because you're never, ever going to find out what happened to your son. And she goes, do you know who I am? And honestly, I did know who she was, but I said, no, I just didn't want to, I was just listening, to be honest. I was like, no, I don't know who you are. She goes, well, I'm the woman that your son's body was found on. And she stomped away. I
See,
could not believe that she never told me that that she was sorry for my son. Nothing. Just, I needed to go away.
now isn't she the one that also has a lost one as well?
Yeah, she lost her 17. I think he was 17 years old. And when I heard that, I said, oh my, I just first thing I did is I grabbed my chest when she told me. I put my hand on her shoulder and I go, oh my God, I'm so sorry you lost your son. She didn't say anything. And then she goes, you just need to move on. You're never going to find out what happened to him. I've never. That's how she said it. And
Mm-hmm.
then she starts walking away and she turns back around. She goes, you knew who I am? And I go, no, which I kind of knew, but I wasn't for sure. And she goes, well, he was found on my property, your son, and walked away from me. Never apologized or told me she was sorry for my loss. Nothing. And that just struck me odd.
Yeah, that's definitely odd. That I mean, it bothers me that she didn't have any feelings towards you losing your child or your children, right? Your both of your sons, and she's lost one. She lost a son. That doesn't make any sense because normally when you lose someone in your life and someone else loses, they are, they're like, my condolences, not treat you like dirt.
Yeah, she never once said she was sorry for me losing my son, but
Right.
as soon as I heard she lost hers, I was compassionate. I go, oh my God, I'm
Yes.
just so sorry. And
Right.
she didn't say anything. But God says I have to pray for her, so that's not been easy, but I do.
Right. Wow.
Because apparently, for somebody to be that way, they have issues.
She definitely has issues. She definitely has issues. No diggity, no doubt. I mean, she's got issues. I mean, how do you not have compassion for anybody after you have lost lost your son? Not just, not just a friend, not just a cousin, not a husband, but your son, your blood, the one that you birthed.
Right.
And then somebody else loses their son and you have no compassion. That's pure evil. I'm sorry to say, it's just evil.
Well, and the thing is I was so stunned that she said it. I didn't even know what to do. I just stood there for a minute. And honestly, I didn't want I don't hand my power over to other people. I just don't. It comes from God. I'm not going to let somebody make me go off. I just don't.
Right,
That's not how I work.
right,
So she was mad and I wasn't mad. I was just kind of stunned, but I can actually see myself. You ever do something to where you think you just want to slap somebody, but you don't go through with it? You
right.
just think in your head. That's what I was thinking. I ain't going to lie about it. I was thinking, man, I just want to choke this lady right now. But then
Hmm.
I thought, this must be what God feels like sometimes when he was being crucified on the cross, because I feel like I'm being crucified right now. That's what I thought. And then I left.
And the thing is you should not have felt that way. She should have been compassionate. I mean, I just don't get why people have that evil tendencies.
Well, losing a kid is so much different than losing. I've lost my mom, my dad, my brother, my nephew. I lost my nephew just before Timmy was found. My nephew died on July 3rd,
Yeah.
which is my mom's birthday. I lost him right before we found Timmy. So there's been a lot of loss in just a short period of time. I lost my oldest son, I lost my nephew, and then well, I already knew Timmy wasn't alive. I knew. I
Yeah.
knew Timmy would not go that long without talking to me. It wasn't in his character. We were close. There was no way he would have not talked to me.
Okay.
And
Um, the page that I have up right here from Facebook Messenger, can you explain to them what this text messaging is?
yes, Caleb is
Listen
telling the
closely,
police.
y'all. Go ahead.
Caleb is telling the police in the police report that he went to jail at 8:30 in the morning because see when the 911 call was made at 4:40, the police were on the scene in 5 minutes. And on that when they got there, there was a guy out in front of the house which Caleb calls his cousin. I don't really know if they are cousins because it's went back and forth so much.
Mm-hmm.
But this guy was out in the middle of the street waving his hands, having these weird gestures. It's even on the police report.
Mm-hmm.
And they stopped, talked to him, found out he had warrants, took him to jail. They never pulled up the driveway. They never talked to Caleb. They never talked to this guy, Mike Busking, that was supposedly there. This girl that's in that picture there, she was there too, from what I was told. There was a bunch of people there.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so Caleb's saying to the police that he got arrested because he did have warrants. They came back later that day and arrested Caleb that morning. But
Mm-hmm.
Caleb's saying he got arrested at 8:30 in the morning. Well, my documents, he's telling the police that. But
Mm-hmm.
that's a Facebook Messenger where he's talking to this girl Bobby Boone that's in like 7 of these cases, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And Caleb is talking to her saying how he wants to beat Timmy's head in.
Mm.
And that's at 10:19 in the morning. So how can Caleb say he was in jail at 8:30 in the morning if at 10:19 in the morning he's on Messenger talking to this girl how he's going to beat Timmy's head in? So how do you say you're in jail? You I don't think jails let you get on Messenger or on Facebook while you're in jail. So
No, they don't.
so that proves that he's lying. He was not in jail at no 8:30 because he's messaging that girl saying how he's going to beat Timmy up at 10:19 in the morning. And
There's
she's
no.
going along with it.
I literally just spoke to somebody that's in jail, and he said I asked him because like he was calling, and I said, well, you can't just like message, go on Instagram or any of that. And no, they don't get social media at all. They can talk
So
on the phone, but you have to call on the what you call it on the tablets that they give you. But there is no social media on the tablets. You cannot put any social medias on the tablets. The only way they do that is if you got a crooked cop letting you do some stuff in jail. That's the only way that is possible. I'm just going to tell you that right now. And you have to be using their phone or their
right.
tablet or their computer. So yes,
Then they would have to
definitely
get
no.
then they would have to get on Messenger on somebody else's phone. Caleb
Mhm.
wasn't in jail. He just wants people to think he was because
Right,
that he wants to be out of the where that debit card was used that they didn't even go look to see who used it.
right, right.
So
Mhm.
my opinion is they had Timmy in the back. This is just my opinion that I've came up with that I can
Okay,
only reason with is
okay.
that they did something to Timmy when he made the 911 call. I think they did something to Timmy and they had Timmy behind that house in that barn and Trevor took one for the team. Went out there and got the attention from the cops. They knew he had warrants. They left. They never looked for Timmy. Not once.
Wow.
That's just my opinion on what I have thought that had to have
Yeah,
happened
yeah. I
because
believe
none of it makes sense.
I
Of
believe he was unalived somewhere else as well. I don't think so did they do a ping on his phone when he called 911?
that's crazy. They didn't, but the police officer that I made the missing persons report, the detective where I live, made a ping on his phone, and you're not going to believe it. I was stunned when I saw it. The pin
Okay.
dropped on the storage unit.
It dropped on the storage unit, huh?
But they won't look
Well,
for his phone. They won't do anything. They just said, I need, nothing happened to him, that I just need to move on with my life.
so this is what it sounds like to me, you guys. You know what I do? I put puzzles together. If a piece doesn't sit, I try to put a puzzle piece in there, and if it doesn't fit, I remove that one, and then I add one in there that does fit. So let's go ahead and do this puzzle. So the ping at the, where he when he called the 911 was at the storage unit, but they found his body on the judge's property, right? So how about this is what happened? Allegedly, my opinion, my thoughts into this. My thinking is this way. So he was brought there, right, to the storage unit. He said, "Hey, look, dude, I gotta go pick up something. I gotta go do something real quick with somebody. I don't know exactly where it exactly what it is that he would have said to him, but let's just say this is what he said. Oh, hey, dude, I need to go pick up something. I gotta go meet up with somebody. I gotta go get something from somebody." And then he brought him there, and then that's when he was gonna do something to Timothy. And Timothy was about to, Timothy took off and he called 911. Hey, da 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 da, right? Where did they find where did they find his shoe?
On the judge's property.
All they did was pick up his shoe and put it there, y'all. That
Eh,
shoe wasn't even there. Everything was placed there after the fact. After he did that at the storage area, he put his body in what'd you say, number 5, right?
6.
Number 6, sorry, because it was 5 and 6 that they got hits on. But
Right.
number 6 is the one that they hit, that they, when
Well, they opened number 5, but they would not open number 6 because they said it was a police officer that was renting it, and he was a resource officer at the school too.
see what I'm saying? Police officer. Okay. So basically, like I said, they hit number 6. That's where they put him in. So the popo, could that cop have been part of this? Could they have put him in there and the cop knew about it? He's the one who had to open that storage unit and put and they brought his body in there. Now, let me tell you about the condition. She's going to tell you about the condition of his body when they found him. It's very sus because I watch a lot of CSI. I watch a lot of stuff that's reality. It's not fake. It's something that actually happens in real life. And let me tell you, when she tells you this part, you guys are going to be like, whoa. Let me tell you why it's like that. I believe that there's evidence under there. So go ahead and tell them how they found his body.
Well, first
Listen
I'll
to
say I
this.
feel like they dumped my son in that creek like he was a piece of trash, and that's very disturbing to me. And then when he was found, there was nothing left of him. No hair, no fingernails, no toenails, no skin, nothing was left of him. But he had a tooth missing, number 8. His top tooth was out. These are on the pictures that I received of the scene. His top tooth was out. His bottom tooth was out, which his bottom tooth, there was a retainer. He had a permanent retainer in his mouth because Timmy wore braces for many years as a kid. He had perfect teeth. And he kept losing his retainer, so they put a permanent retainer in his bottom teeth. Well, that tooth is gone, the retainer's gone. Well, the top tooth's gone in the pictures. But then when I got the coroner's report from the coroner, the tooth is back in his mouth. And so I
Mhm.
questioned that because when I went through the coroner's report, they don't even document anywhere in the coroner's report that his top tooth was even gone. They just put it back in his mouth and sent me these pictures like his tooth was there all along. So I really didn't believe anything they said at that point. So I went to the funeral home and I told the funeral home director, I said, I want to see my son. He looked at me like I was crazy. One of Timmy's best friends went with me. And he goes, You sure you want to see this? Because do you know what you're going to see? And I said, Yes, sir, I do. I said, But I don't trust anything at this point. I want to see my son. So I went, so they got his bones out, put them on a table. I went in and I took pictures. His tooth was back in his mouth. There's a hole in the roof of his mouth. And so I was just stunned. So I took this all to the prosecutor. And when I took the receipt and showed him that that debit card was used, he says, "Oh," he goes, "I talked to the highway patrol." He said the highway patrol said it was the way it was printed out. Like, okay. So then I took the picture of his tooth being gone and then the tooth being put back in his mouth. And I said, "And why isn't it not documented?" And he goes, "Well, I don't know. I'll check into it." Well, then when I talked to him the second time, he said, "Well, I talked to the highway patrol and they said that his tooth, they didn't even say anything about his tooth. They just acted like it, they might have had to do some reconstruction stuff to put his tooth back to make sure there wasn't a crime." Well, if you have to do that, isn't it a crime?
Wow. So you guys, normally, I don't know if you guys watch different, shows on red rums, unalivings, right? They for some odd reason they find people without their fingernails, without their toenails, places that evidence can be found. So, like, let's just say, I highly doubt, unless they, I don't think they didn't find any bullets, right? So that means he did not get shot.
I don't know because I was told that if he was with that hole in his mouth, I had a few people look at that picture and say it looked like a 22.
So
If that's the case, then they
are
said
they?
if they
So
shot
they're
him in the
trying to
roof of
say
his
that
mouth.
he shot himself in the mouth, is what they're trying to say, basically.
No, I was just told by people that I trust that deal with guns, and they
Hmm.
said that like a 22 that was there. If they shot
Mm,
him with a 22, it could have got stuck into his brain, but there was no brain or nothing there anyway. So, and his left hand was completely gone, and a couple of his toes.
like, come on, this doesn't make any sense for me. I
Well,
mean,
then I
go
I
ahead.
started doing a lot of studying about skeleton remains. I know it sounds kind of weird, but I just couldn't
No,
stop
it's
myself
not. Go ahead.
from trying to figure out what happened to him.
Right.
And I started looking at people's bones that were found years later. And
Hmm.
then I became friends with this lady that called me that her son was missing for 3 years. He was
Hmm.
just found 6 months ago. So I said, "Please find out for me if he had his teeth." He had all of his teeth in his mouth
Hmm.
after 3 years of being missing, and they're telling me that Timmy's body's in that kind of condition in just 5 months.
Yeah, that doesn't make any sense. So not too good to get too explicit, but did they find his body? I know they found his skull, but what about the body?
They found everything except his left hand and some toes.
So they did find the rest of his body though. Was it
Yes.
was it attached?
Well, when the coroner, this is a whole nother story. I decided to
Mm,
go to the coroner about, it was just a couple of days before the 8 week period that I would get the coroner's report. They told me to take
mm,
8 weeks. So I went to the coroner's office a couple of days before the 8 weeks was over, and I went in there. The secretary's there. I asked for the coroner. She said he's not there. I said okay, and I start walking out the door, and she goes, "Who are you? Who are you?" And I go, "It don't matter if he's not here. There's no point." She goes, "No, no, no, no. I need to know your name." So I give her my name, and I decided, well, since I'm this far out, I'm going to go ahead and drive out to the highway patrol because they've never sat down and talked to me, which I don't know. I guess I told the prosecutor, I guess I watched too much Dateline because when you find a body, you do an investigation and find out what happened to him. And I was just kind of
exactly. Right away.
stunned.
You don't wait. Yeah.
Right. I was stunned that they weren't doing anything. So I thought, and the highway patrol had never sat down and talked to me about who my son was or anything.
Right.
And I've seen so much. I watch a lot of crime shows, I always have. And I don't watch CSI, I watch true crime, Dateline, stuff like that.
Hmm.
And so I even told the prosecutor that. I go, I guess I watched too much of that because when you find a dead body and somebody's lied 10 times, I said, well, he got a lawyer. I said, well, so what if he got a lawyer? They still question him, even if the person's got a lawyer, if they've changed their story this many times. I said, it doesn't make sense to me.
Right.
So I drive out to I'm driving to the highway patrol's office, and that coroner calls me. And
Mm-hmm.
we're talking, and I said, "Can I ask you a question?" I said, "You might not be able to answer it. I don't know if it's legal or not, but I just want to ask you: was my son's body all together?" And he told me yes. So then, when I got to the highway patrol's office, not I went in and asked for him. They said, "Well, they're out to lunch." I said, "Okay, I'll just sit out in the car." I said, "You know how long they'll be gone?" "Oh no, we don't know." And I said, "Well, it was August." I'll remember the date. It was August 12th.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, "I'll just go sit in the car." So I go out and sit in the car, and I did a lot of praying, listen to some Christian music, and I'm talking to God about helping me keep my, well, actually, to be an example who He is in me, to be honest, because I didn't want to lose it on anybody.
Right.
So finally, after 2 hours, uh, somebody knocked on my window of the car. I got out of the car and I walked in, and John West come out to get me, and I shook his hand. I go, "Maybe we got on a wrong start here or something, because I don't understand what's going on here."
Mm-hmm.
And he goes, "Well, let's go in the back room." He goes, "And we'll talk there." And I go, "Okay." So we went in this area. There was a lie detector chair in there and another chair. And I
Mm-hmm.
kind of made a joke, and I go, "Well, that lie detector test chair is kind of intimidating, but if you want me to sit in it, I will." He goes, "No, I'm going to go get another chair." And I go, "Okay." So I'm waiting for him to come back. He comes back with Jeff Johnson,
Mm-hmm.
which Jeff Johnson has always been mean to me.
Mm-hmm.
So Jeff Johnson, as soon as he walks, the door's not even shut. He goes, "You were at the coroner's office today." And I go, "Yes, sir, I was." I go, "What's the problem? I don't have the right to go to the coroner's office?" Which kind of stunned me, because it's like, how did you know I was at the coroner's office?
That
Unless the
means they
coroner
told
called
him.
you. Yeah, they called him and told him I was there.
Mm-hmm.
So then I can't say he yelled at me. I called it scolding, because I felt like I was a little kid being scolded. He
Mm-hmm.
got on me for doing a podcast with the Lawless Files. He
Mm-hmm.
got on me for calling him at 11:30 at night one night, and I did, because somebody had called me in the middle of the night. It was at 11:30, and told me that they found a body, some girl.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know what to do with that information, so I called the detective, Jeff Johnson. Well, I got scolded from him because I called him at 11:30 at night and woke him up, and he didn't get to go to back to sleep that night. And I go, "Well, sir, I've apologized to you. I don't know how many times. You already told me I can't call you between the hours of 8 and 4." I said, "And then you don't answer the phone to me when I did that." I said, "So I don't know what I've done to you, but I've apologized to you several times. What else can I do, sir? My son was missing." And he
Yeah.
goes, "Well, nothing happened to your son." He goes, "Your son just laid down and he died." He goes, "And there's no crime committed." And I go, "Well, how do you know that?" He goes, "I'm just telling you that." And I go, "Well, okay." He says, "Don't you just want to believe?" And I just dropped my mouth. Then I thought, "What do you mean, do I just want?" He goes, "Don't you just want to believe nothing bad happened to him?" And
Wow.
so then I sat back in the chair and I said, "Well, I guess there's no point in me being here, because you guys aren't going to listen to anything I have to say anyway." Well, then
Right.
John West spoke up, and he goes, "No, Miss Hall." He goes, "What do you want to say?" I said, "I want to show you that somebody checked in on his Facebook account on March the 27th." I said, "And then you go back on his Facebook account now, and it's gone. All his other check-ins from his work was there, but that check-in's gone." I go, "Don't
Mm-hmm.
you think that's a little suspicious?" I said, "I but don't believe in this many coincidences." And he goes, "Well, we'll check into it." And I said, "Okay, walk me to the car." I left. I waited 3 weeks. I called him back, and they said, "Case is closed." I go, "So you're not going to check into who's got that phone and who checked in?" He goes, "Anybody can do that." I said, "No, sir. I can't take my phone and go check you in Fredericktown." And he goes, "Well, the
Okay.
case is closed. Nothing happened to him, and you just need to accept it." He goes, "Maybe you're just a little delusional." I go, "Sir, I assure you I'm not delusional. I, I said, I just want a reasonable explanation on what happened to my son." And then they said they were never going to speak to me again, because I've done nothing but twist their words and make them look foolish.
Wow. That's crazy. Oh my God. It sounds like there's a lot of stuff going on with that that police station. There's some crooked ones over there, allegedly. Okay. I hear a lot of I think there's people involved in this, more than one person.
Well, and the crazy thing is, there's like, I can think of 8 cases right now, and they're all involved the same people.
Right.
The same people are involved. And then we had a girl that we knew very well. She had been fighting this fight with us since Timmy come up missing. She showed up to every event. She lives
Mhm.
there. She was following the cops around there. Okay,
Mhm.
like at 2 or 3 o'clock in the morning. There's an airport there. Pretty
Okay.
nice. There's only 4,400 people there, but there's a very nice airport there. So this girl that I know was following the police around because she walked in the parade with me. And I gave her a ride back to her car, and she was telling me what she was doing. So
Mhm.
she was going out to that airport, and she was recording the police out there. And then just a month ago, she hung herself. I saw her the day before, and now they're saying she hung herself.
Wow. You guys, I'm sorry, but I really feel like there's a lot of you know, I'm sorry to say this, but I think there's polices that are involved in this. I think that uh they're covering for that informant, which is Caleb. He's an informant for them. I think he might have did the work and they covering for him. That's where my opinion lies right now. That's what it
Well, see,
sounds like to me.
my opinion, same thing. It's like, wait a minute, why are these people so protected? We all know they're selling drugs, and I found out that Timmy's friend was shooting meth for 2.5 years.
Hmm.
And in the beginning, I was taking up for him because I wouldn't think that that kid would ever do anything to Timmy. He lived in my house as a little child. We bought
Yeah.
school clothes for him, shoes for him. I would never
Hmm.
think that he would do that to Timmy. But now that I found out that he had been shooting meth for 2.5 years, because, you know, I guess he got mad at Timmy and lost it. And I've heard people that do that stuff do lose it. And he did hurt Timmy. I do believe that he killed my son. That's my beliefs. He killed my son. There was other people involved that know what happened.
Hmm.
And he's protected for
Yeah,
some
I
reason.
think I think that it had something to do with him trying to get money out of your son, and he wouldn't give it to him.
Yes, or something. He tried to say that my son, in one of the documents, he's trying to say my son was trying to steal his identity. I'm like, what
Oh,
a minute, wait a minute. Why does he want your identity? He's got a good, I mean, my son made almost $40 an hour at his job.
why
You
would he
know, it
want
was,
somebody who's doing Uggs as an identity? Who would want that? I know
then
I wouldn't.
his friend told me that he was on the run, that he went to Tennessee, that he went to LA, and he went to all these different states. I go, why would he do that? Oh, because he's going to prison. I go, no, he wasn't. He goes, well,
Wow.
I go, why would you say that? He goes, because he said he wanted to go on the run. And I go, for what? What would he go on the run for? He goes, well, because he was going to prison. He was on probation. I go, that doesn't mean anything. I knew his probation officer. Timmy wasn't in trouble with his probation officer.
Right.
I said, so he wasn't going to prison. You're saying he's on the run. He's told so many different stories, and none of them are the same. When
Yeah.
somebody's stories change that much, then you know they're lying. I don't
Right.
understand. My story hasn't changed
Right.
because I'm
So
telling
yeah,
the truth.
that's exactly how it is though. When somebody lies, they got to keep covering it with another lie. When you tell the truth, you only say the truth, and it's going to come out the same no matter how you put it. So yeah, he's definitely doing a lot of lying over there.
Right. So then he ended up spending 40 days in jail. I sent money to him in
Mm-hmm.
jail so he'd call me.
Mm-hmm.
All that was made was that I talked to Caleb. He's mad at Timmy. The second call I make that Caleb calls me, he's not mad at Timmy anymore. He loves me, loves Timmy. He hopes I didn't think he did anything to Timmy, and he's going to do everything he can when he gets out of jail to help me find him. That never
Mm-hmm.
happened. He never once tried to help me look for
That's
Timmy.
because that was nothing but him trying to act like he feels guilty, or should I say, he feels remorse, is what it sounded like. And then all of a sudden, it was just a It was just to make him look good for a minute, just for a minute, just enough to let you think he's going to do something for him.
Yeah, and
That's
then
what
the
it sounds like.
second story that he told me in the police is that, and the timing's not right. At two
Mhm.
o'clock in the morning, he said Timmy went outside to take a pee and never came back.
What the heck?
That was one of his second stories.
Oh, wow. Wow. And you know what? That's to me that sounds very detailed. And normally when people tell details, they're lying because they have to almost make it look like it's real. Oh yeah, I saw him walk outside and he went to use the bathroom. And all of a sudden he has never came back. That's like this other thing another video I was looking at. They were so into details. I was like, yeah, you're lying. You're lying because them details are not even necessary. When you go to court, they're not going to ask you for details. That you're going to answer the questions that attorney's asking you, and that's it. You don't keep going with the information. You don't do that.
Right. And then
Crazy.
he said that Timmy found an ID of some girl that was in the trash by his house by a dumpster or something. And Timmy was going to take on that person's identity. So he
Wow.
was going to take on Caleb's identity or this other person that just happened to find everything they need. A, a,
Wow.
a, a ID card, birth to everything. So he could take on this girl's identity. He was going on the run. So I
Yeah.
got that story too.
Yeah. Hi, Kathy.
And then he said that he went looking for Timmy in his
Hmm.
vehicle. Well, he says he was by himself, but there was this guy named Mike Busking. He's a 42-year-old guy there.
Hmm.
I heard, this is just hearsay, but I heard he's been cooking meth since he was a child.
Oh, wow.
And he dated Caleb's mother at one point, and Caleb's deathly afraid of him.
Oh, wow.
So, but if you listen to his report from the police, he said he rode with Caleb to go look for Timmy. So nobody's stories are the same. Everybody that they question, none of their stories are the same.
So he's doing a cover up as well. He's kind of cover up for him as well by saying that
Yeah,
he took.
and I thought it was interesting how Caleb kept saying, I went and looked for Timmy. He never says anything about Mike to me. And even in jail, he tells me that Mike never saw Timmy's face. And he kept saying he never saw his face. And I put it on speakerphone with my girlfriend. I go, don't you think that sounds a little strange that Caleb keeps trying to
Yeah.
convince us that this my guy never, he didn't say he never saw Timmy. He just kept saying never saw his face. And I thought, who talks like that? That was interesting to me.
So who found Timothy?
The highway patrol with Timmy's dad.
Okay.
They did two searches. We did like six and they did two.
Okay. So being that it's on the judge's property, I'm sure they walk around in their property, like, kind of go for strolls. I'm assuming this,
Well,
allegedly that they're doing this. How did they not find Caleb? I mean, I'm sorry, they did not find Timothy or
when
see.
they mowed their grass, they should have smelled him. He
Exactly.
was right there.
Exactly. So that means that he was just put there.
I think he was dumped there later, yes.
Yes.
And if
Yes.
you look at the photos that I have, there's like a white powder around him. Nobody's ever tested that or anything. I couldn't get him to do anything. They said, aren't I just happy they found him? That's their exact words. And don't I just want to believe that nothing bad happened to him? I was like, I want to
No,
know
we
the
want
truth.
justice for him. What are you kidding me? We
And
want justice for him. That's what we want.
I want to know how many people are found without their teeth because I've done a lot of studies and I'm telling you that people were found that one lady, her son was found 3 years later and he
Mhm.
had all of his teeth. There, why is Timmy's teeth out? I know that Timmy went to the dentist regularly. He had beautiful teeth. You could see that in his smile. All of
Yes.
his teeth was his original teeth. They weren't
Yes.
like, you know, implants or anything like that. That was his teeth. And
Yes.
for them teeth to be gone is suspicious to me. And why would you put a tooth back in a person's mouth and not document it?
Yeah. He does have nice white teeth, you guys. I actually seen the picture of it.
Yeah, and then them teeth are all clean.
Mhm.
They look like they've been bleached and a new tooth put back in there. But if you look at the picture that was taken when he was found, that tooth is gone. There's dirt. There's like leaves, everything in his mouth, and now all of a sudden it's clean and the tooth is back.
Right. That doesn't make any sense. That doesn't make
That's
any sense.
that's a crime to me.
You could tell his teeth are nice and clean and healthy. You know that? You could tell. Even with that little with the dirt that's on there, you could still tell that he had clean, nice teeth. Like there was nothing wrong with his teeth. They were clean and healthy. They didn't have a but see, because I went to college, some college. I didn't go throughout the whole thing. I should have went through the whole thing, but I went to sheriff's side assistant, assistant for the dentist. And I went to I did x-rays, and they taught us about, you know, gingivitis, cavities. He didn't have, you guys, he didn't have that. He had healthy teeth. A dentist would probably be mad at him because he's not going to make no money off of him. He had those kind of teeth.
Well, Timmy had braces for about 6 years as a kid.
Yeah, well,
So
that's different. That's different because a lot of people do have like the crooked teeth and all, but you could tell that they were straightened out on that picture that you sent me.
right. Well, Timmy's teeth weren't crooked at all.
Yeah,
And because he did wear braces and he went to the dentist regularly, there's
yeah,
no reason his teeth should have been out of his mouth. I didn't
no,
know that at the time, but the more studies I've done on it now, there's no explanation why his teeth are gone.
yeah. The only thing I could think of, but then that would have been like they wouldn't have been able to find it. Is they're saying that a 22 was used possibly, you guys. This is
They're
another
not saying, I'm just saying that people
right.
told me that.
Or the person that she talked to about the, you know, that there is
A
with the
hole in
they
the
think
roof
that
of his
there's a
mouth.
hole with a hole in his skull. There it could be a 22, and a 22 is a small gun. You guys, it's not a big one. It's not a 38. It's not like that big. It's a little small gun, right? And a lot of women carry those. Like a
Yeah.
lot of women carry those.
Yeah.
So if they did like put, you know, I'm sorry if I'm being explicit, but if they did put the gun to his mouth, and did he, you know, maybe he moved and it popped his tooth at the same time? I don't know. Could it be that's what happened while they were trying to, he was fighting from, you know, keep them from putting the gun in his mouth? I'm just
Well,
saying.
the story I got from numerous people was
Hey,
that
Brooklyn.
Caleb and him got into it, and Caleb hit Timmy with a baseball bat. Timmy was, gosh, it's so hard to talk about.
I know, baby. I'm sorry.
Timmy was flopping on the ground, and so they took a gun and they shot him.
Mm, mm, mm. It's ridiculous. That's
And
ridiculous.
then for them to just tell me to go away with no answers, I don't know how to do that. I just don't. I mean, how do you sit around your house and know that something bad happened to your son and nobody will do anything?
Right. That
And
doesn't make any sense at
I've
all.
talked to lawyers, they want $35,000. And then he said, you can either do that. He says, or you can just scream to the mountaintops. It's like, well, I don't have $35,000. He
Yeah.
goes, well, then just scream to the mountaintops. He says, but I'm going to tell you something. If you do that, it could get you killed if you don't shut up.
Mm,
And not just the lawyer told me that, but a PI told me the same thing. And I'm like, well, I don't have anything to lose. I've lost my kids. I mean, when they took Timmy, they took my grandkids. They took everything.
yeah.
Timmy wanted kids.
Yeah. Oh man, oh man.
It's like, I just want somebody to open the case and do a proper investigation when you got these people lying and nobody's story's the same. And every time they're talked to, it's another story. So you got so many stories. Which one's the truth?
Right.
And
That's
when you
all
got
we
that many stories, something's wrong.
yeah, that's all
I
she
mean,
wants. She wants justice. She wants the case reopened so she can have justice. And she needs it because this is ridiculous that the way they treated her, the way they talked to her, they disrespected her every which way. They don't want her asking questions and um didn't I mean like I just don't understand why people do that. Like they should have been there for you. I don't understand why they thought that it was right to do what they did. And like I said, I really feel like he was put in position to fight for his life, and he was trying to get away from the person, and he called 911, and that's when they did what they did to him.
And the thing is, in our family, you didn't get the police involved in anything.
Yeah.
So if for Timmy to call 911 and say his friend was threatening him, he had to been in fear. And that just bothers me to think my son was fearing for his life, because he wouldn't have not called the police if he wasn't scared. Timmy wouldn't have done that.
I think it had something to do with money as well. I really think there's money situation. There's a money thing going on, especially because, like I said, Caleb is doing Uggs, and I think that he wanted money from him, and he wouldn't give it to him, you know,
Well, no,
voluntarily.
they're saying that Timmy had 100 to 150 Xanax on him. That's what they're saying.
Mm,
And then it's like, oh, because they're saying that, then you're believing everything they say, but nothing that my son said. My son calling and saying his friend was threatening him and now he's dead. That's not a concern of yours. But what Caleb and his friend says, that's the gospel. That, I don't understand that. What they say is the truth, but what my son says, that he was threatened, his friend was threatening him, doesn't mean anything to you. And then you see that text message where he's talking about beating Timmy,
mm-hmm.
that he's going to beat him. And then in the police reports, Caleb's calling Timmy a fool. I would have never dreamed that Caleb would talk about Timmy like that. And
Mm,
Timmy was the only one there that had a job.
wow.
But my biggest thing is, how can the tooth? I'm sorry, I know I bring it up a lot, but that tooth thing is so baffling to me. And then when I keep reading over the coroner's report, they sent me pictures of the tooth being back in his mouth. Don't say anything about the tooth being out of his mouth. There's no picture of the tooth on the side. I got pictures of each bone, but I don't have the picture of the tooth. You just put it back in his mouth and thought, I guess, I wasn't going to get the pictures. And I think that lady blessed me with those pictures, even though I didn't want to see them. I needed them to be able to prove that his tooth was out. I would have never known his tooth was out if it wasn't for that lady sending me them pictures. And
Mm,
I think the reason why she did was because I called her up and I was crying. By the time I got done talking to her, she was crying too, and she sent me those pictures.
yeah.
Didn't think anything of it till what my boyfriend used to be a nurse. He looked through all the pictures and they said that the animals scattered his bones around, but there's no animal prints except for on one rib. You can see where a squirrel had chewed on his rib, but there's no other animal markings on his bones at all.
That's crazy.
And my boyfriend went to nursing school. So he looked at all those photos,
Yeah. Wow.
and they had him all picked up within an hour and 20 minutes. Well, I know another girl that got murdered in it's a little smaller town, but that sheriff does his job, and he followed through with it.
Mm,
And it took them 5.5 hours to pick up her remains, but they only took like a hour and 30 minutes or so, 30-40 minutes to pick up Timmy's remains. And then they gave me a map of all the places they found his bones. It looks like his bones were like scattered out a mile apart. But when you look at the photos, his bones are all his his legs are hanging out of the top of his pants.
what?
Yes, his legs bones are hanging out of the waist of his pants. Then I got a recording of talking to the coroner, and the
Mm-hmm.
coroner's telling me, he tells me, I called him up. I said, he goes, I took your son's body to St. Louis personally myself. I said, okay. I said, can you tell me if he had clothes on? He could not tell me. And I
Wow.
go, I felt like saying, well, how many bodies do you find there that you can't tell me? You're telling me personally that you drove my son up to St. Louis, but you can't tell me if he had clothes on. He goes, well, I'll call you back in a day or two and I'll look through the paperwork and find out. He never called me back.
Right. So, how many bodies did they find on the judge's property?
I don't know, but there's been a lot of murders in that small community. And my sister
Wow.
lives in a town the same size, and there's been 4 murders in 15 years, and they've solved them all. I
Yes.
don't understand.
So what
We've
is the
got
population over there to let the audience know?
4,400.
4,400, y'all. I looked it up actually, and guess what? It's less than that now.
Imagine that. People moving out. I've had
It's
so
like
many people.
2,000. I think it was like 2,400 and something when I looked at it.
Well, I met a lot of good people there when I lived at that courthouse.
Mm-hmm.
And I can't tell you the people that would pull up there saying that there's a drug house next to their house.
Mm-hmm.
They can't let their kids play in the yard.
Right.
And I said, well, call the police. They said they have called the police and the police won't do nothing for them.
Wow.
And so I even got on the commissioners meeting. Got on the agenda, went in there and talked to them, sat down and talked to them. My boyfriend was with me. And I said, hey, you got a big drug problem here. I said, because
Mm-hmm.
I'm sitting at the courthouse. I said, and people pull up all the time and tell me they can't even let their kids or grandkids play in the yard because there's a drug house next door. I
Right.
go, I don't understand it. I said, I can get you the addresses if you want. And this was their exact words to me. We already know the addresses. I go, huh?
Wow.
I go, you already know the addresses and you know the drug houses, but you're not doing anything about it. They threw it on the catch and release program. I go, what do you mean the catch and release program? They said, well, you arrest him and then you have to do the paperwork and release him. I go, so that's what you do then.
Yeah. Deep Truth said the police probably on the UGG dealer's payroll.
Yeah. And I'm thinking that maybe the druggers have so much on the police that's not why they're being
Mm-hmm.
arrested either, because they know too much.
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't believe the people call me and tell me information, but they say, please don't put my name in there because we live here and we're afraid here.
Wow.
And in that commissioners meeting, I said to him, I said, well, I was born and raised in the city of St. Louis, South St. Louis.
Yeah.
I said, and when there was a drug house, I said, they pulled over people that left that drug house. I said, and eventually they busted the house. I go,
Yeah.
I don't understand why you guys don't do that here. And
Yeah.
they didn't, they wouldn't say anything except it's the catch and release program, ma'am. And I go,
Wow.
okay. So in other words, you don't want to do the paperwork.
No,
Because if they're
that
just
is
going to
not.
get, I said, if you're just going to release them, then you don't want to do the paperwork. And then that way, don't arrest them, just let them go. You don't have to do the paperwork. I said, if you do the paperwork, maybe they are going to be released, but eventually there'll be a paper trail on these people and they won't be getting, released all the time.
Right, right. And repeating the same thing over and over unless they're okay with it. And like he said, they might be on their payroll,
Yeah.
making, getting money. Because they have allegedly they have crooked cops out there. I'm saying allegedly, but it is what it is. But allegedly, like I said, they do have crooked cops out there who actually get money from the UGG dealers, and they go to people's businesses and get money from them and tell them, hey, I want this certain amount of money every month or this a certain amount of money every week or whatever. So they do crooked stuff. Like they got crooked cops out there.
Well,
Definitely got crooked
there's a
cops out
guy that owns like a pawn shop, like a retail little shop right there on the corner
there. Mm-hmm.
next to the courthouse and the police station, the city police stations across the street.
Mm-hmm.
His place has been broken into 6 times.
That's crazy.
And he's right there. I mean, you can see the police station from his shop, and he's gotten broken into 6 times. That's
Yeah.
an issue.
D-Truth said the police may be head of the houses. Is
Hmm.
that the same thing that I just said? Is that what that means, D-Truth?
Yep.
Because I never heard of it being said that way, but I know that they threaten people and their family, and they to get money from them.
And I've been told that I've had a lot of people message me on Messenger tell me information, but they said, please don't put their name out there because they're afraid because they live there.
Well, you could say the information if you'd like to, but without names. That would be, if
That
that.
the cops are corrupt and that they sell drugs out of their airport. I mean, just all kinds of craziness. And they do sex
Wow.
trafficking. I've heard all kinds of stuff
Wow.
out of that airport.
Wow.
Because when Timmy was first missing, I would have people call me and ask me what color hair he had and what color eyes he had. And as soon as I would say that, they would take this like, deep breath. And I'm like, what are you doing that for? And they said, because sex trafficking goes on there too.
Mm. Wow. That's a lot of information because has been going. It's been going. Those business. I hate to say it's a business, but that business is definitely thriving. There's a lot of it going on everywhere, and if the airport is involved, they probably they use it for transferring people to out of the country to go do these things to them. I'm just saying. Hey, together, how are you? Yeah, so that's a possibility as well that they
Well,
use the
all
airport
I
for
know
that.
is that for a fact something's going on there.
Yeah,
Like I said, my girlfriend, it's not even been, it's probably been a month that
yeah,
they said she hung herself, and the highway patrol went there, and they're saying that she could have put her feet up if
no,
she wanted to, and I was like, because the rope had stretched. And it's crazy because I saw her it wasn't even a 24-hour period. We sat down, we were talking about how they can vote, she could vote there, her and her sister, and we needed to find the sheriff that we think would be a good person to be elected there. And we were
yeah,
making plans about all the stuff we were going to do because Timmy's 2 year being missing came up on February 28th. So we had a thing at the courthouse there. Then
hmm,
yesterday, we went to the Capitol with our signs and spoke at the Capitol and stuff. And she was all excited about doing all that with us. She went from that place. She bought some land there. She was
hmm,
gonna she was gonna put a coffee shop there, and she bought a brand new camper. And I talked to my counselor, and he goes, "No," he goes, "people don't normally do that." He goes, "They usually give their stuff away if they're,
yeah.
you know."
So Together said it's a $1 trillion business, and yes, they do use airports to send victims out. And then she also said, where was it at? Where did it go? Oh, has anybody reported them to the feds?
Yes, and when I talked to the FBI, that's another story. I talked to the FBI. They told me they were doing a search on Timmy's phone.
Mm-hmm.
They had all these things they were gonna do to Timmy's phone.
Mm-hmm.
That was 4 days before he was found. I talked to him.
Mm-hmm.
Well, then 4 days after he was found, I called him and they said, "Well, Jeff Johnson called us up and pulled the warrant." And I go, "Why? His phone wasn't found." He goes, "Because they're just doing it we found his body." I said, "But the phone's still gone. I don't understand." And he goes, "Well,
Mm-hmm.
ma'am, I don't know what to tell you." He said, "Jeff Johnson called us and told us to cancel that warrant." Well, then Jeff Johnson, when I talked to his boss, which is in them recordings on the lawless files, them recordings from them, the police talking to me are on the lawless files.
Mm-hmm.
And he says to me, sorry,
It's okay.
Jeff Johnson, which was the detective that was on Timmy's case, Troop E, out of Popper Bluff, they're the highway patrol, that's
Yeah.
on all these cases. They're
Mm-hmm.
not just in Timmy's, they're on all the cases.
Mm-hmm.
They they told me they was calling me a liar in the recordings, and I said, "Sir," I said, "I'm not lying. I talked to the FBI." And he goes, "Well, the FBI wasn't involved." And I said, "Sir, they were involved because I talked to them." And
Mm-hmm.
he goes, "Well, you're misinforming me, or you got misinformed." I said, "No, sir, I didn't." And I said, "Are you calling me a liar?" And he goes,
Mm-hmm.
"No, I'm not calling a liar. I'm just telling you that you may be misinformed." I said, "I assure you, sir, I'm not misinformed. I talked to the FBI, and not just me, has talked to John West saying that the FBI was involved. He even talked to the PI, and he goes, that PI was doing nothing but stealing Timmy's daddy's money." And I go,
Mm,
sir, I go, it's not that or PI. It was a different PI. I have recordings of the guy even saying he talked to the Jeff or John West about the FBI being involved.
mm-hmm.
But the FBI cannot be involved unless the police ask them to assist them.
Mm. So Together also said, what kind of phone does he have, or did he have, should we
He had a
say?
brand new I-13.
He had
Just
an
got it.
i13. So he had an iPhone 13, you guys. And then D Truth says, believe me, the feds excuse me, the feds radar. The feds are watching them.
I hope so.
They're on the feds radar. Sorry about that. Yeah.
Praise God. Because something needs to change there. Because there is, like I said, when I lived at that courthouse, so there people brought me food, water, coolers, Gatorades,
Hmm.
umbrellas, fans. There is a lot of good people in that town, and it's a beautiful little town. But
Yeah.
the people that are good people go to bed at a reasonable hour, and they close the doors at night, and they don't see what goes on in that town at night.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. iPhones are definitely traceable. If you have Find My Phone on, but if it doesn't have, like, if the person that might have did what they did turned it off, like, I don't know if he had like did he have a password on his phone?
I'm sure he did, but that wouldn't surprise me. Timmy knew Caleb since he was in second grade.
Okay, so they've
So
known
for
each other since
Timmy,
they were little. Go ahead.
yeah, I mean, they were in second grade together. So if Timmy would have said, or Caleb would have asked Timmy, hey, can I use your phone? It wouldn't have surprised me. Timmy say, hey, this is my code. Here, you use my phone. So,
Mm,
I know my best friend has my code to get my phone.
yeah, and
And
that's
they
good,
asked
just
me,
in case something happens. Definitely.
right. So my friend said, hey, can I use your phone? Yeah, here's my code. That's what you do with your friends.
Right.
So it wouldn't surprise me. But they don't seem to care about where that phone is or who's. I don't. How did a check-in get in on the phone? First of all, I mean, how does that happen?
Yeah, I don't know. That's weird.
A month after he's gone, it was almost exactly a month. It was March 27th, and he came up missing February 27th, 8th. So
Right.
almost exactly a month. And
Yes.
then somebody else gave us some information because we had an award out there from Timmy's aunts
Hmm.
and a GoFundMe, and we put that together for a reward for him. And when that happened, and we got the reward out there, some woman came to the courthouse and was handing out flyers with me, and then she said, can I talk to you to the side? And said she had heard all this crazy information about how Timmy's head was cut off and just all this craziness
Mm.
and where they thought his body was. So the PI, Timmy's dad, my boyfriend, and them two people, and this other guy, he went by the name of Tom, said if
Hmm.
we gave him $1,000, that he would give us information about where Timmy was. So we
Right.
gave him the $1,000. Well, then
Hey,
when we went to,
Armando. Hmm.
when
Yes.
we when we gave the guy the $1,000, then we went and took all the information to the highway patrol. The highway patrol went in there like, oh, bats out of hell is all I can say it. With no warrants, no nothing. People were coming out of the house, walking down to the store and everything. Why the cops were there, I couldn't believe it. I mean, it was
Hmm.
just craziness. So then they said they were going to go after the guy that extorted money off of us, the $1,000. I have his name, his real name. I have a picture of him and everything. I tried to give that to the highway patrol, and they said, well, that ain't part of the case anymore. Well, that's not what you said in the beginning. You said you were going to get the $1,000 back because the guy lied to us.
Right.
They ain't done nothing about that either. And then
Wow.
when I tried to give them the information I have, they tell me all my stuff is lies. I said, well, how do you know everything that I have is lies if you won't even look at it?
Oh, Jesus. Can you play one of the recordings of you talking to police, trying to get information, and they're being rude to you?
I can try. If not, if you go to the lawless files or on my Facebook
Okay, hold
page,
on.
it's on there.
All right, hold on.
The very first thing that's on my Facebook page, the recording's on.
Okay. All right. Let me go ahead and do that. Give me 1 second, you guys.
Thank you guys, everybody, for being here and helping.
You said it's the very first thing?
Where them signs are. If you play
Uh-huh.
that recording, it has the recordings of the police talking to me.
Okay. Is it the one that says help me in justice?
It's the very first thing I got pinged on my Facebook page
Okay.
with the pictures of Timmy
All
on
right.
the boards.
Okay. Okay, there it is. Okay, hold on, guys. Let me go ahead and share this. All right, we're about to. Okay.
Yep, there it is.
Oh, hold on. It's I shared the wrong thing.
I just think it'd be easier to listen to than trying to play it off this recorder on here.
Right.
Already out there.
I'm not going to get a copyright from this guy, right?
No.
Okay.
No, Bob is great.
Okay,
The
cool.
Lawless File's been good to me since Timmy was missing. He's worked with me.
Okay. So you guys go ahead and listen to this. This is Lawless Files, and this is about her
Hi
case.
there,
We have
everyone. I'm Bob
recordings.
Miller with the
Listen
Lawless
closely.
Files, here for a little update on the Timmy Dees case. I spent quite a bit of time here in the last few months going over the case file of Timmy Dees' death investigation. After months and months, Barb finally got the documents she had requested, or at least most of them. There are a few documents that we know weren't included. We've got questions about those. But the amount of material here is enormous. In addition to the written reports, there are hours upon hours of recordings, and I'm still evaluating that and going through it all. As you know, if you've followed this story on the Lawless Files, Timmy Dees was last seen on February 28, 2022. Barbara Hall reported her son's disappearance just a couple of days later where she lived in Jefferson County. The officer who took the case, Officer Monroe, did what he could with the information he had in a relatively short amount of time. He only worked on the case a couple of weeks. But Barb Hall and Monroe figured out that Timmy was last seen in Fredericktown, Missouri, where he called 911 and reported that a friend was threatening him. Despite multiple efforts, Barb could not get the local sheriff's department to lift a finger on his case. In fact, here's a video clip of Barb talking to a deputy about the case, begging for him to give her son's disappearance some attention.
Well, what they got to do is they got to ping that phone, okay?
Right.
They've got to ping that phone.
And that's been unbelievable because when I tried to get that done, they tell me, well, we can't prove a crime's been committed. How do you not prove a crime's committed if he called 911? That's crazy.
And it's up to Jefferson County to ping that phone.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
All right. No
I
problem.
don't mean to be.
Okay.
I'm
That's
just
it's okay. I
emotional.
understand.
He's all I got.
I lost my sister a long time ago. I'm not saying that that's the case here because hopefully he's alive and he's doing fine and we don't know where he's at. Let's hope that everything comes out great and everything's good and we find him. But like I said, in the meantime, you're going to have to get in contact with Jefferson County and pressure those guys to get their job done and get this phone pinged so we know where the last location was at. If he left from here and went somewhere else later that morning, we don't know that.
Another story I got from Caleb the first night too is that he and the detective in Jefferson County confirmed this. And I don't know if Caleb was trying to call Timmy's phone just to find his phone because they did something to Timmy, but he called him 20 times on his phone, and the 20th time, Timmy. This is what Caleb's saying now. Timmy answered the phone, said, "I'm being chased. Somebody's chasing me." And Caleb said there was a 4-minute phone call. That's verified that whoever it answered the
We
phone.
won't
for
know
4
that till
minutes.
they ping the phone.
Right.
So
There was a 4-minute phone call from Caleb's phone to Timmy's phone. And Caleb said Timmy was saying, they're chasing me. And Caleb said, no, they're not chasing you, come back. But Caleb said that Timmy was running and he was saying somebody was chasing him.
okay.
And we do know that
So the sheriff's department never really got involved, except to help with a couple of public searches. I mean, they pretty much washed their hands of Timmy's disappearance. Instead, it was Officer Monroe, Jefferson County's officer, who asked the Missouri Highway Patrol to get involved. And they did. And I'm not going to go into all of the ins and outs of the investigation in this video. This is ground I plan to explore in future podcast episodes. But Timmy's body was found on July 21st of 2022, and that's basically where the investigation ended. And despite telling Barb otherwise, the Missouri Highway Patrol essentially ended its investigation when Timmy's skeletal remains were found. Whether they believe he overdosed or passed out and died of hypothermia, they couldn't really say. And one of the reasons they couldn't say is because there's no evidence that proves that. Timmy's remains had no hair or soft tissue remaining to do any kind of toxicology. There was not enough of Timmy left to say whether he had consumed a lethal amount of drugs. Now, there are videos made that night that indicate Timmy maybe had been using drugs, but that does not prove any theory the police have developed. In fact, those he was with that night were also using drugs, and they're still alive. So the cause of Timmy's death is undetermined, yet his case is closed. As many of you know, Barb had a second autopsy done. Likewise, the result of that autopsy lists the cause of death as undetermined. In the time between February 28th and July 21st, Timmy's body completely decomposed. Based on the research I've done, it would be unusual, but possible, for hair to have completely decomposed in such a short amount of time. Many factors go into hair decomposition, but it's also possible that Timmy's decomposition was accelerated. The records I've examined, and what Barb knows by heart, are perplexing in what they don't reveal as well as what they do. How detectives determine that this case should be closed is beyond my understanding. The records don't necessarily prove foul play, but they suggest it every bit as much as they suggest he died of a drug-related death as proposed by the officers. The only evidence I can find that Timmy died of his own accord are statements made by those in his presence before he disappeared. And then there's a statement made by the forensic examiner that there were no obvious signs of trauma to Timmy's bones. It should be noted that bones don't show flesh wounds, do they? Bones wouldn't reveal whether a person was choked or maybe stabbed. There are many ways to die in which a skull isn't cracked. So I want to go over why there's a problem with the statements used to draw conclusions that Timmy died on his own. First, you have to remember that Timmy called 911 that night, saying his friend was threatening him. I mean, that alone should raise plenty of alarms.
Right.
Timmy had a history of calling friends and family when he needed help.
There's the house.
To involve police.
Mm-hmm.
I think we can reasonably assume that Timmy felt he was in danger. Those with him that night describe him as being paranoid and under the influence of drugs.
Do you have a picture of the
only friend who was with Timmy in Fredericktown was Caleb
of the storage unit?
Yes, I do.
Childhood friends from Marble
Can you
Hill.
send that to me?
Sure.
Caleb and Andy now lived in Fredericktown in a section of a barn that he had built into living quarters. It has to be understood that Timmy was struggling with substance abuse, which was primarily triggered by the death of his brother. And at some point, Timmy reached out to Caleb, who drove to St. Louis to pick up Timmy.
That's sad.
So Caleb is the first person that we know was with Timmy the night he disappeared. The second person we know who was with Timmy is Trevor Holland. When a deputy responded to the 911 call that night, he arrested Holland. Holland was allegedly working on changing a tire and was seen outside. The officer saw him, perhaps acting a bit erratically, and within 5 minutes or so, Holland was arrested on an Iron County warrant that had something to do with bad car registration. It's worth noting the deputy never attempted to find Timmy, and he took Holland to jail. So Trevor Holland is the second person we know to have been with Timmy before he disappeared. The
Yeah,
third person we know to have been with Timmy the night he disappeared is a man by the name
definitely
of Mike
together.
Busking. That's spelled Busking. And Busking has a long criminal record.
Mm.
There were perhaps others beyond these three, but for now we're just focused on these guys: Nanny, Holland, and Busking. The Highway Patrol officers who investigated this case determined that Timmy died of his own accord based largely on the statements of these three individuals. And here's the problem with that. All three told different stories of what happened the night Timmy Dees disappeared. First, let's start with Caleb. I mean, his story changed a couple of different times. You might have heard Barb saying that on previous podcast episodes.
Mm-hmm.
But what you have to realize is Barbara is not alone in this. Others questioned in this investigation also claimed that Caleb told different stories.
Hey, we're here to just talk to you about old Timothy. I mean, I think somebody's ever talked to you about it, right? Might Jeff go come down? Well, since you are in custody, you're not a suspect in anything, but you are in custody. We're going to redo your rights.
Yeah, together. I agree. It was more than one.
And there's a lot of this stuff. I mean, there's a lot of information that we don't know. So if there's something that we need to be clarified on, let us know, okay? This is kind of like Burger King. Have it your way, right? Just, you tell us, okay?
So can you tell us what? So they reported his parents reported Timothy missing. I think on March 2nd. All right, and I know he was with you on February 27th. You guys were getting gas in Fredericktown.
He's with me that whole week.
The whole weekend. Okay. When did that weekend end? I don't know.
I'm not sure, but the last time I seen him was 2/28. It was literally.
February 28th.
28th. Where are you guys at the 28th?
We were at my shed.
Your shed?
Yeah,
Is that when the cops arrived?
I don't know about that. Like, okay,
Yeah, explain. Backtrack to when you guys got to the shed.
okay. We got to the shed. He said that he had to use the bathroom. So it was probably around like 2 o'clock in the morning. Which he's done this before. Like he said, he had to use the bathroom and then just like bounced out.
Sure.
Well, anyway, he said he had to use the bathroom. About like 45 minutes go by, he still hasn't came inside. So I'm like, man, where's this fool at? Well, I call his phone. It's probably like a little after 3. Still no answer. So I keep calling his phone. He answers his phone for, it was around like a little bit after 4:30. He's like, somebody's chasing me. I was like, man, you're tripping. No one's chasing you. Come back to my shed. No one. You can tell like he's like panting and he's running because like he's like somebody's chasing me, and then all of a sudden it's like in his pants pocket. You can just hear the phone muffle into his pants.
Right.
So I'm like, oh man, I'm gonna have to try. So I get in my car. I look for him. I'm picked up. They come and pick me up on it. What they say is we didn't pay for gas, but really it was just an issue that was already a warrant that was already issued. They just went.
Thank you, Bria.
Yeah.
Fredericktown police are fucking assholes.
Thank you.
Anyway, I was picked up around 8:30.
That morning.
After that, I don't know.
Why'd they come?
They said that we didn't pay for gas. That was the reasoning for coming onto my property.
Okay. Anybody ever, you or Tim ever call the police?
I never did know.
Okay.
I know that my cousin, apparently they came there, which I was inside. I didn't even notice. It was when we walked outside, it was like it was ghost. His shit was still on top of his car with his car door open, and nobody was inside. And I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I closed his door, put his stuff inside his car. It was all over his hood and his top of his car. So I closed it, and that's when we continued to look for him. I literally drove all the way down Village Creek Road. I drove all the way to the airport on 00, and then I drove all the way to that gas station. And that's when I was like, look, man, I can't find him. I don't know where this fool is at. I drove back to my house, and that's when I talked to my grandma, and I was inside of my grandma's house.
Who was all at your shed that night or that morning?
It was me, my cousin Trevor, and my mom's ex-boyfriend, Michael. But Michael was asleep the whole time.
Did he ever see? Was he ever awake to see Caleb there? Or
Timmy.
yeah, Timmy. I'm sorry, you're Caleb. I was reading the name over here.
No, not really, because he was passed out up there, and then like he passed out on my chair, and like he was out. Like as soon as he got there, he fell right asleep.
What time did you and Caleb get to your house partnership? You and Timmy. I'll get it right in a second.
Well, there was a couple times that we left, just because we were just bullshit, chilling. So like, I want to say we got back to my house around like midnight, and then we were getting shit ready because we were going to go back up to St. Louis because he had to go see his PO.
Yeah.
And then he was going to try getting me a job with him at Channel 6, and he was going to help me with my unemployment. But as soon as it got close for us to leave, that's when he was like, "Oh, I'm going to bounce out."
What time were you guys fixing to leave?
We were going to head that way around 4 o'clock.
Okay.
Because he had to see his PO around 9.
So you said around 2 a.m. He flaked out. He was gone. So was it 2 or 4 that he took off?
He was gone for those whole 2 hours.
So,
The last time I seen
so at 2, he said he was going to take a piss.
Yeah.
And then that's the last time I seen him.
Yeah.
Okay. So Trevor, what's Trevor's last name? Holland. Is he from Fredericktown?
He only came in because he was going to work and he had a flat tire, and I was stuck. Like that was the initial reason why he came in, because I had the same tire that he needed.
What time did he show up there?
A little bit before he walked, so it had to be a little bit after 2, because he got it, and then it's like I think that like scared Timmy or something. Like it's, I don't know. Timmy's attitude and whole demeanor changed when Trevor got there, and then he just like started like packing all this shit into this bag.
What type of drugs was he on? We're not the drug cops. We don't give a fuck. Say that right now.
He had up to 100 Xanax bars, and then we had a little bit of speed.
Okay.
I don't take Xanax. So,
What did he take?
I'm not for sure. I can't really say what he took. I know he took a couple Xanaxes.
And with this little bit of speed. How much speed?
Not really a lot.
What's that?
Was he smoking, snorting, shooting?
Is that where they like play slot machines?
Now, what Xanax bars? You take it orally or just you snort it?
That I can't really say. I want to say he just popped them.
Yeah.
Is that about the same time
Okay.
as speed? Okay. Now, did you take the same speed that he did?
Yeah.
Okay. So out of the same group. Okay. Did you notice anything different?
Mine two together.
Like a hotline or anything? We're gonna. Okay.
Now, you said he's at a shed. Is that where you live or?
Yeah, I'm turning a shed into a tiny one.
Yep. Where's it? Where's this? What's the address?
1115 Burns Creek Road.
Okay.
115 or 1115?
See that barn there?
Yeah.
That barn is right next to the house. All they
Are
had
that
to
your
do was
grandma's
drive.
property?
Yes, sir.
So
Hold on,
I-
hold on. Let me stop
too.
it. Give me 1 second. Hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
Go ahead. Sorry. I couldn't hear
I'm
you.
sorry. I'm sorry. But that house there has that barn. The police never drove up that driveway to that barn or anything. That guy that right there that's up there now is the guy they arrested out in front of the house. They never looked for Timmy. They didn't do anything. They took the guy to jail, and then that was it.
Wow. That's the one that what was his name again?
Trevor.
Yeah, Trevor.
Caleb's calling his cousin.
Wow.
People that were there were you
That's another
Sure.
suspicious situation.
and Michael.
Yeah,
That's
Michael.
the only 4, right?
Yeah, Michael was passed out the whole time.
What's
Okay.
Michael's last name?
But
Trevor Holland, you said when he arrived, Tim's demeanor changed. He kind of got a
it's
little
like Timmy gets weird when he starts doing Xanax and things like,
sure
you know what I mean? He just starts to get like more,
paranoid.
yeah, and that's what it was.
So now,
Which I've always
now
told
we've
you,
heard
no matter
Trevor.
what-
Trevor, he slings a little bit of dope. I've heard that.
No,
Okay.
he doesn't sing dope.
Well, that's just what we've heard. Okay, talking to people.
No, he doesn't sing.
So he wouldn't be worried about Tim wouldn't owe him money or anything like that. That would
No,
make
that
his
was the first
demeanor
time he ever
change.
met. That was the first time he ever
Okay.
met. Nobody
Good.
down there knew Timmy. The whole
Okay.
reason why I brought Timmy down there was because he wanted to get away from everything.
Okay.
Like I
What's he
had
want to get away from?
just everybody was putting too much pressure on him. He had to get
Right.
He had to go to rehab.
Yeah.
He had to do this, and they had all his parents like putting pressure. He called me crying, telling me to pick him up. I was with my sister and this other girl at the time. I came to pick him up. And like, I had a flat tire. I had to air up 4 fucking times, and I showed him there with my gas light on. That's how, like, you know what I mean? That's how dedicated I was to picking him up.
Sure.
So
Yeah, to get his
What do you think happened to him? What's your, you know,
Dude,
Tim,
I
you know,
What'd you say, babe?
He said, I drove down to pick up Timmy with my gas light on to get him away from there. No, you drove down there to get Timmy for his money because he's the only one who had money to put gas in your tank. And then when he says Burger King, have it your way, that makes me sick. It's like Burger King, have it your way. Are you serious? We're talking about a life.
Wow.
That's what the detective said in the beginning. It's like Burger King, have it your way. It that ate at me for days.
That's crazy. They just have no kind of compassion at all. At all.
you know Timothy a lot better than we do.
I think he skipped town.
Jesus Christ.
I think he's in Vegas.
Oh, they're going straight down to
How would he
HD
get that?
double
How would he get
hockey
that?
stick.
No, but
Well, and another
it
thing
was
on there
fucking
he
really
just
weird
said,
because like out of nowhere,
Hold on.
another thing he just said that got me was he said, well, you know Timmy better than I do. Well, I know Timmy better than Caleb. You never came and asked me what kind of person Timmy was. Not once.
Mm-hmm.
That's us putting Timmy in the ground and his brother's right next to him.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But the other questioning, the other 2 guys, Trevor is on there and Mike Busking. Now listen to the difference in their stories.
Okay.
They're not the same.
Together said, my heart goes out to you.
Thank you.
I mean, her heart goes out to you. I'm sorry, I said it backwards.
I know what you meant.
And then, and what did you say? You said, after I said that, YouTube keeps telling me to sign in. What? I don't know what's going on. They know it's foul play. Yeah, definitely. Girl, it's crazy. I don't know if you were in here when we were talking about it. They found her son on the judge's property. And that judge and his wife, well, his wife kept going in on her, but also that judge has retired and they moved from their property since he had came up missing and was found unalived. So yeah, definitely suspicious movements going on.
if you go to my house, my grandma's house, you're gonna see this big ass barn. Well, there's a trash can that I was throwing trash cans. I was cleaning up the area. He kicked this fucking box and he found this ID and this birth certificate, social security card, everything that you need to take somebody's ID.
Yeah.
And it was just like randomly sitting underneath this box that I just got done cleaning. And I was like, what the fuck? And then the whole plan was we were gonna, this is gonna incriminate myself really bad, but we were gonna get cards and shit like that. Well, obviously that never happened because later that morning I was arrested and he fled. So I don't think he's dead. I don't think no one killed him. I think
How do you know he
See
fled?
that yellow thing? That's a tracker.
obviously he left my house and he bounced out.
But fled means evading.
Yeah, well,
That's why would you use fled?
he fled because he wanted to run away. He did that morning. He was supposed to see his PO. That's the whole point of the reason why I was taking him. I thought we were gonna go to Channel 6, and he's gonna help me with my unemployment. So I use fled because it's just I don't know. I use a joke, I guess.
Was he suicidal or anything? Do you think? I mean, 110.
Okay, I had to take Lola to the bathroom. I'm sorry. So Together said, okay, so she thinks that he was attacked. She thinks he was jumped.
I believe that too.
Yeah, I think it was more than one person involved in this. And like I said, that the unit, the storage unit that they had the dogs got a hit on, right? I think that that's where it happened. And I think he was set up to go there. Like he took him there and he was like, hey, he might have used the excuse of, oh, I got to hook up with somebody. I got to get something from somebody. I don't know. I really don't know what he would have said if he said it, got him over there, but that's when everything happened. And then he threatened him. Then he took off to call 911. That's why the hit was at the storage unit, because everything happened there. But they kept him there maybe, or they even might have taken him somewhere else after that. But the dogs got a hit, and it ended up being a police's unit. So maybe that police is covering for this guy because he is an informant.
Yeah, and see, nobody knows this, but my nephew picked up Caleb's sister, and Caleb admits in there that he came up here with his sister, another girl, and a guy named Zachary Doyle. Pick up Timmy, okay, and bring him up to St. Louis. The crazy thing about what Caleb's saying there is that Timmy was crying, first of all, and he was about out of gas, had to keep putting air in the tire and everything to come get Timmy, because that was what a good friend he was.
Oh yeah, right.
You know what I mean? And then it's like, and wait till you hear the rest of it, because it doesn't make sense. Then they talk to the other two guys on here too. They talked to Trevor and they talked to Mike Busking. None of their stories are the same. You'll hear it.
Wow, this is crazy.
Next in your pocket.
I don't think he's talked about it. I don't think he can do it. I don't think, you know what I mean?
Well, if you're not in the right state of mind, you may. Like I said, we're trying to, every possibility out there, okay? I mean, obviously we want to find them. We'd rather find them alive than dead, but
So I don't think he would. No.
do you know any of the names on that birth certificate or social security card?
Yeah, so this was on me.
He was just going to try getting a card or something there.
Kind of
Okay.
like his buddy knew.
Yes, they did together. They all had something to do with it.
I didn't know that. I was friends with him. I was just an old childhood friend. I've known him since the second grade.
Well, have you talked to Trevor since you've been locked up?
I haven't talked to him. All I've talked to is Timmy's dad, Timmy's mom, but his mom was trying to tell me that every time I talk, I change the story. So I'm not gonna.
Most small town shit.
Yeah.
You said that you think he's in another city. What's the possibility of him still being near your property?
Very high.
Very high?
No, it's like he didn't know anybody. Everybody he met.
You know what I mean? Not meeting somebody, but running away. You're hot. I've seen it numerous times. You take a shot of meth, you mix it with other bullshit, you get paranoid, you fucking around, you take your clothes off.
Here's what the report from the investigation says. Nanny states he was at his house and Dees, Holland, and Busking were there. He states Dees' demeanor changed when Holland arrived. He describes Dees as being more paranoid as he began packing belongings into a bag. Nanny states around 2 a.m., Dees told them he had to use the bathroom and went outside. After 45 minutes passed and Dees had not come back inside, he began making calls. Nanny claims Timmy started saying, "Somebody's chasing me." Nanny said he told...
Hold the heck on.
Yeah.
It took him 45 minutes to find out that boy was not, he didn't come back after he went to use the, go pee. And why is he going outside to pee?
Because Caleb lived in a shed.
So he didn't have a bathroom?
No.
So he had an outhouse?
He didn't even have an outhouse.
So he went to pee and he was gone for 45 minutes and then decided, oh, he hasn't came back in a long time. Let me go see something. Like, what the heck?
Well, and the crazy thing about it, that's the first story he said.
Yeah.
Now that's not the story. To me, I asked Caleb from the jail, which is crazy about this too, is because when I did the sunshine law to the jail that Caleb was in, which was in Iron County, when I asked for the recordings of Caleb and I talking so that I could prove he changed his story 10 times, they never gave me any of that information. Yeah. They just gave me all the recordings of him talking to everybody else, but not the ones that he talked to me.
So Together said, she said there's definitely a cover up, and I agree. And also she said, your son will get his justice. Be patient and watch Yahweh.
I'm patient, and I know God already told me I would, but I'm not going
Mhm.
to shut up till I do. And then
It's-
I'm going to help other people because there's something that's not right with this.
yeah, definitely not. All right, so let's go ahead and go with this lies after lies situation.
Timmy, he was tripping on drugs and no one was chasing him.
Allegedly.
And then he goes on to state that the phone call ended, so he got back in his car to go look for Dees. Nanny states he drove all the way to the airport on 00 and to the gas station.
Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. So he waits 45 minutes, gets in his car, and goes to the airport for what?
To look for Timmy.
Because Timmy told him what? That he was going to go to the airport and take off somewhere?
I'm just as confused as you are on that.
The heck? And then he went to the gas station?
Yeah.
What?
What? To use Timmy's debit card and he couldn't figure out the code?
Right. OMG. And this happened at what time?
This was after the 440 phone call that Timmy made, which Caleb's telling everybody. See, all this time, all these months that went by, they were leading me to believe that Timmy said he was being chased. But then when you look, when I finally got the document on June 17th, it says his friend's threatening him. He didn't say nowhere in that recording that he was being chased. It says his friend was threatening him. So Kayla was letting everybody believe, and the police, I don't even know why they didn't read the report and say it doesn't say Timmy's being chased. It says his friend's threatening him, and you're his friend. You're his only friend. So even the police were going along with Timmy saying that he was being chased because Caleb told him that.
Wow. See. Ooh. So the only thing that he told the cops when he called was when he called 911, he said his friend was threatening him and he was calling, that's why he was calling 911 for help, right?
Yes.
But he's coming up with he was being chased and that's why he called 911.
Yeah.
Oh, he's a liar. I mean, that doesn't even fit. Think about it. You
Oh,
call
wait.
911. My friend is threatening me. And then all of a sudden it comes behind, and then somebody's threatening. I mean, he's running behind him or somebody's chasing him. That doesn't make any sense. The only person that was chasing him was you, allegedly, is what's up.
And a
That's
few
what's going on.
others. Allegedly, a few others, I was told.
Yeah. Yeah. I think it was more than one person chasing him for sure. She said, people don't remember their lies. And that is true as well. Yes.
Right.
And yes, you did, D-Truth. You did say it at the beginning. And wow, I was about to say that he tried to use her son's debit card, but he couldn't. Yeah, that's exactly. They wanted her son's money. That's what I said too. I think it had something to do with money, but it wasn't for what you think it is. It's not for the gas station or to go get gas in his car. I think he needed it to go get some Uggs. That's where I'm thinking he's at.
Right. And then the crazy thing about it is too that he's saying his story's changed so dang much that I don't understand why the police didn't look at the report. And even the police are saying Timmy's saying he was being chased. That's not what the report says. So did the cops not read the report and they're just going along with what Caleb said?
They're going by what Caleb said because he's their informant, you guys. They don't want to lose their informant. This population is a little. I mean, they got like a small population in that city, in that area, right? Literally, she said at the time it was like 4,000. What you said?
4,400 people.
4,400 people. Guess what? When I looked it up, what it says in 2024, 2,400 and semi people in there.
Oh, so a lot of people's moved since then.
There's a lot of people leaving, and there's a reason behind that. There's a lot of Uggs going on in that small, I'm going to call it a community. It's not even a city, y'all. It's just a community.
A small little town. It's
tiny. To be honest, oh, God forgive me. I don't want to say this word. They hit them over and over by saying that, that other word. Because your baby wouldn't give his code. Yeah, yes, it's possible. I don't
And
like the word you use in there, and I didn't
and
want
then
to say it.
Caleb saying that Timmy was going to go on the run. Well, that's funny because I think Timmy would want his paychecks that was at his union hall that was $1,500 worth of paychecks. I don't think somebody goes on the run without taking their money.
Right. If he's going to take off, definitely he's going to need money. Wow.
And his car was in my driveway
Mm.
because that day that he left, his car broke down in my driveway. And
Yeah.
I said, Timmy, don't worry about it. I said, when Monday comes, I said, we'll just have it towed and get it fixed. You have the money to fix it. It ain't like he didn't have money. Timmy had a very good job and COVID was over. So they were
Right.
just starting to go back to work. So that debit card that was used was money from his unemployment card because he was getting unemployment before he started back to work. That was his last check that was on that card for his unemployment. So
Wow.
it was his unemployment card that was used.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. They give them their own card to use, the debit card. It's not even the one you go to the bank and get. It's actually straight from the unemployment people.
Right. Wait till
Ah,
you hear more of this, though, because then it goes on to see Caleb doesn't say anything about Mike busking, riding and looking for Timmy with him. But wait till you listen to the rest of it.
yeah, they wanted his money for sure. Yeah, that's what I think too. Okay, you guys, let's
And he goes
do
on to
the
state
rest
that
of
he
the
observed
lies.
Timmy consume multiple Xanax
Wow.
bars and snort meth, and that he had just bought liquor at the gas station. Caleb says Timmy talked about suicide, but he didn't think he would do it. Caleb says he believes Timmy is alive and went out of state to Las Vegas, Nashville, or Florida. He said he talked to Timmy about doing this kind of thing. Caleb states Timmy has taken documents and talked about making fake credit cards. So Caleb is making all sorts of accusations about Timmy. Many of these things are not true. But again, I'm not going to get into all that stuff here. In a different statement to police, Caleb explained that he got gas at the C-Barn that night and that he thought Timmy was going to pay for it, but he didn't. He again states that Timmy left around 2. Caleb states Trevor had already been arrested. This time, he says he feels Timmy may have gone to the Cape Girardeau area or may have contacted a few people from the Patton, Missouri area. He states that Timmy didn't know anyone from Fredericktown except him. Caleb suggests that the investigators should look around a crypt area at the cemetery. He said if Timmy felt like someone was chasing him, he may have run toward the graveyard. In statements he made to Timmy's family, Caleb drove around in his van looking for Timmy, driving to the graveyard and the airport. The family member asked Caleb if Mike Busking was there, and Caleb says yes, but he was passed out. Caleb also told police that he thought the cops were called because Timmy was screaming. In another interview, Caleb stated that Busking never saw Dees and that he was asleep the entire time.
Wow.
Okay, so that's a key thing here. Caleb said Busking was sleeping, he was passed out. In one statement, he specifically said he never saw Timmy's face. Okay, so that's the gist of Caleb's story to police. We'll come back to that.
That's crazy.
Now let's go to the statements made by Trevor Holland. In a text exchange collected by Barb, Trevor Holland said, quote, I pulled up there with a flat tire, ran back to see if he would help me, and Timmy was there. Timmy said that he had to piss and never came back. I went to my car, then a cop pulled up. As I was walking from my car to the cop, he came running from the side of the house, jumped over the fence, and took off running down the road toward Piss Bridge. All right, so keep in mind that Timmy called 911 at 4:40 a.m. Trevor was stopped at 4:53 and arrested at 4:56. So the story Holland is telling is that he saw Timmy with Caleb shortly before 4:53 a.m. In Holland's first interview with the Highway Patrol, he stated he walked behind his aunt's house where Caleb stays and stated that he saw Caleb, Timmy, and an old guy, Michael Busking, were back there. Holland states this is the first time he met Timmy. Holland states he saw them.
Wait. Okay. So the phone pinged last at the storage unit.
Yeah, but the phone didn't ping until later in March when when the detective up here pinged Timmy's phone.
Okay,
It didn't
so
get pinged that night.
when he made the call to 911, where did it look like? Because on my phone, I don't know how it works for you. I don't know what phone company you have, but for Verizon, it will tell you what city you're calling from.
He had Verizon, and the police never got his police records. I mean, his phone records. They wouldn't do it.
Oh my gosh. Okay, here we go.
Doping, and he joined in. He later said he saw Busking talking to Timmy. Trevor Holland states Dees got up to go to the bathroom.
Wait. You said it pinged when? This was after he was already missing
Yeah, this was in March when the phone got pinged.
at the storage.
Yes.
Okay, so I'm sorry, you guys. I've been telling you guys this happened at the storage. Okay, so if it pinged after, then that means his phone was not in the water.
Right. I told him
Somebody
that.
had his phone still.
I keep telling the police that, but they keep telling me it went down the creek. They're not going to do
It
anything.
couldn't have been. Oh my God! It couldn't have been down the creek if they pinged it on at the storage unit.
They didn't. I don't think the highway patrol ever looked at the detective's report. I think they just I wouldn't even have that receipt showing that Timmy's debit card was used if it wasn't for his report. Those reports didn't come from the highway patrol. It's like they took the detective's report, threw it to the side, and didn't even look at it. I looked at it, and that's how I found this other stuff out about the debit card being used, and the other things that I found out was from the detective up here. It wasn't from the highway patrol. They didn't. It looks like to me they didn't even look at what what the detective gave them. They just threw it to the side, and they're doing their investigation. Because I wouldn't even have that. I wouldn't have that receipt if it wasn't for the detective here. That did not come from the highway patrol.
Okay, so now I have another question. Okay,
Sure.
for forensics, when they did the autopsy, they can tell you when the person has passed or in the about time that they passed, how long it's been since they passed. But because of the way his body was and everything that was, the way it was.
There was absolutely nothing left of my son. Nothing.
Right.
No
So I'm
fingernails,
looking at
no-
it as is that it did happen from the very beginning when he was missing. Because the reason why I was going to say what I was going to actually say was if they got like a different date and said, oh, let's just say he was, it was after March.
Well,
Like,
and another thing that's interesting to me is if Caleb was talking to Timmy on the phone like he says he was for that 4 minutes and Timmy was running.
no,
Well, that's
no,
what Caleb
together,
said.
no, together. I'm sorry. Together was asking something. Sorry.
No.
Go ahead.
If he was running for that 4 minutes that Caleb was talking to him, saying somebody was threatening him, he was a 25-year-old young, healthy man.
Right.
He would have got a lot farther than 184 yards.
Right.
I mean, I could run faster as that. I could get farther than that running in 4 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Let me see. Together said you might have to go to the outside source, especially if they're trying to cover up for the informant. Yes, I believe that as well. And she said, so were there wild animals in those woods?
There wasn't. I don't think there's enough woods there to be wild animals.
It's not like that kind of a place. It's
right.
the property.
It's a small little wooded area right before you get on the judge's lawn.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like it's not far from where they would be walking. That's
right.
It's crazy because the reason why I'm saying they had to put him down there after he already became bones.
Right.
The reason why I'm saying that is somebody would have seen that body prior to. They didn't find him until after he was already decomposed.
And there was 6 searches done. We had helicopters, cadaver dogs, drones. If he was there the whole time, I just think he should have been found a lot sooner.
They would have had a hit and everything else. There was
Right.
no hit there. That they laid his body after the fact.
They dumped
After
him.
he decomposed. Where did they have his body to decompose? Could it be at that barn they showed us that we were looking at? Could
Well,
it be there?
I think he was probably killed where that barn was, because they ended up having a fire there afterwards too. That was kind of interesting.
Oh,
And then the storage unit's 2 doors down. So did they kill him there and then take him to that storage unit? Is what I've always thought.
yeah.
And then if you just showed that shoe, look how clean that shoe looks. And it was out there for 5 months. There's nothing left on my son, but that shoe, the inside of that shoe and everything is clean. The shoestrings are clean, everything. I don't.
They just laid it there, y'all. This was a stage. They staged everything.
They dumped him.
Allegedly, but they staged it.
They dumped him in that creek like he was trash.
Jesus. And the thing is I even asked her, and she looked at that date to see. I mean, well, she lives there, but to see if it rained or if it was bad weather, because they said he froze to death.
Yeah, first they said he froze to death. When the 911 call was made, I looked up at the weather and it was 45 to 47 degrees at that time. At 4:40 in the morning, it got up to 65 degrees that day. And
Definitely. It was not cold enough to freeze like that.
that's why he had a hoodie on in the picture. You saw everybody just has hoodies on.
Yeah.
At that gas station at 1:30 in the morning, they all have hoodies on. And it was colder then than it was when the 911 call was made.
Wow. Hold on, let me see.
And then my nephew, Caleb's sister, called my nephew called Caleb's sister and said, "Hey, where's Timmy?" And she said, "Well, if you come to Cape Girardeau to pick me up," she said, and take me over to Caleb's place. I'll help you look for Timmy." And then they never questioned my nephew, which was strange to me. They never talked to him. And he picked Caleb's sister up in Cape, took her to Fredericktown, and Caleb's girlfriend, Amber Green, and Winter Kelly was there cleaning up needles and cleaning the mess up while my nephew was standing there. And he got pretty aggravated because she promised to help look for Timmy, but she wasn't concerned about looking for Timmy. She was concerned about cleaning the place up.
I believe this is what I'm getting. Okay, before we continue with the video and say what you need to say. First of all, she said, yeah, they might have kept him in the storage. So what I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking, okay? Because the reason why they're siding with Caleb, I think, is because there is a police involved in this. The reason why I'm saying this is they put his body in the storage for a short time. He didn't decompose in that storage. He decomposed somewhere else, like you said, at that barn. Something went on over there.
I talked to doctors, and doctors have told me that the only way his body could have been in that condition is if they put some kind of chemical on him. And the doctor even named the chemical, but I can't remember it. It was a weird name, but he said that.
Like an acid?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, definitely. I know what you're talking about. It's like an embalming kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So she also said, yeah, they did it. She said he did not freeze. And then she also said they lied. All of them. The police knows the truth. Yes. Allegedly. Yeah. I have to say allegedly, but I believe it wholeheartedly because of what I just thought about. I said, he didn't decompose in that storage room, in that storage unit, you guys. The dogs got a hit on that storage. It's the police's storage, right? So yeah. I'm thinking he was there for a short time after they did what they did to him. They put him in there for a short time. And then they went and took him somewhere else to decompose. Or like she said, acid, embalming fluid, whatever it is that they did to him, that would have caused him to decompose so quickly and so much of him. It's like it was like 5 months. I've heard them, they don't decompose that fast unless somebody cause it to,
And then if you look at that picture you
up.
showed with that yellow thing in it, that's a
Mhm.
tracker.
Mhm.
Timmy didn't have that before. So
Yeah,
why did he have a tracker in his pocket? And they say when somebody commits a crime, they make 3 mistakes. Well, they forgot to take the tracker out of Timmy's pocket. I think they
Mhm.
had that tracker in his pocket so they could keep an eye on where his body was. And I think because I wasn't leaving that courthouse, I think they gave him to me. I really do believe that's the only reason why I got Timmy was because they knew I wasn't going to leave their courthouse. And they wanted me to be gone because I was making their town look bad. Because I decorated that whole courthouse. I made signs, put it all the way around that courthouse. You knew I was there.
Yeah. So she also said he didn't decompose. No, he didn't decompose because the smell would have been bad, and that's true. When people decompose, it does not smell like. Yes, hydrofrolic. I'm not gonna get it right at all. It's an acid, hydrofrolic acid. I think that's how you say it. I'm sorry. Hydrofluoric acid. There
Yeah.
you go.
Yeah.
Hydrofluoric acid. So that would have been what they would have put on him to help him decompose quicker. So that's why I'm thinking they wouldn't have did that in the storage, because there would have been, like she said, it would have been a bad scent. It had to be somewhere more of an open or a big place where it's not going to be where
Like
nobody's going
a
to go check.
barrel. I've heard maybe even a barrel. I don't know.
Right. It's possible. It's possible. And I think they took it from the storage room somewhere else and they put the acid on him. I think that's possibly what happened.
And what else is interesting is when I went to the chief of police when I showed up in Fredericktown, he said, "Will you ride with me and show me these storage units you're talking about?" I said, "Sure." So I rode with him and 2 other deputies that were in the back seat. They
Mm-hmm.
made sure to let me know they had body cams on.
Mm-hmm.
So while we were on our way to the storage units, he says to me, I go, "And this girl named Bobby Boone keeps being brought up." I said, "I heard she was there." He goes, "Oh," he goes, "No, she's been to jail. She's been to prison and stuff, but she's pretty honest." And I thought that was strange. I kept that in my head. I didn't say anything. He
Yeah.
goes, "And I want to know why they're saying the 911 recorder is not there." He says, "Because my 911 recordings go through the sheriff's department." He
Yeah.
goes, "If that was down, I should have been notified about that." I go, "I don't know, sir." And he goes, "Well, how did they know to go there then?" I go, "You tell me, I don't know." He goes, "Well, that's very suspicious to me that they went to that address. How did they know to go to that address?"
Mm-hmm. So, question. When he called the 911, did they go and find, or not go find him, but like, did they go over there? Because even if you don't give them an address, they can track it
They went
from
out,
your
they were
phone.
there. If you look at them documents I sent you, they were there in 5 minutes from the 911 call.
And they did not see him.
They didn't even look for him. They talked to Trevor and arrested him and left.
Wow. So Trevor was there. And who else was there?
Caleb and Mike Busking, I know for sure, but I've been told numerous other people were there. There was one girl that was actually living there. Her name was Jessie Pinkley. She left after this happened and she went to a rehab in Arkansas and she hasn't come back since. I think she got scared straight, to be honest with you.
I was just going to say that. I was just going to say she was probably scared because she knew information and that was the only place she can go that would have been safe for her.
And she hasn't come back either.
So is she still around? Is she still alive?
I'm sure she's still alive. She just ain't going back to Fredericktown because
I don't blame her.
I think she got scared straight. I think she
Wow.
saw everything that happened. And I have information from people that messaged me on Messenger telling me that this one girl was in a car, and you know how when somebody calls you, it goes over your car.
Mm-hmm.
She was sitting in the car and Jessie Pinkley was talking to the person driving and telling everything that happened, how they chased Timmy down and all this stuff they did to him. but she's
Mm.
afraid to say anything because she doesn't trust the police. She's scared of the police. And Jesse Pinkley's gone. She went to rehab in John 3:16 in Arkansas.
So there's somebody who actually knows the whole story, but nobody's saying anything because they're scared.
Yes.
Wow.
Mike Busking went out with Caleb's mom, right? And
Mhm.
I got messages from a friend of hers where she had texted her friend is saying, and I got the screenshots of it where she's telling her friend, Mike Busking just showed up here with a bowling ball with Timmy's head in it.
Mm. Oh my gosh.
This is a creepy Lifetime movie you would never believe you lived. I'm living it.
That definitely sounds like a Lifetime movie for sure. You could probably get that movie going out there too. Maybe somebody will bring that case out. You know, they'll open the case back up after they see that movie about the truth of what happened. Oh,
Right
Lord.
now, Bob's going to tell you what Trevor says, and then
All
he'll
right.
tell you what Mike Busking says.
All right. Here we go, you guys.
And went outside. When asked if Timmy was doing drugs, he stated he was taking Xanax, dope, all kinds of things.
Mm.
He said he stated he witnessed Dees smoking dope off of foil.
Liar.
Okay, so that's Holland. Now let's go to Busking.
Mind if I sit down, sir?
Go ahead.
Alright. Before we get started, let me get a little bit of information from you here, okay? And can you spell your name for me?
Busking, Busking.
And your first name?
Michael.
Michael.
Yep.
So, I understand you were sleeping there, Caleb. Did you ever? I mean, I've never met the kid. Did you know him beforehand or anything?
No, sir, I did not.
All
That's
right.
the first time I've ever seen the kid.
Yeah. So that night, what? I mean, can you tell us what kind of happened?
I was there for about a half hour, 45 minutes, and I went to sleep. And they left a little after that and went running around, and they come back and was bugging me to get me up, and I kept telling them, leave me alone. And I was sleeping, and probably around 3 o'clock or something, somewhere the kids said we go outside and get some air and never come back.
So that morning, you don't know.
That was what happened, man. And later on after that, he called Caleb's phone, or Caleb called his phone. I don't remember how it was, how it went, but you hear him run. He said somebody was chasing him. Caleb said, "Oh, you're full of shit, man. Ain't nobody chasing you. Come back."
Yeah.
Hold on. He called Caleb. He supposedly called Caleb.
Yeah, but Caleb says that he was calling Timmy.
Did you get his phone records?
No, nobody will give them to me. Only the police have to get them, and the police won't do it.
There's got to be a way where you could get his records.
I called them
phone
and they
records.
told me when I called Verizon, they said the only way that you can get that information is that the police have warrants and do it, but they won't do it.
Is his phone still on?
By now, I'm sure it's turned off.
Oh, it's disconnected. Oh, man.
But his phone's out there. I believe that. I don't believe his phone went down the creek. Somebody got on his Facebook page and made a check-in. Yeah.
No, because I was going to say, it's like for Verizon, you could actually, if his account was still open, you could go into the phone, and I have Verizon. You can go in the phone and put somebody as manager, so that way they can also be able to get information, and you would have been able to get some information. Did you know that?
No. All I could do is I called Verizon begging them to let me have some information on Timmy's phone, and they said they could not give that to me because Timmy had his own plan through Verizon and that the police had to do that. But I couldn't get the police. Well, they keep saying the phone went down the creek, but the shoes didn't. The phone did.
I think, you could hire. Have you ever tried to hire a PI? Because the PI could get that information. You know that, right?
No, we had a PI. The PI couldn't get the information either.
I thought they could.
No, just the law enforcement can get warrants and do that.
Okay. The feds could get it, correct?
Yeah, if they wanted to.
So can you see if you can call the feds and ask them to do it since the police will not?
I did that, and they told me they cannot do that unless the police invite them to do that.
But if the police is being crooked,
That's exactly what I told him. I said, well, the police don't want you involved. That's why they're not asking for your help. I even called
wow,
my governor. I've called my state representative. Believe me, I've taken days calling people, and I've called them over and over. And
wow.
I can't, they won't do nothing. That phone's down the creek. They swear it's down the creek. It's like,
It can't be down the creek if there was a call after he came up missing.
I don't even have words. That's how much the runaround I've gotten.
Like, I'm dumbfounded with this. Why would they even think that? Okay, I know I know what it was. It had to have been a ghost who used his phone out of the creek. Like, come on. This doesn't make any sense.
Well, I know that where I live, if I called the police right now and called 911, they would call me back, first of all, ask me if I'm all right. And if I told them I was all right, they'd still come knock on my door and want to see me. That's how it works at my house.
Yeah.
So I don't even know if the police called his phone back or not. They should have. When they got there and they didn't find him, they should have called his phone back.
Definitely.
I don't know if that
Definitely.
happened.
They should have called him. They definitely should have called him. And this guy here is talking about so I'm trying to figure out if he was trying to say that Timothy was bugging him and he said, man, leave me alone, and he's sleeping. Or was he talking about Caleb did that?
He was talking about them all bugging him, apparently, from what I gathered.
So he's like, people are bugging him and he wants to go to sleep because he sounds like he's either drunk or on something very high. Like he is not talking normal.
He's the cook. Allegedly, he's the cook.
Oh, he's the cook. Okay. Allegedly, you guys. Yeah. Have you ever tried to talk to the news?
Yeah, they came one time for an interview when we were looking for Timmy, and pretty much they don't. I don't know. It seems to me, and not just Timmy's case, with all these cases in that area, I think the police are telling them to shut up and quit talking about the area. Like other people that's been killed there, you don't even hear about it. And I can tell you some more. There's a kid, it was on March 16th. It was a year, the 16th of this month, that he was found next to the courthouse. He decided to take his belt off and hang himself in a tree. I talked to the mother. The mother said that he was not suicidal. She's from Louisiana. She did a GoFundMe page. She went to pick her son up in Fredericktown. She said when she got to the coroner's office, they all bombarded her and forced her to cremate her son. So you tell me what happened there. And that was never talked about. I just know it from the mother. And it was put out that they found a guy in a tree next to the sheriff's department hung.
Wow.
Yeah,
and he's in Louisiana. The boy was in Louisiana as well.
His mother was.
Oh, okay. Where was this? Was over there in Tennessee?
No, that was in Fredericktown too.
Fredericktown. I'm sorry. I don't know why I said Tennessee. I was thinking about something else. But yeah, so Fredericktown is where this happened, where the boy hung himself. Supposedly he was.
Yeah, he committed it. Walking through the park and decided to take his belt off and hang himself in a tree.
Wow. Wow.
And the crazy thing about it is there's another girl too that this Bobby Boone was in that picture of the text messages, that little picture there, Bobby Boone. She's fighting with a girl named Ashley. Ashley's actually beating the crap out of her. This happened on October the 8th, 2021.
Okay.
She's fighting with this Bobby Boone because Bobby Boone was renting a camper off of her. She wasn't paying her. So the girl went over there. They got in a fight. The girl texts her mom and says, hey, promise me if something happens to me, you'll take care of my kids. And the mom's freaking out. What's going on? I got all the text messages and pictures and everything of this girl too. Her name's Ashley. So Bobby Boone was getting the best of her. There was a few other people there that are involved in the drug ring there. That's what I call it, a drug ring.
Yeah.
And they said she weighed 160 pounds. I was told that they snapped her neck, drug her into the camper, and they put a dog leash around her neck. It was tied on the right-hand side. She was left-handed, and they said she hung herself on a shower curtain rod.
Like I told you, that's impossible. The curtain rods are strong enough to hold a body. Most of the time they fall down. If you put something heavy on them, there's no way that, no, there's no way. There's no way she could have put her 160-pound person on there and hang themselves without that rod to drop before she could get home. There's no way.
I have pictures of her. Her hands are all bruised. You could tell she was in a fight. Her shoulders are bruised. She's been beat pretty bad.
Man.
And her son found her.
You can send me the pictures, but I'm not showing them on here because YouTube don't like
It's
that.
unreal.
Oh my God.
And
Okay,
then Dronte Martin. You already probably heard about Dronte Martin. They said he shot himself. He went to a party there with all these other people that are connected.
Yeah.
He went to a party there, graduation party. He decided to get depressed. He shot himself in the head. Same highway patrol, same sheriff, same coroner. He's involved in that case too. It happened before Timmy, and they said, and the family got involved, got a second autopsy done, and he was shot 3 feet away. So you tell me what's going on in that town.
3 feet away? That means somebody did that.
Yeah.
Unless he's got like a 4-foot arm. I'm just saying.
He had a cast on his right arm.
Wow.
Shot in the left, and he was right-handed, and he was shot in the left side. So you tell me how that happens. I don't know.
Wow. Wow. Yeah, they crooked over there for real, for real. Okay, here we go.
And that was it. Me and Caleb got up around, I guess, a little after 4, and went and rode out of town looking for him, see if we could see him, but we didn't see him. We went back, and I went back to sleep, and that was it.
Yeah. There's all kinds of crazy stories going on.
If you look within a mile of that place, you'll find that kid. He went out there, and when he was running, probably got hypothermic, took his coat and shit off, and probably sat down and laid down and went to sleep.
Yeah, but I'm not. Are you familiar with that area? I'm not familiar with.
I'm not either, as far as being out from. It's pretty woolly and rugged if you go straight back behind there.
Yeah.
And then if you get back across the road, it can get pretty woolly and rugged down towards the city lake. But I almost bet money that kid's within a mile there.
Yeah.
I almost bet money he got hypothermic and
because you were there.
And
you
honestly,
put him there.
That's what I think. I think he got scared.
Allegedly.
I guess there's probably some drug use going on, and he probably a little strung out, got nervous, paranoid, and he took off running. And like you said, there's a lot of creeks he would have to cross. He got wet too. I think that night was supposed to be like 28 degrees.
That was when that sleep
liar.
When he was
liar for real, because it was not 28 degrees.
Yeah. Caleb had that phone on speakerphone or something.
Yeah.
And so, and we got that. And then I know he called the police or whatever and say he was being threatened or being chased or something.
Right.
And then, but I didn't know if you were familiar with.
So he's putting words in his mouth and he's just agreeing with everything he said.
Oh my gosh, I wish you could hear all the recordings I do have. They're saying that to everybody. They're telling everybody what to say. All their I don't even call it interrogations because they're not to me.
They're coercing them. They're actually telling them what to say.
They did it to everybody that got questions. I have the recordings. And then after they questioned this guy here, okay, first of all, how did you know he would be within a mile? And then at the bottom of this paperwork, it says case closed. They closed the case on that before he was even found.
Wow.
I have the documents to prove that. Everything I'm saying,
yeah,
I have documents to prove. If I don't have documents, hearsay, I'll tell you. But
right.
I have documents to prove that.
Yeah. It sounds like, okay, so basically he's leading he's leading them because he's supposed to be listening and writing things down, not putting his words in or putting his 2 cents in. They're not supposed to do that as the detective or whoever it is that's asking him these questions. He's not supposed to be leading him. He's supposed to be listening to him, not leading. He's leading him.
He leads them, and they lead him in everybody they question. If you listen to the recordings, it's crazy. I wouldn't have believed it. I really believe the cops did their jobs. I'm stunned at this point.
Wow.
That area. I mean, we did a little search party behind the house there. We walked through that big thicket area.
This is insane.
I
Let's-
never been back there. I drove when I was on the road, but
And then you got the, what's that, mines or something?
Mine Lamont.
Yeah, I don't know if you're familiar with that. I heard there's some
See,
deep
he's
holes
not-
out there or something.
Hold
but I
on,
don't
he's
know.
not familiar with that area, he says. He
Hold on.
says he's not familiar with that area, but he's correcting the cop about the area. I thought you weren't familiar with the area.
Yeah, that's just like me telling you, oh, I don't know what color that is. And I'm like, yeah, you know, it's the one that looks like that red thing right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
And I know that he knows that area. He's lying there.
Mm-hmm.
He's actually from Markland, Missouri, which is in Madison County, Missouri, Fredericktown.
He's definitely lying. Wow. Oh, Lordy have
I
mercy.
never really been off the main road around there.
Yeah. Well, you gotta understand, we hear crazy shit all the time. So we've heard one time that he overdosed and Caleb got rid of his body.
I'll tell
We
you, that's
heard
straight
that-
up what happened. He went outside, said he's going outside for air. That was the last time anybody seen him.
Yeah. Okay. And I honestly, I think
There you
that-
go,
that's
correct.
true. I
Getting
mean,
him to
that's
leading
exactly what happened.
him again.
but
Yeah,
we
I honestly
talked
believe
to
him.
somebody and they said that if we talked to you, you would tell us that you knew that Caleb hit him in the head with a baseball bat or something. I don't know. There ain't truth to that. We heard one time that you cut his head off with a samurai sword. We've heard.
Man.
I mean, you understand? It's Marble Hill, Markland, Fredericktown.
Everybody
We're here,
wants to fit in.
and yep. They want to think they're
That's
cool.
what happened, man. The kid said he's going outside for some air. Went outside, and that was it.
Yeah.
Everybody seen him since.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then Caleb.
They was all four there. And Holland and Caleb and me was still inside when Dees went outside.
Okay. All right. And you talked to Dees any that night?
No, not at all. Not really.
Well, I mean, I'm
They
just
kept
like,
trying to-
just because
this is what happened. They tried to wake me up to make him a piece of smoke out of it.
yeah.
And I said, "Well, you got any glass, bro?" And they said, "No." I said, "Well, leave me."
Hold on. Did he just say what I thought he said?
Yeah.
They woke him up to go beat him?
No, to make a thing for them to smoke out of.
Oh my gosh. I could have sworn he just said beat. And I was like, wait, what? Okay, I'm hearing things. I'm sorry.
No, it sounds like that. That guy's got some problems.
He has he slurs a lot. All right.
Fuck on then.
Yeah.
And I went back to sleep.
Okay.
Because, it is what it is. Matter of fact, my main witness is in the camper, my little dog. That's all I had with me, my little dog, man. My mom let her once in a while, she goes crazy and throws fits, and she threw me out. I had nowhere to go.
Yeah.
And I was pulled up Caleb's, and I started to leave, and then he came up the road. He told me I could stay the night, and that's what I did, man. I grabbed my blanket, pillow, me and my dog, and we went inside and we went to sleep.
All right.
There was no foul play there whatsoever, man.
Okay. Well, we got to run down every one of these little stories and stuff like
I hope
that.
he's finding for his mama, man, for real.
I agree. That's all we want to do is find him. I mean,
But I'd say he's close to that house.
They lying. They lying.
Why would you?
They're not trying to help nothing. And he said he gonna say, "Oh my gosh, oh my
I
gosh."
know.
Go ahead and say what you were gonna say, because oh my gosh, this
Well,
is
you heard Caleb saying Mike was asleep. He was nowhere to be found. But you hear Mike saying he rode with Caleb to look for Timmy. Get your story straight, people.
yes. I mean, it's like they were in a whole different houses as they were doing this.
Right.
Nobody's making any, like everybody's saying something different. And then here's the cop giving them more information. Here's some more leading. He's just leading them with everything they have. Oh yeah, they said that they did this, and they said that you did that, and then you said they did that. It's not true, right? Right? Like shut up and let him talk. Let him put his foot in his mouth. I mean, literally, let him tell it. He keeps telling them what to say.
And it's on all the recordings with the detectives talking
Yep.
to him.
Did he say anything to you guys before he got up and left, or
He said, I'm going outside to get some air. I need some air.
that was it?
That was it.
Okay.
Was he pretty messed up?
I don't know.
Oh,
I mean, he might have been. And
Yeah.
see, I don't know the kids, so I don't know
right.
how he normally acts.
And I mean, I didn't.
You know?
How would he know he's messed up if he didn't even
Yeah,
lay
we're
his
not
eyes
messed
on
up.
him?
Yeah.
Right.
But when he called Caleb's phone and said somebody was chasing him and you hear him running and Caleb kept talking back, yeah, I say he's pretty messed up.
But if
Well,
you
I think-
listen
I mean, I
to
think, like you
Caleb's
said, he got paranoid
recording,
and scared, and
if you listen to Caleb's recording, Caleb doesn't say anything about Timmy calling him. He said he calls Timmy. Now Mike's saying that Timmy called Caleb.
I heard that. I heard him say that. Definitely, I heard him say that.
you're scared and you're panicking. You're gonna cover some ground. You're gonna move. I mean,
Yeah,
like
whole
you
80,
said, like it is pretty rough
184 yards.
terrain through there, especially with all that tornado damage.
Why? I swear, it's almost like he's just dumb. That this cop is dumb. He's saying things he knows he's not supposed to be saying. He's leading him every which way you turn, and how is this okay?
That's what I've been fighting for, and nobody seems to think that I'm the crazy, delusional mother that can't accept her son's death. But this is what I listen to.
You're
And it's
not.
in every one of the recordings. It's not just this recording you're playing. It's every single one of them I have.
Barbara, baby, I am 100% with you on this. You're not crazy. They are. They're crazy. They're insane. This case is beyond insane. He's leading him on everything, and he keeps telling him, like he's giving him more of the story so he can go ahead and feed off of that and feed off the next thing, feed off of that, feed off of that. So that way he can, like, he's just giving him more information for him to be able to just say, oh yeah, this is what happened. If they ever have to go to court, I swear to goodness, this guy would not be able to say half of the things that this cop has told him, because it's so much up that he keeps putting in his mouth, like he's leading him and leading him. He's not gonna be able to say this in front of the judge. He's gonna mess up all over the place.
Yeah, he's gonna be all over the place, and he ain't gonna remember it. Nobody's story's the same.
No. OMG.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate it, and sorry to bother you this morning.
That's all right.
We just want to.
I'm glad you probably came to talk to me instead of running around everywhere else.
Well, everyone else tells us some goofy stuff, and then we gotta go. We gotta go talk to
Come to
them.
me, I'll tell you straight up how it is, man. I ain't gonna lie to you about shit.
Yeah, you a liar.
He's in prison. He's
Busking told the
out.
highway patrol investigators that he had not met Timmy until that night. Busking stated he was at Caleb's for about half an hour. He said everyone else left except for him because he fell asleep. He said they tried to wake him up so he could make them something to smoke out of. He then said around 3 a.m. Timmy got up, went outside for fresh air, and never came back. He said he and Caleb drove around looking for him, but never saw any sign of him. He told the investigators he didn't know Dees was missing until about 2 months later. All right. Let's talk about the timing. Caleb said the last time he saw Timmy was around 2. Trevor said the last time he saw Timmy was around 4:50, around the time he was arrested. Busking said he last saw Timmy around 3. 3 witnesses, 3 different accounts. Now let's talk about circumstances. Busking said he had not met Timmy until that night, inferring he did meet Timmy that night. Busking said he was there for 30 minutes, but he also fell asleep. Trevor said he saw Busking talking to Timmy. Trevor said they were all doing drugs. But Caleb says Busking never saw Timmy's face because he was sleeping the entire time. 3 witnesses, at least 2 different accounts. Now let's talk about the search. Busking said around 4 a.m. he and Caleb drove around looking for Timmy. But Caleb said Timmy left at 2 a.m. and went driving around looking for him around 3. Holland was arrested at 4:56, but never mentions Caleb and Busking leaving to search for Timmy. 3 witnesses, 3 different accounts. The files are much richer and deeper than what I'm going to get into today, but I want to put this information out there to keep heat on this case. The Highway Patrol reached the conclusion that Timmy died of his own accord, based partially, if not primarily, on the statements these people gave. Apparently, the Highway Patrol was convinced that their stories made sense.
No, they don't.
But it's never made sense to Barb Hall. And as she began to hear more and more about her son's case, she became more and more confused by all the different statements and stories. There is much, much more in the files. But these 3 people, Caleb Nanny, Trevor Holland, and Mike Busking, were the last people to see Timmy alive. And their stories do not match. Barb kept pushing. She kept asking questions. She kept bothering the investigators with the Highway Patrol. And they told her the case was open when it was not. And then they finally told her the case was closed.
Wow.
They told her she just needed to accept her son's death. She called the lead detective, Jeff Johnson, to try one last time to get clarity about a Facebook check-in. He brushed her aside and told her to contact his supervisor, Master Sergeant Scott Stolting. And so she did. And this is how that phone call went.
Thoroughly investigated that case. They put many hours into that case. They looked into every possible option that was there. And at the conclusion of this investigation, it is, and I totally agree with them, it is 100% not a homicide in assault. It's just not. We can't make things there that aren't there. We follow the evidence. We look at the entire case and not just one small particular detail that may or may not make sense to someone. And so I just want you to know that I've looked over that. I've checked their work. We've ran this past other investigators that have no idea who anybody involved is, and everyone that we've roundtable this off of came up with the same conclusion, Ms. Hall. And again, I certainly feel for you and your family.
I understand what you're saying. Now, can I please ask you a few questions?
Yeah, I'll try to answer them best I can.
Why? I have questions about the telephone. The telephone to me.
Corporal West has addressed that with you without doubt before you go into multiple details.
No, John West, all he has said to me is I was there on August the 12th, and I sat down with him and Jeff Johnson, and I showed them the picture of a check-in on Timmy's phone on March the 27th, which is what, in one more day, it would have been exactly 30 days that my son come up missing. Ask them to please find, that's just strange to me. It's like me taking days that my son, and I sat down with him and Jeff Johnson, and I showed them the picture of a check-in on Timmy's phone on March the 20th.
That's the tracker, you guys. I was muted. That's the tracker.
Timmy never had that before. We didn't even know what it was at first. And then Bob, the guy that's doing this, is the one that found that out, that's a tracker.
This is so they could to make sure they knew where his body was.
All the time, yeah.
Most likely, allegedly, okay, because we don't know for sure, but this is allegedly, but I'm pretty sure that this is what it was used for. Because if it's not his, right, then what is it doing on him? If it's not his, then what is it doing on him? They made the mistake of not taking that out when they laid his body at the last time with the last.
Yeah, when they threw him in a creek like trash.
Mm-hmm. Why? This is what they did. Drop the link. Okay, hold on one second. I'm gonna drop the link. She's gonna come up real quick. That's one of my sister from another mother. Hold on.
You want me to stay with
This is crazy.
you?
All right. Grab it quickly because I don't drop the links. I'll take it off right away. Because I don't want nobody coming up here causing havoc. Because people are just weird in YouTube land. All
Hey.
right. Hi together. How are you?
Hi, ma'am. How you doing? My heart goes out to you. I'm so sorry.
So together, this is Barbara, and that's
Hi,
his mom.
Barbara. How you doing, Miss Barbara?
She's muted.
I'm doing all
There
right.
she is.
Okay, so you know what? As far as this tracker, you know that you can go to the company and pull up who actually purchased that tracker. Did you know that?
I can't do anything because they won't even acknowledge that it is a tracker. That's just us finding out it. The cops won't do anything. So I don't even know what that's just a picture that they gave me that was stuff that was in Timmy's pocket. They won't do anything with it. That's my problem. I can't get anybody to do anything. Every time I go to anybody, they tell me that they have to be invited. And I go, well, they're not going to be invited if allegedly there's corruption. They're not going to ask for other entities to come in and do an investigation if they don't want an investigation. You know what I mean? I'm sorry.
Yeah,
This
yeah.
a lot.
No.
It's okay,
No.
sweetie.
You don't have.
It's
You don't owe me no
understandable.
apologies. You
Yeah,
owe
it's
me no
understandable.
apologies.
I mean, you should listen to the rest of what that he's the sergeant that's talking to me. He gets me so messed up talking to him that I even start stuttering because he won't listen to anything I say. He just kept interrupting me. You guys have just heard the good part. You ain't heard the rest of it yet.
Who else is who else is with you? Because if you're a single person by yourself fighting this is normally what they do because they don't feel like you have any backup. And if you had like a bunch of people rallying behind you, with you, going with you, then they will be forced to do something. But because if you're a single person, they feel like, oh, she's just like a little gnat. We
Yeah.
don't really have to do anything except for yell at her and she'll go away. But if you get forced behind you, if you reach out to activists and stuff like that, like really do some work to get
That's what
people to
I've been
come down
doing.
there and rally, yeah, somebody's going to definitely help you.
Well, and then I've got other mothers we went to Jeff City to the Capitol yesterday. I mean, there's other mothers that are fighting for their
Okay.
kids that have been killed there too. We have been standing together, but it's like they all want us to, they try to tell us that we're all just grieving crazy mothers that can't accept our kids' deaths. That's how
What
they
about
treat us.
the news? Have you bought the news in while you guys were rallying?
Yes.
Have you bought the news in while you guys were rallying?
Yes. And then the news seems to be shut down.
This is unheard of.
I never believed this would happen. I would just never believe this.
Together, you know what I think? It's a lot
You know
of,
what?
it's a small town, right? It's a small town and everybody knows everybody.
Right.
That's why
Okay.
when that guy said
But
he
you know
doesn't know
what?
Timothy, he's he's full of BS because he knows Timothy. That place is only, like I said, now it's like 2,000 something. Before it's 4,400.
No,
it is 2,400 people in that doggone area.
No, them other guys did not know Timmy because Timmy wasn't from there. Caleb was. Caleb came up to St. Louis and brought Timmy down there. So Timmy didn't know them other people.
Oh, so Timmy's not from there then?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay. I got you. I get it. I got
His
you.
childhood friend lived there, Caleb.
Okay. Because he's the one who went and picked him. He was at his friend's house, which is Clapper, and then he picked him up from Clapper's.
Yes, and brought him to Frederick.
Gotcha.
So Timmy did not know Trevor before, and he did not know Mike Busking. They're telling the truth on that. They've never met Timmy before.
Okay. Okay. That's
This
crazy
is
that they
unheard of.
yeah, this is crazy.
Wait till you listen to the rest of that recording.
Sorry, I was drinking water.
Wow.
27th, which is what, and one more day, it would
Yeah,
have been
somebody
exactly
knows
30
something.
days that
Yes.
my son come up missing.
And
Ask
definitely
him to
corruption.
please find, I mean, that's just strange to me. It's like me taking your phone and going to my phone and checking you in Fredericktown. I mean, I know Facebook well enough to know that you cannot do that. I asked them to do that. They told me they would do that. I waited 3 weeks and I called them back. And I'm not going to lie, it made me furious. I called them back. John West says to me, "We're not going to do that." I said, "Well, I don't understand why." He said, "Anybody can do that." I said, "No, they can't." And then I said, "Okay." Yeah. He goes, "Well, the case is closed." I don't understand why the FBI told me that they had warrants for Timmy's phone. They were going to do all these things for Timmy's phone. 4 days after Timmy was found, I called them and they said Jeff Johnson had called them and called those warrants off for that phone because we found the body.
Miss Hall, I 100% do not believe that. I do not believe that at all. That is absolutely either someone has misled you or you're misleading me, but that's absolutely not accurate. 100%.
So you are saying that has been done, and I'm lying about talking to the FBI? Is that what you're saying?
You or someone else has misled you is 100% what I'm saying, because we do not send phones to the FBI.
I didn't say you sent the phone to the FBI.
And we don't get warrants to send to the FBI, and we can't recall those warrants. All right, so I'm telling you that is absolutely not true.
I'm not lying, sir. The FBI told me they were working with Jeff Johnson because they have more technology to do things for that telephone. And I got the PI. He told the PI that too, sir. So I am not lying.
Yeah, so I'm not going to discuss this private investigator with you. He was just after your ex-husband's money. So
This is a whole different private investigator, sir. It wasn't the private investigator that
Wow, this is crazy.
It's absolutely insane.
Oh my God.
And that's not the rest of it.
So I wanted to specifically ask you about the conversation you had with, I believe it was John West.
Right.
What did John West tell you about the FBI and the searching of the phone?
Well, he was concentrating. We were talking about the Facebook warrant. Because somebody logged into Timmy's Facebook like a month after he was reported missing. So he said he had a warrant that he had wrote up. It didn't go through, so they wrote another one, and it was good, and they were waiting on it. And that was the last we heard. Me and Barb was talking, and we were waiting for that warrant. The information to come back. Of course, they said they called it off. I guess somebody told Barb they called it off, and then they told her they never even sent for it. So,
but just to confirm, you had a conversation with John West about a warrant concerning Timmy's Facebook login.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Did not do that. What I'm saying is that I did talk to the FBI before.
Maybe you did. Okay.
And I'm not lying about it. And they said that Jeff Johnson, they were working with Jeff Johnson, and they had warrants that sent in. They said they weren't worded right. Something about they weren't worded right. You're interrupting me, and you're not even going to listen to what I have to say.
Yeah, that's just not accurate, okay?
Hold on. He's not listening at all. Let me tell you what I do when people do that to me. I'm like, hold on, wait a minute. I got something to say. Stop. Wait. I have something to say. You gonna let me talk or you're not gonna let me talk? And they keep talking. So I'll say, okay, look, I said, wait, let me tell you what I'm gonna say. And I have to cut them off because they literally will not let you talk at times.
Right.
So you gotta
Right. That he's
talk
rude.
louder than them. You gotta be louder than them to get them to stop and listen.
But when you try to be louder than them, that's when they speak out and start telling everybody you're crazy and can't accept your kid's death.
No, that's just you trying to tell them which. Look, it's like this. Look, I'm trying to tell you something. Please let me talk. Like that. And they will let you talk, because then you're scolding at them because you're strong. And if they see you being weak, they're going to overpower you with their voices. So you have to tell them, look, let me talk. And then say everything you need to say. Because then by then it's like they'll be shocked. And then you'll be able to say what you need to say.
No,
This
listen
guy
to
right
the
here,
recording. Wait a minute. Listen to the recording. I tried to do that, and listen to how he does me.
he's not letting you talk. It's rude.
He doesn't care. He doesn't care. So when I hit people with, okay, what if this was one of your family members that you really, really was close to? How do you think you would handle this? Right now, you don't care because it's not affecting you. But put yourself in my, and then I'll be like, I pray to God you have a dream to feel exactly what I feel, because you're being very rude.
Yes.
And that'll get their attention, because now you're making them look like, oh, I got to put myself in her position. Because if you was in my position, you wouldn't be acting the way you're acting. People don't normally treat you nasty like this until people treat you nasty. And then when it happens to them, they want everybody to be sympathetic with them.
Right. You should have heard how the judge's wife was talking to her. And she has a son that died.
Yeah, they knew I'd already lost my other son.
She doesn't care. Definitely she doesn't care. So she lost two sons. I'm talking about Barbara. She lost two sons, right? And she lost her son. That woman had no compassion. She didn't say my condolences, nothing. Barbara was like, oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That woman didn't care.
Then she turned around and told me. Then she turned around and told me, and by the way, your son was found on my property. And she walked away. I stood there in shock. I was stunned.
This is beyond crazy.
Wait till you listen to the rest of this.
They know. Sorry, ma'am. I'm sorry, Miss Barbara.
No, that's
they
okay.
know what happened. They know exactly what happened.
Oh, there's a lot of people involved in this mess.
Well, and then if you listen to the rest, you listen to the rest of this recording, go ahead and listen to the rest of it. It talks about it. I talk about the guy he's the boss of.
So you're calling me a liar. So you're calling me a liar. Is what you
I'm saying that's not accurate, okay? So either someone's misled you or you're misleading me. One of the two, all right?
No, okay, well then has my son's phone been checked at all?
Has your son's phone been checked out? Yes, those guys have done all that they can with the phone. I don't know all the results of it because I didn't work on that case, but I'm their boss, and I can assure you that all the things that we could do with that phone have been done.
Jeff Johnson, the FBI told me that Jeff Johnson called over there and called it off because the only reason why they had it was because they were looking for his body and they found the body. And I said, well, you didn't find the phone. I said, I thought that was the phone. So then I was told that the phone went down the creek. I've gotten 3 different stories for him is why I have so many questions, sir. I'm not trying to be difficult or rude or anything.
Well, Miss Hall, I'll be honest with you. You've been very difficult with Sergeant Johnson over this investigation.
You haven't.
He has expressed that to me. My boss is aware. My boss above him is aware. And again, we understand the heartbreak that you have, but that doesn't, that doesn't allow someone just to continue to question every step of the investigation with these guys who did an outstanding job. Now, as in any investigation, we don't have the answer for everything. I mean, there's some things we can't answer. We just don't. Some things may sound weird. Some things may sound shady. And maybe they do to you, but we can't answer every single question that comes about in an investigation because we weren't there to witness it or know.
Oh, so Jeff Johnson's told you that I'm rude to him? I guess he hasn't told you about him screaming at me and how rude he has been to me. Jeff Johnson got mad at me because I asked questions about this case. I mean, the first I was told he
didn't get mad at you for asking questions about the case. It's your response. It's your response and the way you've treated him and the things that you've we're not going to continue to keep answering the same questions over and over and over again. Again, it was a tragic event, and it's not a homicide, and there's some things we just can't answer. We just don't know the answers to them.
Well, that's the thing I'm trying to say is the questions I've asked him, he hasn't answered. All he does is get rude to me. He gets mad and rude to me, and I mean, you're listening. I guess he works for you, so I guess you're just going to listen to what he has to say, and I'm not going to get any answers that I want answered.
Yeah, I 100% trust Jeff Johnson. I 100% value his opinion, and you're right. He does work for me. If he's wrong, he's wrong. If he's right, he's right. I mean, that's just how it is.
Oh, that ain't even half of it. I have a recording of his boss, Jeff Johnson, telling me that I've done nothing but twist his words and make him look foolish. I go, because you guys aren't giving me a reasonable explanation of what happened to my son. I don't understand.
Right.
And they've been nothing but mean to me.
Can I ask you something, Miss Barbara?
Sure.
Well, while you guys were actually playing the video, I looked up something and I asked, what can I do to obtain my deceased loved one's phone records? And it said, submit the following with your information, request as proof, a copy of your son's death certificate, social security number, and you should be able to, or the court. But because you're his mom, you should be able to take that death certificate as, excuse my words, I mean to say it like that. I apologize.
That's okay. No, I understand what you're saying.
You should be able to take that certificate and show with proof that that's your son and you're his mom. But if you also know his Google account information, you could also go into his Google and find out his account information. If you have access to a computer with his Google information, you could track all that stuff through Google account. So that's another way around it if you can do that. So you might have to do
I will
some
try
research.
to do that. I'll go to Verizon because there's one close to my house, and I got the death certificate. I got everything I need. Hopefully they'll give me that stuff. But the question is for me, is he's saying he did that, but none of my documents show anything of them doing anything on Timmy's phone. Nothing.
They're lying. They didn't do nothing.
I mean,
they're
they straight up lied to me.
Yeah, they're lying.
Did he have like did he get on social media and stuff like that? All those kind of things?
Yeah, he was 25. That was one of the reasons why I knew something was wrong, because he was on none of his social media. And, he stayed with me the whole week before this all happened.
Okay,
and he was always on his social media.
So what I'm asking you is if you could try to retrieve his social media information, like his account and stuff, if you could think of some passwords and his email address and all that good stuff, you might be able to get in and find out what's going on. You know what I'm saying? That way you'll be able to get your own information and you can go forward. But I feel like they did and they just stopped because they don't want to continue to go. I do feel like when I said what I was saying earlier, I was saying in the chat when I was putting what I felt, YouTube kept telling me to log into the chat. I had to keep going back and hitting history to get back in so that I didn't have to log back in, but I wasn't logged out. So apparently I hit a nerve when I was, chatting with you guys. Something is not right. Something is very corrupt. Ma'am, you will get justice. You definitely will get justice. And all those that are responsible, I'm going to pray that they have no rest, no peace, nothing good comes to them until the truth comes out about your baby.
Thank you. I believe that. I know
this is ridiculous. This is ridiculous.
Do you know what his
this is so ridiculous, and it makes us angry.
Yeah, definitely makes me. I'm like I'm dumbfounded by all this. Does he? You said he has Facebook.
He's got Facebook, and when I went there on the 12th of August and showed him that Facebook account, right? The officer shows me a different Facebook account, and I go, no, that's not his Facebook account. So I got on my phone and showed it to him. So they didn't even know they said they didn't know that much about Facebook. And I'm like, well, you just got on me for doing the podcast, that Lawless File podcast. They scolded me. Not John West, but Jeff Johnson scolded me. I can't say he yelled at me. I just felt like a little kid that was being scolded.
Yeah.
And he kept going on and on and on about me doing a podcast and how I need to stay away from social media. And I've twisted his words and made him look foolish. And I mean, I just got the 3rd degree. And then that's when I sat back in my chair and I go, I don't even know why I'm here.
Okay. It was under Tim Dees, right?
Timmy Dees.
On here, it says Tim Dees and has your son's picture. And I think that's his father with him on there.
That's his dad's name, Tim Dees. That
So
would
that's
be
his dad's. Okay. Let me see if I can find
Timmy's got a mask
It's
on and
just Tim,
black
Tim.
sunglasses and about TIMMYDEES.
I want to see if I can find it through the father, because that way I'll know I have the right one.
You won't find it through the father. He doesn't have it anymore. He only made a friend of his made that Facebook account for him when Timmy was missing.
Oh, okay. Okay.
But you can
Okay,
find
I
it
don't-
through
what is
you
it?
can find it through my sister, Marion Tate. Because I didn't even have Facebook when Timmy came up missing. I wasn't on social media at all. I made the Facebook account just to get the word out and friend requested all Timmy's friends, what took me 3 days because you can only friend request so many people a day. So it took me 3 days to even friend request his friends.
Okay. So I found her. She has 165 friends, 5 mutual.
Look up Timmy Dees and you'll see his Facebook
All
account.
right. I will look right now. I'll friend her first so that way I don't
What does his
forget.
picture
He's
look
sitting
like?
right here. So he's got a mask on and he's got sunglasses
Okay.
on and a bandana.
Oh my goodness, your sister sent me a request and I just now seen it when I pulled her up. Tell her I already went ahead and you know,
She's
approved
right
it.
here. She's right here listening.
I approved it, sweetie. I didn't know you did that.
I'll send you a wave.
All right. Found it.
Yeah, I'm looking at it too.
Okay. So it said I put add friend and it says cancel request. So he must have had it privated. It's privated. Okay. All right. So let me see what's going on in here. He has 1.2K friends and 1 mutual. Okay. Let's see. Oh my goodness. What is going on with his account? Are you able to move around in there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, there he goes. Okay, there it goes. So I see something February 28th.
That was the last thing he posted, and it was a picture of him and his dad, and it says family's everything.
I see something February 27th.
I see 28th. I also see 28th, and I see that it says justice for Timmy Dees.
Yeah, a lot of his friends have been
posting stuff. Yeah, that was Marion posting that.
They tag him on it, but if you look at the very last thing he posted, it's a picture of him and his dad when he was little, sitting on the couch, and he said,
Yeah, I see
family's
that.
everything. That's the last thing that was put on his social media.
I'm not even on hers, and it says Marion Tate on my end. And I'm not on hers, I'm on his.
She is friends with him. See, I wasn't friends with him because I didn't have Facebook.
Yeah.
But my sister had Facebook, so she was friends with him. So I can't do too much on his Facebook because we weren't friends. I didn't have Facebook.
Right. No, what I'm saying is I'm on his account, right? I clicked on his name and it says right here, Timmy Dees, and it's coming up as everything from under Marion.
because she's been tagging him and everything.
I'm new to this phone deal.
We're new to the social media. I didn't even know what a podcast was until Timmy came up missing, and Arctic Fox helped me. Now I do. I sit on podcast just to support
Right.
you guys for
Oh,
what you guys do.
I
I
would be
mean,
too.
They got a lot of I'm looking at, it says this content isn't available right now. It's a lot of that going on his account.
Yeah, that means somebody
What the hell
deleted
is it?
stuff.
Yeah.
And you know who does that? The Popo.
Yeah, I see a
or
lot of it. It's
or
a whole
whoever's
lot
got
of
that
it.
phone, whoever's got the phone, because I don't think the phone went down the creek.
I
Don't
don't think
believe it.
so either.
Yeah.
I do
Somebody
not think
deleted
so either.
a whole lot of stuff.
Yeah.
And he had Snapchat, he had Instagram, he had all
And you
that.
know what? You know what? You could possibly also contact Facebook because you're his mom. Give them information that you know about your son, and you could possibly get all that good old stuff because Facebook is with Google as well. And you can go and don't tell nobody what you doing. Don't tell nobody because I feel like you're telling them what's going on and they're blocking you every freaking step of the way.
Right.
Every time you say something, they're fucking blocking you. Excuse my language. They're blocking you every step of the way. So you're gonna have to stop and gather your own information, talk to trusted people off the social media, and keep your mouth closed because there's too much stuff that's deleted on here. Too
Yeah.
much. Too
Well,
much.
the
And it
Facebook,
seems weird.
the Facebook don't bother me as much as the condition of his body. I mean, I
I
know
understand
for
that,
a
but I'm saying
fact
you'll be able.
I've
Facebook is
already
part of
contact.
Google.
That's the problem. Everybody I contact on the social media or anything, I've done my homework. Believe me, I've been doing this for 2 years now, and everybody I contact tells me they can't give me that information. The police have to get it. That's where I keep running into a roadblock. The police won't do it, but they won't give it to me because they said the police have to do it. It's unreal. Because he had his own account. I mean, he was 25. He had a good job. He paid his own bills. It wasn't like, you know what I mean, that he was on my account. If he was on my account, it would be different. But he paid his own bill and had his own private account. That's where I'm going into roadblocks for them. And then they keep telling me the police have to do it, but I can't get the police to do it. The case is closed. I need to move on with my life, like the lady at the courthouse told me. And I just can't do that. How do you do that? I sit here, I live this, I sleep it. I am investigating 24 hours a day with this mess. Because it doesn't, I mean, if they gave me a reasonable explanation, maybe I can move on. But with so many unanswered questions, like the tooth, why did they put that tooth back in his mouth? That bugs me.
Yeah.
And then knowing that I've met other people that have lost their loved ones and didn't find them for 3 years and they all have their teeth, that doesn't make sense to me. I just get so emotional even having to talk
Yeah.
about it.
It's understandable, sweetie. It's definitely understandable.
Somebody was on a delete.
And all
Yeah.
Somebody
these
was on a
people,
serious delete mission.
Yeah. They deleted a lot of stuff off of it.
This is ridiculous. And whoever had his phone did this.
Mm-hmm.
but no. His phone's down the creek. His shoes
It's
was left
not,
there.
it isn't down the creek because it came up. I mean, somebody used it after he already came up missing. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
I know. None of it makes
I mean,
any
are they
sense.
trying to tell you that he was still around for another what hold on.
Month.
Yeah, a whole month, and then he decided to lay down in somebody's yard and pass on? Like, oh, come on, this just don't.
Yeah, 184 yards from where he called 911. He went back
Yeah.
there to lay down and die.
That don't make no sense.
I mean, this is
Oh, Lord have mercy.
it's so messed up. I have so many questions, and you hear him say, I answered your questions. You never answered my questions. You never even sat down with me. You never even asked me what kind of person my son was. I see all these missing people get missing because I'm on all these groups sharing the missing because I know what that feels like. And every one of the
Right.
families the cops go to and sit down and ask what kind of person he was. They never did that to me, ever. And when I was at the courthouse, the sheriff would drive by. She never even pulled over to say a word to me until I went down there on June the 17th and I ring their doorbell until they finally came out and I asked for the paperwork of the 911 call. And that guy that you put on there in the recording in the beginning, he tells me, well, you got to get a lawyer to get that. I go, what do you mean? It's my son. He goes, well, you're going to have to hire an attorney to get that information. I go, well, what about the sunshine law? He didn't even, he acted like he didn't know what it was. I don't know if he did or not. And then I left. I go put my boards in my car, get ready to leave. This lady comes up to me and asks me to pray with her. She could pray with me. And I was like, yes. And she gave me some flowers. And then the sheriff finally called me. And I went down there and she gave me that paperwork. That's how I found out that the phone call was he was being threatened. His friend was threatening him. Not he was being, felt like he was being chased. They led everybody to believe that because Caleb said it to everybody. Even the police were saying he made a phone call saying he was being chased, but that's not what the paperwork says.
Mm.
Hey,
Oh,
sis, I'm gonna drop down for a minute. I gotta handle some stuff, but I'm gonna keep listening, sweetie.
okay,
Thank
babe.
you.
All right.
Thank you.
Oh, man. All right. Let me go ahead and get you a break and breathe. I'm going to go ahead and turn it back, the video back on.
Okay.
It's almost done. Oh, Jesus Christ. Close the case. Wow. They definitely overlooked. Ain't no May. They did. They didn't care. I know my heart hurts for her too because, I mean, look, this is. I hope this is not opening old wounds. Sorry. Sorry, Barbara.
You don't have to say you're sorry. I live this every day. You are not opening any wounds. It's not already there. I just would praying that somebody would just do a proper investigation.
Okay. Wow.
It's a nightmare. You wouldn't believe you're living. And like, that kid that just went that they found in Tennessee that was from Missouri College.
Yeah.
Did you see all the people that were looking for him and they talked to the family? I didn't understand that. When you watch that stuff, it's like they never sat with me and talked to me. They never did anything.
Mm-mm-mm.
I mean, I had to beg them for 6 weeks before they would even look for him.
Yeah.
And then I laid at that courthouse for 5 months. And then I did a podcast 2 days before he was found. And all I said in the podcast is, all I want is my son back so I can bury him next to his brother where he'd want to be. 2 days later, he was found. And then they thought I was just going to go away because he was found and I got to put him next to his brother, but I don't have any answers. I don't know how you live with not knowing, the not knowing thing. Now I understand why people want justice so much, because the not knowing and not having justice of what happened to my son, because I believe he was murdered.
Yeah. Mm-mm-mm.
Like I say it all the time. I feel like I'm living this Lifetime movie I wasn't prepared for. And, I lost my older son and my neighbor. I talked to my neighbor and she's like, Barbara, you sure this is all happening? I said, I wouldn't believe it if I wasn't living it. And then she was, she sees me every day. So she's looking at this stuff with me and she goes, oh my God, I would have never dreamed that this happens. And I go, well, it's happened. But at first she thought that something was going on with me because I was telling her all the craziness I was going through. Thought that, I was just still grieving my oldest son, which I was, but it doesn't make any difference if I was grieving my oldest son or not. They did something to my youngest son. I guess it just makes me mad. They took everything from me.
Yeah. So, I don't know if you want to talk about your other son. So what exactly happened to him?
Oh God, my oldest son had some very bad mental problems, and he got on drugs.
Mm-hmm.
And I put him in like 5 rehabs. I went to a counselor, went to a judge, had him put in in a mental hospital for a 96-hour hold, and they just released him with medications he couldn't afford. They're $300-400 for these medications.
Yeah.
So he wouldn't take the medications because Timmy's dad told him that it's all in your head. You don't need to take all that medicine. So he wouldn't take it. So then he got back on meth, and then it killed him with fentanyl.
Oh my Jesus.
And then the girl that was with him left him in the car all day. He was left in the car all day, and then some stranger saw him in the car dead and called the police.
She knew he had passed?
She's saying that he was alive when she saw him last, but she said she never touched his car or anything. But there is a video of where she was rummaging through his car. I know my son well enough. He wouldn't have been sitting in the front seat with no keys to his car, no telephone or nothing, dead. And she walked away and told the police that she never touched the car. But there's videos that she did, and then she never got questioned anymore.
So they just let her go.
Yeah,
oh my God,
this
is ridiculous.
But that was up here in St. Louis.
Yeah, but that's 2 cases, both sons, no justice.
Right.
Oh my God. This is too much.
Yeah, it's a lot. And then, my kids wanted kids. I'm not going to have grandkids now. I'm not going to have none of that. And it's not right. And then the people that's done this to my son, Caleb's got a little boy that looks like Timmy. He gets to get up every day and look at his son. And then his sister started attacking me on social media, telling me that I need to quit talking about her brother and that her brother's a family man. And I said, oh, really?
Just because he's a family man does not mean he's not the person he was when this happened. Sorry.
He wasn't a family man. Her and him wasn't even together when this happened. They got back together while he was in jail, and I got the recordings. That's what's crazy too. They didn't give me the recordings of me talking to Caleb, but they gave me all the recordings of him talking to his girlfriend, and his girlfriend saying, well, you going to come home now and straighten up and be a better person? And he's saying, yeah. She said, well, I know you were cheating on me. He denies that he's cheating on her. I got the recordings to prove this. Wow. And then he hangs the phone up from the jail and calls the girl that he's screwing around with.
Wow. No, what I was saying is when I said she's saying he's a family man, let's just say allegedly he's a family man. That doesn't mean what he did is not, that he didn't do what he did just because now he's a family man. So what? That doesn't make any sense. Like, how does that make any sense that, just because somebody changed, that means that they didn't do anything, that he was innocent of everything? No, that's not what that means. That just means he changed, maybe. I'm not saying he did, but maybe he changed.
Since then. He's been in trouble since then, on probation. He's on probation.
Uh-oh. Okay, sorry, you guys. Hold on one second. Sorry about what happened. Hello?
Hello?
Yeah.
He is on probation in 3 different counties right now, too. How does that happen? I even called the prosecutor in St. Francis County, and I go, why are you guys giving him probation when he's already on probation? I said, I thought, And I said, so you're telling me I'd made an example. I said, so I could go up to my Walmart and I can steal and get on probation and then go to another county and steal from another Walmart and get on probation. So when you're on probation, you just get, nothing happens to you. I
You
don't
get
understand.
passes. He's getting passes every which way he turns. He's allowed to do anything. We don't even know if he's part of all these other cases that's going on.
These other people that are involved that Caleb knows. Oh yeah. I don't know if you've heard about Jesse Wilfon, but her phone number is in Caleb's phone where he called her and he deleted it. I have that document too, where he was friends with that Jesse Wilfon that got killed there. She was only 20 years old. She came up missing right after Timmy.
Wow.
And her uncle was involved with all the druggers in Fredericktown, picked her up there, and her uncle killed her and chopped her up and they buried her.
Oh
And
my God.
Yeah, and the uncle is in jail for it, and his girlfriend. They beat her up, cut her up. They even rented equipment to bury her and the girlfriend's name, and that's how they caught them all.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, she was 20 years old. She had her birthday at the courthouse too. We celebrated her birthday.
Oh my God. OMG. OMG.
Oh, and guess what? You know the girl that I told you about that they just said hung herself?
Mm-hmm.
She was friends with, well, she wasn't friends. She was associates with this other girl that was abusing her kid there. Okay.
Yeah.
And she was fighting for her kid.
Mm-hmm.
Well, guess what? Before we went to Jeff City yesterday, that 4-year-old kid is dead in Fredericktown, Missouri.
Yeah. This is a lot.
You would not believe how many suicides they say happened there. And they're not suicides. The families know it.
No, they're not. Especially, I mean, I'm still trying to get over that. The girl that, oh my God, her hanging herself on a curtain rod. It is not going to hold 160 pounds. It's not going to hold 100.
I weigh 110 and it wouldn't hold me.
It's not going to hold anything.
And why is the dog leash tied on the right hand side when she was left handed?
It's ridiculous.
I just speak out to everybody to listen because I don't know what else to do.
Yeah.
Because I can't get no lawyers or anybody to help me. Unless I have $35,000.
They won't do pro bono?
Pardon me?
They won't do pro bono?
I've tried. They want $35,000. I don't have that.
These people are attached to each other. That's all I got to say. That's all I got to say.
It ain't their baby, so what do they care?
They don't.
He was my baby, man. It's messed up.
There's so much corruption going on in this town, or should I say this little tiny town, because like I said, if you look it up, I looked it up. It said, hold on, let me look at it again one more time.
I just want you to know that there's not anything that I'm not saying here that I don't have a document to prove.
Right.
And they're saying that they did everything with that phone. Well, that's funny because I have all the documents and there's nothing about the phone in the documents. And then there's people that I know they questioned. I called them personally and asked them, and they said yes, that they were questioned. They didn't give me that information either. So they picked and chose on what they wanted to give me in the investigation, and I had to pay $560 for it.
So when you said in 2022 It was 4,545 is what it shows on here. Now let me see what it says for 2024. Okay, so 2024. Wait a minute. I should have screenshotted it. It changed. Now it's 4,651. It was just 2,000 something yesterday.
You have to screenshot anything you do from there. I learned that real quick.
Gosh. That's
And then-
crazy. It was just, I'm not even kidding when I say that amount.
I believe you because I know how it goes. Everything changes.
I
But
should have
that's why you have to
screenshotted it.
screen
Oh my
anything
God.
you do in Fredericktown screenshot because it'll disappear. And
Oh,
then
is-
Caleb showed up at the courthouse one day. I
Mhm.
saw him from across the street. So I started running across the street and I grabbed it and I cried. I mean, I fell into his arms crying. And I go,
Mhm.
Caleb, what happened to Timmy? Where's Timmy? And he was just cold as ice. It wasn't like the kid that I knew when he was little. And I thought, that's weird. So he comes over and he sits down next to us. Well, I didn't know that his girlfriend was in the van and took a picture. So she takes a picture.
Mhm.
And I didn't know this at the time.
Yeah.
So when his sister starts attacking me on Facebook and sends that picture out of Caleb sitting at the courthouse, I go, yeah, you can say he was supporting me. I said, but you see my friend sitting next to me, she heard the whole conversation. And this is and I can tell you exactly what Caleb said. He sat down on the curb and he started taking up for Trevor. He goes, Trevor's a family man. I go, oh, really, Caleb? A family man that shoots meth and heroin. That doesn't sound like a family man to me. So then he dropped that and I go, well, what about this Mike Busking? He goes, well, he dated my mom. And I go, well, how was that? He goes, well, my mom's difficult. And then he sat there for another minute. Then he stood up and he goes, well, I just think he's on the run. And he got up and walked away. That's all we got out of Caleb. He never helped us look for Timmy. And then we went there we had a little march and another search. We had horses there and stuff looking for him. And we went to Caleb's house and said, hey, Caleb, where's Timmy? Caleb come out of the house and started cussing Timmy's dad out. And told Timmy's dad, you're my son. And Timmy's dad said, well, what about my son? You have the answers. And then he said he would do a lie detector test. They set the lie detector test up. He was going to do it. Then at the last minute, he asked for a lawyer. So then another time they got a hold of him. He said he'd do a lie detector test. And he said, well, come pick me up at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll be ready for the lie detector test. The police went there to pick him up and he was gone.
Wow.
So, I mean, I just don't understand any of it. And there's probably 12 cases I could tell you about. And that's what made me more suspicious because it was like when I was sitting at that courthouse, that's when I would start finding out about all these other people that's been killed there.
Yeah.
So I started checking into it, getting to know their families and hearing their stories. Like, this doesn't make sense. So then when I did all of that, I found out it was the same highway patrol, Troop E, and the same sheriff and the same coroner on all these cases. So I went to the prosecutor and I said, hey, seems to me like you guys just tell the coroner what to write down on these death certificates, and that's what they do.
And that's what they go by, it seems like, too.
Yep.
And
then when I called the coroner, which I have a recording of that, I called the coroner and I said, he goes, yeah. He goes, I drove your son to St. Louis personally. I go, oh, you did? I go, well, did he have clothes on? He didn't know that. Well, if you drove him personally to St. Louis, how did you not know he had clothes on? Or how many bodies do you find in that area that you can't remember? Because on July 21st, my son was found there. There was no other bodies found there. You can't remember if you were the coroner and drove him to St. Louis. You can't remember if he has clothes on.
That's crazy. That's crazy. I'm sorry. It is just. Oh, Jesus.
I know.
How do they not, like, literally, like I said, there's not that. I mean, you're not going to tell me Unless this is what's going on, that the judge had more than one body on their property, that they weren't able to tell you that he didn't have clothes, that if he did or didn't have clothes on.
And then if I look at the pictures, his skeleton remains of his head, just his head,
Mm-hmm.
is turned around in the hoodie the wrong way. His face is inside the hoodie when they pull his skull out of the
Mm-hmm.
hoodie. So what, did an animal turn his head around?
That don't make no sense.
I mean, I have pictures to prove that.
Yeah.
So how did his head get turned around in his hoodie? His face was in the hoodie.
I'm looking at it right now. Mm.
He didn't just walk in the woods and lay down and die for no reason like they keep trying to tell me.
He didn't. I know 100% now that with everything we've been talking about, and even when you talked to me before we even got on here, I already knew it was some malarkey going on. I already knew.
Well,
I knew
and
it
you
was
should check
corrupt.
out Durante Martin's case and Ashley's case. Them cases are nuts too. And Doug Teal, he was killed 13 years ago there. They beat him till he didn't have nothing left of his head. It was all mush.
Oh, wow. Oh, Jesus.
And then you got Jesse Wilfon. Well, they did get the murderers on that,
Yeah.
the uncle and the girlfriend. But they're all associated with the same people.
Yeah. That's the part that really got me going. Oh, okay. So that means, let's just say there's the case with Tom, Dick, and Harry. And then here it goes again. Tom, Dick, and Harry's involved. Tom, Dick, and Harry's involved with Jane. Tom, Dick, and Harry's involved with Joe. Tom, Dick, and Harry's involved with this. Literally, that just tells you there's corruption going on. Why is it the same people involved in the situation?
Well, Bobby Boone is one of the people that's at the gas station. You'll see her talking to Caleb. I got pictures of her talking to Caleb outside the gas station that night. Bobby Boone's in like 8 of these cases. She was
I
there
think I
when,
seen that. Marion posted that.
yeah, Bobby Boone was there when Durante supposedly shot himself in the head. Bobby Boone's the one fighting with Ashley. Bobby Boone's everywhere. But Bobby Boone's been to jail, prison. She's on probation. She's got charges against her right now for burglary, stealing $700 in property damage, and she's on parole and probation, and she's still walking the streets. I don't understand that.
Wow. So this picture right here is reflecting the time that you guys went looking for Timothy.
No, that was just an event that went on there, and when they have an event there, I go with my signs because I
Okay,
want to
I
know
got
I ain't
you.
went away.
Right. You ain't giving up. She's not giving up,
They
y'all.
ain't getting rid of me. I'm not. And by the way, I am not suicidal by any means. And I'm not homicidal or nothing. I'm just
Right.
wanting answers to what happened to my son.
She wants justice for Timothy, is what she wants.
My son had a good job. He paid his taxes. He deserves a good investigation on what happened to him.
Yes, definitely.
Nobody else there had jobs that I know of.
Shoot, he paid his taxes. Come on now, y'all
And
need
he
to
paid
go
a
ahead and
lot
open
of
this place
taxes.
up and do it right.
He paid a lot of taxes. He was a single man, so half of his paycheck went to taxes. I saw his paycheck stubs.
Yeah.
And he made very good money. He made $36 to $38 an hour. He loved his job. He was a rigger. He put up concerts for local 6 Union Hall in St. Louis.
Oh, wow.
So if you wanted some good concert tickets, you could go to my son. He got me concert tickets for Mercy Me. I got 3rd row tickets. I was right in front. I mean, that's who you went to. And all Timmy's friends, if they didn't work with him, his other friends would go to him to get the concert tickets because he could get you good seats.
Wow. And he was an amazing person. Like this is just not right, y'all.
He just had a big heart. He would have done anything for Caleb. That's what that hurts too. We bought Caleb school clothes. We bought Caleb shoes for school. I got a picture of Caleb dancing in a pair of shoes that Timmy took and sent to me. He goes, look how happy my friend Caleb is. Dad bought him a new pair of shoes for school.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, that kid lived in my house for a while. I fed him. I did his laundry. I sent him to school. It's unreal that you can have a friend and that's what they do to you. I think there was some jealousy going on, and I think Timmy was preyed upon, honestly, because he had
Yeah.
more.
Yeah.
Where's my picture?
I don't know. What happened? Okay, so when you click on the avatar thing that you could change your picture on, it'll bring your
Yeah.
picture back. Just click on a picture and it'll bring it back.
Oh, okay. So it's not doing it. Hold on a second.
There you
Okay,
go.
so
There you
I
go.
want to do something right now, and she just gave me a good idea, and I want to ask you some questions. Okay,
Okay.
Miss Barbara,
Yeah.
you don't feel like you want to hurt yourself, do you?
Not at all. I am not suicidal.
Okay.
I wouldn't do that anyway.
Okay.
I want to go where
Hold
my
on, hold
kids
on,
are.
hold on, hold on. Hold on. Let me do it like this, because see, this is just in case they try any bull crap. We got this on record, so you don't feel like you want
Right.
to hurt yourself,
No.
right, Miss Barbara? You don't feel like you want to give up and just like do something to yourself.
Hold on. She fell off. Hold on. Okay, there we go. Okay, go ahead.
You don't feel like you want to do something to yourself to end it all, right?
No, not at all. I'm trying to get justice for my son.
Okay, so there's nothing in your head, nothing could trigger you to make you want to take yourself out, right?
No.
Okay, we got this on record. So if they ever tried any weird stuff, we got it on record. She is not, all she wanted is justice for her kid. She's in for the fight. She's not trying to take herself out. She's not trying to self-harm. She's not trying to self-destruct or anything. This is a record on YouTube. That's all I wanted to do, to make sure that they could never do anything and say that you were going to do anything to yourself. So there's nothing in the world that could make you harm your own self.
Absolutely not. I would not do that.
Okay, thank
She
you. That's
just
all
said
I
she
wanted
wants to go to heaven.
I want to go where
That's-
my boys are. I need to go to heaven to see my boys again. I'm not going to do something to myself to not go to heaven to see my kids.
Period.
I mean, if someday I'm
Okay,
going to die, that's the
good,
only thing that I look forward to. Someday I will die and I'll get to see my kids again, but I'm not going to take my own life.
Good.
And I see
good.
a counselor now. Since this has happened, I've been seeing a counselor once a week and let him know I am not suicidal. I just want justice for my son. Actually, all I want is
Good.
somebody
That's what I
just to
wanted to get on
investigate
record.
this. Just investigate my son. He deserved better than this. And then they threw him in a creek like he was a piece of trash. It's unreal. And he
Rinrock
was
said
my
he's a
baby.
That's
witness.
hard. That's hard. That is.
He was my baby. I loved him. How do you throw somebody in the trash? I could never hurt anybody unless they were going to hurt my kids or threaten my life. I can't imagine taking somebody else's life. How do you do that?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Definitely, if
heart
somebody's
truly
coming at
goes
me or
out.
my family, I would defend them. But it wouldn't be for just whatever it is, the reason that they had to do what they did.
Right. And it's
They
like,
didn't lay down and die. I mean, that tells everything that you see, all this evidence that you have, it tells you that it wasn't something that he did on his own. This was done to him.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not going to say allegedly, because this is what I see with my eyes. This is my thoughts, this is my opinion. And whatever somebody wants to say against it, hey, it's on you. But I'm telling you right now, this is my thoughts and this is my opinion, not allegedly my foot. This is definitely some kind of not conspiracy. Sorry about that. But this is definitely something they did to him. And it is something going on over there at that police station, because it seems like everybody that gets involved with these cases that's going on, they consider it as a suicide. And it's the same people. Like, it doesn't make sense how it's the same people involved in all of these cases that are considered suicides. That's crazy.
Yeah, if you fight there, then you end up dead because they said you committed suicide. That made my friend that just died a month ago. She got involved. I met her because Timmy was missing, and she has been at every event fighting. And then all of a sudden, now she's gone, and they're calling it a suicide. And she told all of us that she was not suicidal. If anything happened to her, she did not commit suicide. She told all of us that.
Yeah.
Right.
But she was doing some dangerous stuff there. She was following the cops around and recording them.
Right.
And there's no doubt they wanted her to go away because she was doing. I told her, "You're doing some dangerous stuff. You live here. You need to not be following the police around all hours of the night and record
Right.
it." She'd
Right.
get on Facebook Live and she would call them out on Facebook Live out at the airport and stuff. It was crazy some of the stuff she was doing, but she wanted her town cleaned up.
And the
Yeah,
reason
they
why
don't
they
like to
got
be
them,
challenged.
they
Sorry, they
don't.
don't like to be challenged at all. If
They
you
don't like
are
strong women.
jeopardizing, yeah, if you're jeopardizing their job, like if they're not doing the right, things as far as their job position, and you challenge them, she should have probably had other people with her because that happens a lot, especially small towns where they feel like nobody's going to investigate. There's definitely corruption going on there, and it's going to be found out. And everybody that's doing what they're doing, they might as well say their days are numbered because they're going to go back from your son. I kind of feel like in my heart, I feel like your son is going to be the reason why it's going to be a total investigation on that whole entire town. It's like your son is gonna blow the lid off of years of corruption, and it's gonna be some head swinging, honey. I really feel that in my heart.
I believe that too. And I want to tell you guys something. I had a conversation with Timmy when he was 17.
Mm-hmm.
I'll never forget this conversation as long as I live because it came to me after all this happened. And all he said, "Mom, everybody at school is talking about what they're going to do with the rest of their lives." He says, "And I don't know what I'm going to do." And I go, "Timmy, don't," because he had ADD,
Mm-hmm.
and so they had to put him in the slower classes. So he felt like that, he wasn't going to be able to have a good job someday. And
Mm-hmm.
I go, "Timmy, don't worry about it." I said, "It'll be all right. You'll figure out what you want to do." And he goes, "Mom, I know one thing I want to do is I want to leave a legacy in this world." And that I live that thinking about that conversation all the time since this has happened.
Mm-mm. Poor baby.
Wow.
Timmy would have
Wow,
helped
that's
anybody.
amazing.
Isn't it crazy that I had that conversation with him when he was 17 and now we've come to this?
Sad. Poor baby.
And they're not
I
going to
really
do
feel
it.
like
There's
that guy
nothing.
that keeps getting.
Well,
Go
and
ahead.
the one thing too is that they can say all they want, but Timmy had a big heart. He'd have done anything that anybody wanted from him. That's just the person that he was. I mean, that's one thing I have to say. Both of my kids had great hearts. They would help anybody.
Yeah. She had to drop. She had to drop. I think her dogs were getting ready to start getting loud over there. Um, but yeah, that's sad. I remember you telling me that too.
And it's like, well, I just have to fight for my son. He was my baby, and it doesn't seem fair that they've taken everything from me, and I'm just supposed to sit here and just accept it. And the crazy thing is that I found out they're changing the law. They changed the law again now that if you do the sunshine law request, you even have to pay more money for it. I can't imagine if I didn't have people friends that love me, that help me pay for some of this stuff, not having that information.
Right.
So there's a lady that's wanting to be a senator here, and she's wanting to change the law, have this law signed, changed, that if somebody is missing, that after so long, they change the law to where they just close the cases so the families can get their investigations. paperwork. The
Mhm.
problem with that law is, though, what if some of these families can't afford that paperwork, and then we're doing our own investigations on our own loved ones' lives? I don't understand that.
I don't understand why anybody would have to investigate on their own child's case instead of the right people the people that are supposed to be doing it, which is the police, the detectives, the private eyes, whatever it is that's supposed to be looking into this case should have been on it, not you. You should have been grieving, taking your time to grieve to get through what you're getting through.
I ain't had time to do that. I feel like the police have got off on, I just say it like it is, they get off on torturing me because I feel like I'm tortured every day with this mess because they won't do nothing.
Yeah.
So how do you grieve when you're trying to get answers?
Yeah, you haven't even had the time to grieve because you've been on the case like you're as if you're the detective, you're the police, you're the judge and the jury and everything. Like I don't understand this. Like, how are they okay with this? You should be grieving and they should be doing their work. Get off your butts and do your work, period. Anybody that wants to, you want to be a police, you want to be a detective, you want to be private eye, you want to be a coroner, whatever it is that has to do with cases like these kind of cases, get off your butt and do your job. You're getting paid for it. Why not do your job?
Because somebody's being protected, I believe.
I believe it too. I believe they're definitely being protected. Definitely. I don't see it any other way but that. And I do get loud at times on here, so I'm sorry if I yelled in your
I
ear.
do too. I probably sound like I get loud too because it's so emotional.
Yeah, this is just ridiculous. I mean, it's too much coercion's going
And I
on.
don't believe for a minute that I would have got my son if I would have left that courthouse. I think that's the only reason why they gave him to me is because I would not leave there. I went from freezing cold to the skin being burnt off my nose.
Yeah. Oh, Jesus.
It's a Lifetime movie. Like I said, I don't even have words anymore at this point, other than just anybody that will listen, I'll talk to, just because I just want his name out there. So somebody maybe will do something.
Yeah. I hope so. I pray that God, if anybody has a heart, if you've seen something, if you heard something, say something. Y'all need to tell it. She's going through it. Give her some peace of mind. Give him justice. Give Timothy justice. If you were involved in it, give up. Give yourself up. Go to the police station and tell them you did it. Tell them you're sorry, whatever you need to do, but go tell them you did it. If it was an accident, which I doubt it, if it was an accident, go tell it. Go tell what happened. Stop
I've had
letting her suffer through this.
I have had people tell me that they know stuff, but they don't trust the cops there, so they won't go to the police. They're afraid to.
I mean, are you guys listening to this? People know what happened. They won't go to the police because they don't trust the police. Now, I thought you're supposed to be able to trust the police, but obviously you can't. Look what they're putting her through.
I always believed in the police before now.
Yeah.
And when I heard the highway patrol was involved, I did a happy dance. I was all excited, and then I started hearing about these other cases, and I was like, "Oh no, it's the same highway patrol."
Yeah.
That's when I started distrusting.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. This is ridiculous. I don't get why people don't do their daggone jobs that they're hired to do. You should. I literally think these people need to get a job somewhere else. Like, go get a job somewhere else. It has nothing to do with cases. It has nothing to do with parents losing their children. Just go ahead. Go get you another job, because obviously this job ain't for you. This is not a job for you.
Yeah.
And I hope y'all listening too, because this is not a job for you cops over there and everywhere else. All the cops that are sitting here doing some illegal works and things and all that, allegedly, you guys need to get a job somewhere else, because you don't deserve to be at a job like this. You need to go, maybe, I don't know, go to McDonald's or something. Go get your job at McDonald's, Burger King, Taco Bell, somewhere, because this is not the job for you. You guys have no heart. You have no compassion. You're making her go through this. This is ridiculous. This is wrong. And you're going to HE double hockey stick. You're going there. I promise you're going there. If you're not there now, you're going there. Trust and believe you're going there. With every piece of my body, like from my head, from the tips of my hair to the tips of my toes, you're going to HE double hockey stick for what you did to her son and every other person that's been unalived. You're going down. I promise you're going down. You are going down.
Listen to this. So it was Timmy's birthday. So I went to the flower shop to get some flowers to put on both of my son's graves.
Mm-hmm.
And I was outside while they were making the flowers, and I was sitting in my car and I was crying. And this lady came up. She goes, "How you doing, Barb?" Because everybody knows me, from being.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
She goes, "How you doing?" And I go, "I'm doing the best I can." I said, "Today's a rough day. I'm going to the cemetery." Because when you go to that cemetery, that's where my life is. When I have to pull away from there, I'm leaving my life behind, it feels like.
Right.
So I told the lady, I said, "I'm trying to understand the highway patrol." I said, "I know they have more than just Timmy's case. I know there's a lot of work." She goes, "Oh, no, don't you accept that, Barb." She goes, "They took on that job. They knew what they were taking on when they took that job. It gives them no excuse not to find out answers to what happened to Timmy."
Exactly. Exactly. She is correct. They don't deserve to have a job where they get in there living it up. They don't deserve it because you're not able to live it up. You're not able to get past this. You're not going to be able to get past this until you get justice for your son. And even after that, you still have to grieve. You have to start your grieving process. And that's not going to get done until the justice is done.
I don't know how to do that. All I do is fight. Every single day, I get up, say a prayer, look at my kids' pictures on the wall. I was praying one day and God said to me, "Well, they're in a better place than you are." And I thought, yep, they really are. Because this is living in HELO.
Yeah, it is. It's definitely living that. Definitely. I went, wow.
I just don't get it at all. I mean,
me neither. I'm very dumbfounded with what's going on.
Well, this is my plan, and I probably need to put it out in public in case something happens to me.
Okay.
I'm going back to Fredericktown, and I'm going to start sitting on the courthouse steps again. And I just want people to know that in case something happens to me coming or going from that place, because I was told I needed to stay away from there. It's dangerous. But how do you stay away from somewhere when you know how do you do that?
Yeah.
And if I ain't getting attention anywhere else, I don't know what to do than to sit at their courthouse, because at least it got my son found. Maybe they'll do something. They'll get tired of seeing me sit there again, and they'll maybe investigate.
Yeah. Please call me or whoever you need to call to make sure if you do go there that you do call someone and that someone knows where you are at all times. Because I did the same thing with the other investigation I was doing in 2021 for the one in Arizona, Buckeye, Arizona. His name is Daniel Robinson. And I told the dad, I said, just call me when you get there. Call me and let me know where you're at. That way I know where you're at. And if anything happens, I'll be able to let them know where you were the last time.
Yeah,
So
I got
somebody know.
I got a few people that track everywhere I go.
Good.
On my car, on my phone, and cameras in my car. So I try to stay as safe as possible, but I cannot stay away from there. I'm not gonna lie to you. It's been hard staying away from there now. And then when my friend got killed, I believe she did anyway.
Yeah.
Everybody got afraid and don't want to go there anymore. And I told him yesterday when we were at the Capitol, I said, I got to go back to Fredericktown. I can't just sit at home and do nothing.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't sit here and do nothing and then nothing gets done. Maybe if I'm just there all the time and it's in their face, maybe they'll give it, because the prosecutor this is fun. This is not funny, but it's kind of pretty ironic. I went and walked in the parade when Timmy was missing. It was on Mother's Day.
Mm-hmm.
So I made signs and I walked in the parade that he was missing. And I got out of the car and I was number 30. Guess who was
Mm-hmm.
in front of me? That was at number 29, the guy that's a prosecutor there now. So I believe that they used us to stand behind him to get him elected in as the prosecutor, the one that's there now.
Okay.
And then when I went to him and with all these questions, he kind of kept giving me these excuses because he would just call the highway patrol and then he'd go along with what the highway patrol says. And it's like,
Mm-hmm.
but you're just listening to what they're saying. Here's my proof. Does this make sense to you? And so then he called me in September. He called me and a few other families that's lost their loved ones there and told
Mm-hmm.
us that he talked to the attorney general, and the attorney general told him that he would get an investigator to start investigating these cases. Well, that was in September. Where are we at now? It's March. Well, we're getting ready to go into April. And nothing has been done. So what I got to do, go back to Fredericktown and sit at the courthouse this summer and get burnt and all that until somebody does something? I don't know. But I know I'm not going to stay away from there. I can't sit at my house and just not do nothing. I can't do it.
Yeah. Jesus Christ.
I know. It's a lot. I wouldn't believe this stuff. But the stuff that I'm telling you, I have documents to prove. I wouldn't say this stuff without having a document to prove it. I don't want to be sued. I don't know what they'd get from me, but I still don't want to be sued. I would not put stuff out there that I don't have proof
Proof of,
to
right.
back it up. I mean, I have documents to back it up. And by the way, while I'm on here, my documents aren't just in my house. They're in a lot of people's houses. So if you want to burn my house down, go ahead. You're not going to get all my information because that happened to somebody too there. Her house
Oh,
got burned down, so she lost all her investigation on her son's death.
oh my gosh.
So that's why that taught me to not have everything at just my house.
Yeah.
I know it's a lot, but it's the truth. Everything I'm saying is,
I believe you. I believe
I
you.
have a hard time believing it. That's why it's when I say that it's the truth, because I have a hard time believing it. If I wasn't living this, I would not believe it.
Yeah, some things are hard to believe, but you know they're true.
How can you not know they're true when they're in your face and you're living it?
Right. Wow. Burning people's houses down so they don't have evidence. Like, what the heck?
Yeah, there was a mother there fighting for justice for her son that got killed. And it was a different sheriff at that time. And she's been fighting for 13 years now, or 14 years, she said yesterday. 14 years.
That
Her
corruption is in the chain.
Yeah.
It is in that chain. Is literally there's a link to everybody over there, or whoever is being,
Right. Well, her house got burnt down because she was fighting, and all of the stuff she had to prove what she was saying got burnt up, and now she can't seem to get any of it.
Wow, wow, wow.
So she moved out. She moved out of Fredericktown. She don't live there anymore. And there's another lady Ashley's mother.
Mm-hmm.
She moved out of Fredericktown too because she was trying to fight to get Ashley justice, and they took her grandkids, and she hasn't seen her grandkids since. They're keeping her grandkids from her because I think them grandkids of hers seen something. So she's afraid to speak out. She says I can, and she gave me all the information, and I have all the text messages and the pictures.
Mm-hmm.
And she said I could speak out for her, but she's afraid too because she's afraid she'll never see her grandkids. So they
But
use
even if
things.
you speak on it, would it just not be the same? It'd be like third party, but it'd be the same.
Well, I got the documents to prove what she's saying is true.
Right, right.
She just don't want to speak out because she's hoping someday she'll get to see her grandkids.
Oh, wow. That's bad.
She moved out of the town, but she's afraid to speak out because of the grandkids. Because they'll threaten you, from what I understand, they'll threaten you with your kids.
Yeah.
Or they'll threaten you with your other family members. And the The day I walked in the parade, I walked down to, they have a carnival that goes on too. And I walked around the carnival putting flyers up that Timmy was missing. And there was even people there. There was an older lady that was sitting on a bench. She's like, can I talk to you? And I'm like, sure. She goes, I live next to a drug house. She goes, I can't even let my grandkids play in my yard. She goes, and the police won't do nothing here. She goes, please don't go away. She goes, because we need change here. And I said, well, ma'am, I can only do so much. I said, the only people that really can do the change here is the voters. But unfortunately, these people, a lot of these people are related. Like I heard Trevor's related to the sheriff.
I believe it.
And then there's a guy that ran off. His name's Mike Street. He ran off 2 days after Timmy was missing. I heard he was there too. And he's in jail in Idaho. No, Wyoming. No. Iowa. It's Iowa. He's in jail in Iowa. And he has been messaging his ex-girlfriend. Okay.
Yeah.
And telling what happened that night. I can't even get the police to go question the kid because he's in prison there. His name's Michael Street. And he's supposedly Caleb's cousin.
Wow.
And he's in jail there for contempt of murder, from what I understand, with a gun. He got caught with a gun there.
Jesus Christ.
So if I was a detective, I would have at least talked to my nephew that was there watching him clean the needles up and everything. I know Timmy wouldn't use a needle. I know. And nobody could tell me any different because that's how his brother died and he knew it.
Yeah.
Timmy would not do that.
Yeah, he's not going to go do what he went through. Definitely.
No, he would not do that.
He would not.
That is on all my documents that there was people there shooting, but Timmy did not shoot anything with a needle. And then in one of my documents, Trevor's talking about him getting in an argument with Caleb that night because Caleb was shooting up.
Wow.
I mean, I got documents that you can read that prove that. That's not hearsay. I'm not going to say allegedly hearsay or nothing. It is
what it is.
Yeah.
Definitely. Lord.
So I just don't. And then I know another lady that I know that they questioned and I can't even put some of this stuff out, but she was questioned. I know for a fact. I know what she has. And she said the highway patrol never got back with her for the information she's got. I'm like,
wow.
I don't know what to do with that. And then in my documents, it doesn't even say they talked to her. But I have recordings that they talked to her. My own. It's like, so you even took some of the documents out of my report that is saying that these people are telling me you question them, but they're not in my report that you question them.
Yeah, it's definitely corruption going on over there. It's definitely corruption.
It's going to be like a domino effect, though, when it happens. Boom, 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 boom. And that's when I'll have a party for my sons. And then I'll grieve.
Yeah.
Because something will get changed. My son's death, I don't want my son's death to be in vain. I know he got killed. You don't find a body and their teeth be gone. I have done so many studies on skeleton remains now, you wouldn't believe it. It might sound a little morbid, but I'm an investigator for my son's death. And I'm telling you, you have your teeth. You can go years after death and have all your teeth in elements.
I believe that.
I've read about it, studied about it, looked up bones. I've done all that stuff. It's not easy to do. You just got to put your mindset in it. It's not my son's bones. He's in a better place. That's what I have to think about when I'm doing it. But you're curious.
Right.
And then when that doctor told me what he told me, he stopped and looked at me and he goes, what? He goes, what kind of condition was your son in? And I told him and he goes, oh no, there's no way. There's no way. And then there's a hole in the roof of his mouth that nobody seems to be concerned about. And his bottom tooth is gone. I guess they didn't find that. They just thought they could play that off and tell me it fell out after he died, because that's what they did tell me.
Yeah.
And the top tooth is there. I mean, every picture they gave me of the coroner's report, his tooth is in his mouth. It's back in his mouth. But then if you look at the pictures of the scene of where he was found, that tooth is gone. Why is that not documented, for one? Why would, and if you're not trying to hide anything, why would you put the tooth back? It wasn't like I was going to have an open casket. He was bones.
Right.
So what's the point of putting the tooth back in his mouth? Because you want to hide the hole that's in the roof of his mouth?
Sorry about that. That was my son asking me something. Sorry about that. Go ahead.
And yeah, so I mean, that's where I'm really confused, because I got this lady, she's a nurse for the doctor. And this is exactly what happened. My boyfriend had a spot above his eyebrow. He thought skin cancer. So we went to the doctor that day, and I was with him. And the nurse, she knows me really well. She's been following Timmy's case from the beginning, she told me. And she was asking me some questions why the doctor was taking that spot off my boyfriend's. It was right above his eyebrow. And I'm telling her. And I said, yeah, and this is how his remains got found. And this is, and she goes, well, what was left? And and the doctor stopped in the middle of this procedure, and he looks up and he goes, what? And I go, that's what they showed me, and that's what they told me, and that's what the picture showed. There's nothing left of him. No, he goes, there's no fingernails, no. I said, no fingernails, no toenails, no skin, no nothing left of him. No hair, nothing. And he goes, that's not right. He goes, that's not right. And he named a chemical, and I just can't remember the name of the chemical. He goes, there's no way his body was in that kind of condition in just 5 months. It's not possible. Now, for that doctor to stop that procedure and look up at me and say that told me a lot.
Oh, Lord have mercy.
You should check into some of these other cases there. They're bizarre.
Yeah, they sound bizarre.
I mean, Durante had a football scholarship. He was 19 years old. That kid did not go to a graduation party and then all of a sudden say, oh, I'm suicidal, and shoot himself in the head. And there was another death there of suicide on that same land. But they're suicides. And when I've done my homework on that, if they call them a suicide, then their crime rate doesn't show up so much. Well, have you looked on the FBI?
I think that does have a lot to do with it as well. I think that does that's the corruption part, because they don't want people to see that they have all these red rums, okay? Homicide, oh goodness, I wasn't supposed to say that. Yamicide. So they basically you know, they got to cover it up some way, and I think that's where the cover-ups are coming from.
Well, they couldn't say that about Timmy. That's the deal on Timmy.
Yep.
And I've talked to Durante's family. They don't believe he was supposed to be found. They didn't even call him and tell him that their son was shot. A friend found out and called the family. They had already had the kid at the funeral home and everything else. I don't think he was supposed to be found. I think he was supposed to disappear too.
Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I can give you the lady's number. She'd be happy to talk to you.
Okay.
Because there's too many cases that's just not, they don't add up.
Yeah. Do you think she would come on here and talk about it?
I know she would. She's doing a podcast tonight with Southern Gal.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And Southern Gal did a podcast with me. We've been kind of sharing you guys. To be honest, you guys are wonderful. I know you guys got a lot of cases, and I know that some people treat you guys bad, but I can't tell all of you. I don't know who's all listening right now, but you guys have been a blessing in my life and some of these other mothers' lives. We love you. You guys are our friends, and we want to talk to you and tell you guys this stuff because we don't know what else to do.
Yeah. I am so sorry you're going through all this. I really
No,
am.
no, I'm telling you guys, thank you for the podcast and
I
these
know
things you
you're
do. I
welcome.
know it's a lot of work for you, but it means a lot to us families. I'm talking to these other mothers that I tell you them guys about you guys, and they're willing to talk to you guys to
I'm
get
ready.
their child's stories out there because we don't know what else to do.
Yeah. Wow.
I mean, I've told him, I said, man, I'm telling you, these people have been so good to me on these podcasts. That's the way to go because nobody's listening to us. So we need to start sharing the people we know that do podcasts and see if they'll let us tell our stories. Thank you.
Anytime, sweetie. I really appreciate you coming up here and telling us the story because it is there. I'm sure there's a lot of places that's going through this, but they don't want to say anything. They're either scared or they're being threatened.
I don't have anything to be afraid of. What am I going to be afraid of? My kids are gone. What can they scare me with?
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
There's nothing to be sorry for. I'm just sorry that you have to go through all this. Oh, Jesus.
I mean, I know other people that have lost their children there that would be happy if you guys would cover their stories.
I'd be happy to do that for you.
Thank you, because they need it too.
Of course.
It's sometimes you just have to remind yourself to even breathe.
Yeah, I believe that.
You know, I saw that mother on that where they found that boy in Kentucky.
Mm-hmm.
From Missouri, you know, that college kid that got thrown out of the bar. You know that story, right?
Yeah, the one you told me about. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that mother on TV, and when I saw her cry and not knowing where her son was, I felt her every emotion that woman had. I felt so bad for her. And then you think when you find him, you're gonna feel better. But she knows he probably fell in there, and it was an accident. But when you don't know, you live this
Yeah.
journey I went through with the missing. So I've been helping the missing as much as possible.
Right.
And then you're into the stage of you want justice. I understand justice now. Before I'd see I would watch court TV's like one of my favorite shows.
Yes.
But anyway, Vinny's my guy.
Yeah.
Anyway,
He's good.
so
He's good at what he does.
yeah, and then he tells these stories about all this stuff that happens, and then you listen to it. It's unreal that that's what happens in the world. So I know there's crime everywhere. I hear that. But when it's such a small community and that many, there's something seriously wrong. When the people in St. Louis in the city, I've given them bracelets, and I
Mhm.
hand out bracelets. And when you hand out bracelets and you tell them the name of the town, they said they'd never go there. That's saying something. When people from a city will not go to a small town, that's scary in itself.
Yes. That means they know something they don't want nobody else to get into.
It's like, stay away from that town.
Yep.
And I didn't even have to say anything other than handing them a bracelet and say something about Fredericktown. I ran into Kirkpatrick's family when I was handing out bracelets. And Kirkpatrick, his name's Jake Kirkpatrick. He got killed in Fredericktown, Missouri, too. His family's still trying to get justice. And Bobby Boone was the last person that was with him.
See what I'm saying? All these people are in cahoots. I would love to have them on my channel as well. Yeah, definitely. Together is also really good at this as well. She to get get information out. She has her own channel, and just give me some numbers, and then I'll send her some, and for her
Okay.
to do the same ones that
Yeah,
I'll be doing some, and then she could do it as well. So
I'll
that way
talk
you
to
guys will get it everywhere.
Okay, thank you. I will talk to these mothers and I will get I got their phone numbers, but I don't give up phone numbers without their permission. I will
No, no,
text
no,
you.
no. I wouldn't even ask you to do that ever because
What?
I don't even like nobody to give my number out unless they ask.
Right, I won't do
So
that.
I feel you on that
But
one.
I know if I talk to these mothers, they'll let me give their number to you so I can text you their phone numbers. But I
Okay.
want to call them first. I'll do that today. But I do
Okay.
know that Durante's mom is doing a podcast tonight on Southern Gal.
Okay.
And she did a podcast on Timmy, a week or so ago.
Yeah, we definitely got to get all this information out. This is horrible.
That story and it's the same highway patrol, same sheriff, and same coroner. That's the craziest about it, too.
Corruption.
Tell me what's going on when you got the same three people that are involved in these cases. And they're still, if you call the highway patrol, I don't want to tell too much of Kimberly's story because I want her to tell it. It's the grandmother of Durante that got killed there.
Okay.
But when she calls that Troop E highway patrol, when I talked to her when Timmy was missing and I was talking to her and she told me what happened to her grandson, I said, she said, well, Troop E, there's no Troop E anymore in the highway patrol. I go, what are you talking about? There's a Troop E. She goes, no, there's not. When I call there, they tell me there's no Troop E there anymore. I said, yes, there is, because Troop E's on Timmy's case right now.
Wow.
But if she calls there, they tell her there's no Troop E anymore.
That's crazy.
There's
a lot of corruption going on with these people are crazy and they, oh my God. These people.
Free paycheck.
No, they're getting more than a free paycheck.
Oh my gosh.
So, yeah.
Oh my gosh.
But I'm going to go back to Fredericktown. I can't sit in this house and do nothing and nobody do nothing. And no, they're not doing anything. I can't just sit here and do that. I can't do it.
Yeah.
I just have to fight. I got to keep fighting. I can't just sit here.
Yeah.
That part's enough it's too much to take.
Yeah.
When you know nobody's doing anything and you just have to sit and just let nobody do anything. I mean, if I don't sit there, then they're not going to do anything for sure.
Mm.
I mean, I know they got tired of me sitting there, but like I said, there's good people there that supported me there. There's a lot of good people there too.
Yeah.
But it's just, it's election year. I just need to be at that courthouse because when I was there before, people were asking me, who would you vote for sheriff if you could vote for here? I have to go there and support somebody so that good people can get change in their town too, because it's not fair to them. When you have people telling me that they have a drug house next to their house and they can't let their kids go out and play and the police know it and they call the police and nothing gets done, somebody has to help them good people there too.
Yeah. Definitely.
They don't deserve that. Their families, their grandkids, their kids are being born there. You know?
Yeah. They definitely need to get this situation straightened out. I mean, this is ridiculous. There's got to be something done about these people. Some of them got to get fired. Somebody else got to get hired, and they need to go ahead, go start making their little burgers and Taco Bell, because that's where they're going to be they're going to take themselves up because they're not going to be able to handle that. I'm just saying. I mean, they don't deserve to be working with people. They don't have any compassion for people. They don't care about people. All they worry about is a paycheck and staying with the corruption mess, allegedly, but then not allegedly.
Well,
I really feel like there's a lot of stuff going on over there in Fredericktown.
That first recording that you got me standing outside the police station talking to that police officer.
Yes.
There's more video to that, but it's so long I can't send it all at once. And I don't know how to cut it up. I just don't know how to do that kind of stuff. But anyway, in that recording, this is how it went. I sat at the courthouse that day handing out flyers. It
Yeah.
was freezing. So then I got everything in the car. I had 2 girls with me because I didn't want to go there alone. So
Okay.
they'd come and sit with me, and we handed out flyers all day. At the
Okay.
end of the day, we put everything in the car, and I said, no, I can't take it anymore. I'm going to go down to the sheriff's office because now I've been there for a while now, and they're driving by me. We got flipped off by one of the deputies. And then they would drive around the courthouse because the courthouse is in the middle of the town. I was sitting at the courthouse. You'd think they'd pull over and say something to me. We're trying to help you find your son or anything. Nothing. So I went down there. It's freezing. I'm beeping this little button or doorbell, and I can look at the cameras, and I'm just standing there, and it's freezing. I'm thinking, well, they know I'm out here. They're probably in there going, who's going to go out and talk to her? Because the sheriff never talked to me. And I looked at my girlfriend and I go, look at these cameras. They know I'm standing here. I'm ringing this doorbell. Why aren't they not coming out? I said, they're in there discussing who's going to come out and talk to me. So he comes out to talk to me. And instead of inviting me in where it was warm, he walks me out into the parking lot, as you can see. And the wind is blowing. It's freezing. And he's trying to tell me I have to talk to the detective up here because that's where the missing. I said, sir, my son's missing from here. He goes, no, you can't prove that. I go, I absolutely can. He was at the C-Barn live. Fine. Well, at 1:30 in the morning, I said, and he made a 911 call. So then he went from that to me saying that I couldn't prove he made the 911 call. I said, oh, so you're saying somebody took my son's phone and made a 911 call? He goes, yeah, ma'am, that's possible. It was unreal.
That's crazy.
And that recording, my girlfriend started recording it because it was so bizarre that he didn't invite me into the police station to talk to me, that he walks me into the parking lot where it's even colder and starts telling me I need to be down in Jeff City getting them to look for him. Well, you know he's missing here. Why won't you help me look for him? That's what I couldn't understand. You are the police here. You're Madison County Police. He called the Madison County Police Department. You guys know he's missing from here because he was at the gas station on a recorder. So how can you not look for him? I don't care if I made the report where I live or not. You know he's missing here. Isn't that your jobs? I mean, that's what I thought. Everybody I see get missing sometimes. They get all these people that will come in and help them just search for the person. They didn't even want it be talked about. They put in the newspaper. They didn't know he was missing until March 13th. Well, on March 13th, I was there knocking on people's door, getting permission slips for the cadaver dogs, and had already been there putting flyers up. And now you're going to put in the newspaper you didn't know he was missing until March 13th? That's a lie. I have the newspaper to prove that. I'm sorry. I get emotional. It starts getting me. I go from crying to emotional to aggravated. It's so unreal. I mean, you see the picture there. The guy has got me standing out in the middle of the parking lot.
Yeah. If you could, the way you could send it is through through the email. I said Gmail, but email, which is Gmail. If you want to send me that video, and I could put it on if you want me to.
If I can figure out how to do email. I mean,
Okay,
like I said, all I know how to do is text, and I got Facebook, and I know how to use Messenger, and I've learned how to get on your podcasting.
Okay, you
I
sure
knew
did.
nothing
You
about
did
any
that.
of this before
You
this
did that.
started. I
So
didn't even know. I've never even heard of a podcast before Timmy went
yeah.
missing. If I didn't
So
know
you
you guys
have it
had them, I'd have been listening to them a long time ago, though, I will say.
right. With the email, all you do is like you go to the email, and then where it says compose, you're going to click on that, and you put who you're sending it to. Put you new. It's UKNEW 2021 at gmail.com. So you knew 2021 at gmail.com.
All right. You knew at 20.
2021
Okay.
at gmail.com.
All right.
And then in the subject, just put video.
Okay.
And then the part that you write in, you're going to put your finger on it until you get it where it says copy paste type of thing.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you click it all the way to the end, and it's going to let you put photos and videos. So if you click it twice, You have an iPhone, it'll say, you click it twice and it'll bring you to that.
Okay. I'll try it. I might have to call you on that one.
Okay.
But yeah, that video, there's a lot more to it. Well, as you see, we're standing out in the middle of the parking lot, but that's why we're standing in the middle of the parking lot, because he walks me away from the police station to stand in the middle of the parking lot to argue with me whether my son was missing there or not.
Yeah, that doesn't make
It
any
goes
sense.
from that to when I proved he was missing from there, it goes to that to where somebody how do we know he made the 911 call? And I'm like, what do you mean? Somebody took his phone and made 911 calls, said their friends threatening him?
Yeah,
I
exactly.
didn't know that. At that time, I didn't know that. I thought it was, I believed Caleb. I didn't have the paperwork to say his friend was threatening him. He was being chased at that time. So, and then that all happened. I mean, there is so much that happened. It is unreal that the things that the people that you talk to and the way they talk to you. So then I talked to the new prosecutor, and I'm telling him I showed him the tooth being missing. That's when he said, well, let me get back with you. Then he said, well, they probably had to do reconstruction, some kind of reconstruction to make sure no crime was committed. And I just looked at it, but I said, well, if there's reconstruction, isn't there a crime committed? And then he blew me off on that. When I showed him the debit card being used, he blew me off on that. And I'm like, why is everything that I bring to you, sir, that you just seem to, he goes, well, I called the highway patrol. I thought that's the problem. And he goes, and that's what they told me. And I said, well, I just don't understand why I have to show you all this and nothing's being done about it. I mean, there's questions here.
I don't understand why you're the detective and you're the police for your own case. That's what I don't get, because they're not even trying to work on it.
Oh, no, they told me the case. I found out through the paperwork the case was closed before they even told me. As soon as he was found, the case was closed. Wow. And if you look at them documents from Mike Busking, that was before he was even found. And at the bottom of the page, it says case closed. My documents show that.
There's a corruption going on here for sure. Wow.
I mean, come on. When you got a mom in the middle of the parking lot telling you that you know your son's missing from there, and you're going to tell me to go up to where I live, but he's missing here. You're the police officers here. Don't you look for him? I mean, that just stunned me. And then, I don't know, there's just so much that just doesn't make any sense, because I guess I listen to you guys too much now and watch court TV, and I watch Dateline and stuff. When you find a dead body, you investigate it. You find out who killed him, what happened. If they lie, you still talk to them. You don't just quit question them because they got a lawyer.
Right.
I've only got I only have 3 interviews of Caleb where they talk to him. 3.
Wow. It don't make no damn sense. It don't make any sense at all. This whole case is down the drain.
Well, it's just as down the drain as some of these others. Wait till you hear these other ones in the same town. I mean,
that's what makes it worse. Barbara, that's what makes it worse, is that there's more.
Right.
Not just his case. It's not just Timothy's case. There's cases after cases. This just doesn't make any sense to me. Somebody needs to turn themselves in and stop, because literally it sounds like, okay, so even though it's more than one person, it's like serial unalivers is what sounds to me. Like there's serials going on, if you know what I'm talking about.
Right.
Because there's the same people involved in the mess. So this is what's considered a serial situation, because like the other serial unalivers, They always they do it more than once. That's why they're considered serial, which means they're constantly doing the same thing to the same people. And this is the same thing they're doing. They're unaliving people left and right.
And if
It
you're
might be a
not
little
from
different
there,
at times, but it's the same people involved. This is crazy. This is beyond insane. Oh my goodness.
I told the prosecutor, I said, you know, they knew I lost my other son. I said, and they know my youngest son's gone now too. I said, and they talk to me horribly. I said, if that's the way they talk to people that lost their loved ones, they need new training.
They do.
Man, the way they talked to me was, my mouth just would drop sometimes because I was just so stunned that they knew I lost my other son and now my son's missing, and this is how you guys treat us.
Yeah, this is definitely something they need training for. Compassion. They don't have compassion at all. Not a bit, not even a little bit, not even a tiny bit, not even a pinch, not even with a tweezer pinch. Okay, nothing. Nothing, not even a grain of salt. Nothing, no compassion at all. And this is not right.
And
This is just not right.
there's a lady that works at the courthouse that I became friends with because she would come out and to check on me when it was hot.
Mm-hmm.
And she said there was a drug house next to her house.
Oh
and
my
she can't get it closed down.
They need to get rid of these places. They need to shut them down. What is going on? Why are they allowing all these people to be dealing or making stuff?
Well, there's a law in Missouri that if you sell drugs or have a drug house next to a school, it's an automatic 10 years. There's houses next door to the schools. I told the commissioners that when I went to the commissioners meeting and got on the agenda, did it like you're supposed to be able to talk, and told them that I would give them the addresses, and they said, we have them. It's like, I was stunned on that. It's like, wait
So
a
they
minute.
know what they have and they still allowing it. Even though
That's
they're
what I
supposed to have
said.
a policy against that to where they go to jail for 10 years. That don't make no sense.
It's the catch and release program. That's what they kept saying to me. Everything
Catch
I
and
said,
release.
they threw catch and release at me. I said,
Catch and release. I thought that was for dogs and animals, like when they, just saying.
It's a law. It's Rule 33. It's called catch and release. And what happens is they catch them, they book them into jail, and they release them. Well, and it's a lot of paperwork, and that's what they don't want to do. So a lot of times they just don't arrest them. That way they don't have to do the paperwork, and they're just going to be released. But my issue is if you did that, then there's a paper trail, and eventually the trail is going to catch up with them.
Wow.
Right? Isn't that how that works?
That's
what I thought anyway.
Oh
Maybe
my
I
gosh.
just don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know.
I mean, that's like these people with DUIs. They catch them, they charge them, and they let them go.
Right, but
then
after
they do it again.
After so many, though, they at least get time in jail.
I think, if I remember correctly, I think this guy got 5, and then he did something, and I think he ended up actually hurting someone. And I think that's the only reason why he ended up going and getting time.
No, Timmy's dad got 5 years in prison for DWIs. And
See, that's the thing.
And he did 3 years.
You would think once they catch them, that they would stop, because all they're doing is slapping them on the hand. So of course they're going to keep doing it.
Well, yeah, but at least you got Mothers Against Drunk Drivers, and they got some accountability. But for some reason, the drugs don't have any accountability. You just don't arrest them at all.
They don't.
Just don't arrest them at all, and then that way they just get released out on the streets, and they don't have to do the paperwork because they don't want to mess with it.
Yeah,
Sounds
they
like
don't.
to me.
But that's the job.
They don't. They allow them to do whatever they want. I think people are running the streets racket. They're just.
Are they making, or who's making the money?
Huh?
Follow the money. Who's making the money? You start going to that direction too. I mean, thumbs up.
Yep. Yep. It's always something to do with money, racketeering, money. Everything now is money. Oh, and have you heard about the situation with the eclipse that's supposed to be going on in April?
Yes.
People are paying 4 times the amount. They're charging people 4 times the amount. at hotels, like if a hotel's $100, they're charging $400 a night just to go see the eclipse. And people are actually paying for this mess. So they're charging people quad the amount. They're quadrupling the amount. So that tells you it's always about money, 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 money. They're hungry for money, money, money. They want to have money coming in. They don't want no money coming out. And this is what it is. Money, money, money. Me, I'd rather have happiness
Right.
and
Well,
serenity.
hey, people that have millions of dollars still commit
I know.
unalived. Is that how you
Yeah.
say it?
Yeah.
Alive themselves.
Mm-hmm.
So that just goes to show it ain't all about money, but people
Right.
think it is. The sad thing is that there's young kids in that town. There's young kids that they're gonna grow up. They're gonna have kids, and who's gonna stop the killings?
Right. Exactly. Wow, 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 wow.
Yeah, it's a lot.
A lot.
And I will send you phone numbers because I'm telling you, you wouldn't believe
Okay.
the other mothers that's
Yeah.
got some crazy stories. They're hard to even believe. I have a
Yes.
hard time believing my sons.
Definitely. Wow.
And that small of a community, I know crime's everywhere because everybody says, well, there's crime everywhere. I get that. I'm
Yeah.
not, if you look at you ought to go on the FBI site. You know, Fredericktown is the most dangerous town in the state of Missouri.
I'm sure it is. They got all those crooked
If
cops
you look
and
at the
people over there.
FBI status, yeah.
Wow. They got to do something about this. They got to do a lot of protesting to get these people out. They need to do oh my goodness, I can't even get the word out. Where people sign petition. I almost didn't get it. But yeah, they need to have petitions over there big time. Kick them all out and start over. Start a whole new police station. New police. They just
Well,
need.
their election is up for the sheriff.
Oh, okay.
So I've been I found out who the sheriffs are, kind of got an idea who I would support. So that's kind of my plan, is to go back to Fredericktown because the good people do pull over and talk to me, and they do talk about that stuff. And I'd like to back up a good sheriff there because that's a start anyway.
Right, right. Definitely a start. Definitely a start.
I've been just letting it wait until it warms up so I could sit there because that's my plan.
I feel you.
So another year of not being able to, fight. That's all I can do is fight,
I need you to take care of yourself when you go out there, though, okay?
I do. I got myself covered.
Okay.
On that. Safety concerns.
Okay. I'm glad you do. Because it's with everything that's going on over there, I don't want to have to hear that I have to go help figure out what happened to you. Which we'll know what happened, but
yeah, we'll know something bad happened to me because I wouldn't do anything. So if something happens to me, it's not of my accord.
Exactly. Exactly.
And if something happens to me too, though, hey, have a celebration. I'm with my kids, but they did something to me.
Yep.
I'm just saying.
Marion, you can, if anything happens to your sister, you can come up here and we can talk about it. We can get that information out again about Fredericktown, the smallest town of Missouri, of less than 5,000 people over there. Like, come the heck on.
Yeah. Well,
Jesus Christ.
I live in town. My sister's town that she lives in is the same size town as Fredericktown, okay? Same amount of people, everything. They've had about 4 murders there in the past 15 years, I'm going to say, maybe 20. And they've solved all of them.
We all need to move there.
So why would the same size town, have all these murders.
Yeah, that's the part that I don't get, because it's corruption.
And they don't solve any of them. I don't even know of a murder case being even tried there. Now that I think about it, in Fredericktown, Missouri, I don't think they've even had a murder case trial.
Jesus Christ.
I haven't heard of one. For all these deaths, though, you'd think there'd be one by now.
They're not going to do nothing because they're all involved. They're all, it's all like what they call a pyramid.
Well, that pyramid's
Pyramid
getting ready
of
to fall.
corruption. Huh?
That pyramid's getting ready to start falling.
Yeah, we're gonna crush it with all this information that's coming out for these people. This is ridiculous, y'all. This is horrible. How do people think they could get away with things like this? How do they even? This is the question I have for them. How do you guys lay down on your pillows and sleep comfortably? How do you do that with the hatred and the whatever it is that you have for people, and you don't want to help nobody, you don't want to help the mothers, no compassion, and you lay your head on your pillow? How does it feel? Like, how do you have that where you don't have a heart? Huh?
You know how you have it? They don't have hearts. They don't know the Lord.
Don't.
That's the problem. But you know what? Luke 8:17. That I stand on that verse in the Bible. It says everything that's put in the darkness will be brought to light.
Yes, 100%.
I've been standing on that. And there's another scripture I've been standing on, and I've been saying it since day one. And I went to that courthouse, and it's just amazing to me that I stood on that scripture, and I stood on another one that's Romans 8:28, and it says anything that's God will, everything works out for the good, those who love him. And I'm like, man, God, I don't know what's going to work out for the good here, but your word says that, and I believe that. Then I'm in the numbers in the Bible, so I started looking up the number 8, and the number 8 represents new beginning. And I was like, oh, this is a new beginning of that pyramid coming down.
Yeah.
So if my son's, it's not going to bring my son back, but if his life saves a bunch of people's lives and it changes things, I can live with that. And I will tell God, thank you. At least my son's death wasn't in vain, and some other people is not going to get hurt there.
I just
That's what my prayers.
No, we get justice for Timmy.
That
Timmy deserves justice, and the mom, and you need to be able to grieve. You need to grieve.
I'm not able to do that right now. I
know until this case gets resolved. Oh, and he gets justice. I don't think you'll ever get any rest. You won't be able to have you.
I don't know how
time to
I've
grieve.
asked people, how can I stop fighting? Should I stop fighting? But I can't. I get up every day and I'd fight.
I would not give up. No, I would never give up.
I don't think I could live giving up. I don't. Yeah. I even said, mauled to God. I was like, God, if you're not going to have something good come out of this, then just take me, please.
Yeah.
Don't let me live here in this torture.
Yeah.
Because it's torture. Then I just get the Bible out and read and pray. That's what keeps me sane. There's no way, when I even look about what already's happened and me living at that courthouse, there ain't no way I was doing that alone. God was definitely carrying me, because when I sit back and think about it now, I'm kind of shocked that I even had the strength to do that, and it didn't come from me.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody was saying how strong I was. They didn't see the car ride there and the car ride home when I had to leave that town without my son.
Yeah.
And I knew he was there. And I knew he wasn't alive. I knew. Sorry,
No, you ain't got nothing to be sorry for.
I just wish you guys had known Timmy's heart and personality and who he was. And then to think that Caleb could touch him or anybody could hurt my baby is just unreal.
This don't make no sense.
Something, yeah, it don't make sense. Something's going on there. It's gotta be.
Jesus.
I mean, how do you're just going to try to blow it off that I'm crazy? Well, I'm sorry. I don't think I'm that crazy. I show you the documents I have of everything I'm saying. So if you have documents to prove what you're saying, then it's true, right? I'm not just crazy.
Exactly.
I mean, I have pictures of that tooth out. I have the pictures of the coroner's office that has the tooth back and doesn't say anything about that. That blew me away. It's like, how do you do that? How is that not put in the coroner's report? And why is the tooth back in his mouth? That blew me away. A lot of things blew me away, but that part in the hole in the roof of his mouth, why isn't anybody saying anything? And then you don't even tell me. You let me look at the pictures and figure it out for myself that his tooth was even out of his mouth. I
It
didn't
should
know
not
that
have been
his
like
tooth
that. It should not have been like that, where you had to see this without them telling you first. Like, they should not be showing you something before you know about it.
No, they sent it to me. The coroner sent me their report, and all of his teeth was in there. Didn't think anything of it. Then when
Yeah.
I got the pictures of the scene, I was looking at him. I was like, oh my God, his tooth's out. So I go back to the coroner's paper. I said, there's nowhere on here. His teeth are in his mouth. I mean, his tooth's there. And I'm like, why did they not have this written down? And they didn't even say anything. Why would you do that anyway? It wasn't like I was going to have an open casket for my son. It was bones. I didn't even send me pictures with a tooth in his mouth, and then I find the pictures of him when they found him at the scene and his tooth's gone.
And they probably didn't even think that you were going to figure it out or notice it. But it's a good thing you did, because now you have information that they probably didn't think you were going to be able to get.
No, they thought they were going to be able to keep that from me, but that lady,
Yeah.
I don't think they got to her soon enough to tell her not to send me those pictures. Because if I didn't get those pictures, I wouldn't have known his tooth was out. Because all the coroner's reports and all the pictures they gave me of the skeleton remains, his teeth are on. It's there. So they had to do some work to clean it up and even put it back. Oh, God.
Ridiculous.
It's hard to believe.
Yeah.
But justice is coming. I believe that. I do.
I believe it too.
God already told me. Just like people would pull up and say, ma'am, you've been sitting here months now. You know, maybe you're not going to find your son. I said, no. I said, I prayed. God told me he was going to be found. And he was found. And I've already prayed to God about the justice for Timmy too. And he told me that the truth will come out. It's just going to take some time. And unfortunately, our time and God's timing is not the same.
Right.
But he's given me the strength to still fight. I'm still fighting. Because I know what my God can do. He can move mountains. And I know what he can do.
Amen.
I sat here and I said, God, I need a miracle. And you're the miracle maker. Talk to God all the time by myself, just sitting here. So I think keeps you sane.
Yes. 100%. I agree with you 100% on that.
If
That's
I didn't
the
know
only
what I've
person
been
that you
through,
can actually lean on and know that he's 100% there for you and supports you.
oh, I wouldn't know what to do. If I didn't have God in my life, I couldn't do this.
100%. He takes away the edge when it's really painful.
Yeah, in the very beginning, when I was getting up every day and driving to Fredericktown, I'd listen to this song called Pretender.
Mm-hmm.
And it's a good song, Christian song. And I'd tell God, okay, God, just get me through this day. I don't even know why you woke me up, because I used to beg him not to wake me up. Just please let me go in my sleep. And then it took me a while to get past that. Now I'm grateful I'm alive and I wake up every day, because I need to fight for Timmy.
Yes.
But in the beginning, no, it was like, God, why did you wake me up? Why do I have to be here without my kids? But for some reason, I'm still here. So he's got me here for a reason. So now, and then I started thinking, I really want to work with the missing. So
Yeah.
I went to Jeff City, and they had this big event at Jeff City for the missing. So actually very nice. They do for families.
Mm-hmm.
And so I got on all these groups. So I try to share all the missing now just because I know that feeling too.
Yeah.
I'm just so grateful that we found Timmy within 5 months. But I don't believe he would have been found if I wouldn't laid there at that courthouse.
Right. They were like, look, she's not going anywhere. We got to give her this.
Yeah, she needs to go away. She's making our town look bad. And then as soon as I left their town, it wasn't maybe a week. I'm going to stretch it 2 weeks because I don't know exactly the time. They
Mm-hmm.
made a big commercial about the town and what a beautiful town it was, and that everybody should come in it and see the town. It was a commercial on TV. It made me so mad. It's like, well, where's my chair? They waited till I was gone to make that commercial.
Wow. They're so full of it.
The mayor's walking around showing the town. A few people even called me up and thanked me for their new sign. If you weren't sitting here, we probably wouldn't have got this beautiful new sign saying welcome to Fredericktown. It's not funny, but it's blows you away.
No, I know. I don't think you're being funny. I think you're tired and exhausted, and it is.
But all this
It's
to
a lot
say,
to take a
all of this
bite out of. It's a lot to take a bite out of. That's
yeah,
for sure.
it's so much. It's almost you're like, this is not true. This can't not possible. But I'm telling you about I'm going to stretch it to 2 weeks. That when I left there, they made a commercial about the town and had it on the news about how beautiful it was. I made the comment when it was on the news at my girlfriend's house. I said, well, Lee, I don't see my chair there. Because I knew where I sat every day.
Yeah.
It's like, why didn't you make the commercial while I was sitting there? Well, we know why. But I wanted to be in that commercial. My son's gone. Please find my son.
Yeah. Justice for Timothy. Definitely.
And then lightning strikes. I did a sunshine law request for the 911 call. They said lightning struck. So I didn't get the recording.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Well, then apparently that all got fixed. And then when I did a sunshine law request for some body cams, on August 3rd, lightning struck again. So I can't get that either because lightning struck it and it's not available.
Oh, wow.
So lightning struck twice on some documents I was trying to get.
Jeez.
Yeah. So I looked up at the weather because they said lightning struck on August 3rd. I remember August 3rd because it's the day after my birthday.
Yeah.
So I looked up at the weather in Fredericktown, Missouri on August the 3rd. There was no storm there, but
Wow.
lightning struck. So I can't get that information. It's like, what is going on in this place?
That is crazy because it's crazy how we're able to Google the weather and they think we're not going to get that information.
And you can go back years and look at what the weather was that day.
Yes. Yes, ma'am. You sure can. You can put the year of your birth and it'll tell you what the weather was.
Oh, that's why I did it. Because when they told me lightning struck, I wanted to look at the weather. And then when they told me lightning struck again, I wanted to look at the weather. And then when they tried to tell me Timmy froze, I looked at the weather. At the very moment, you can even look up the weather at the time you want. So I looked up the weather at 4:40 in the morning. It was 40, I think it was 47 degrees. It was 40 something degrees when Timmy made the 911 call.
That's not freezing weather. It's cold, but it's not freezing.
And if you're running, you're going to get hotter. You're not going to freeze to death.
Thank you. Exactly. Exactly.
So it got up to 65 degrees that day. So I know the weather that day.
Yeah.
And try to tell me. And then in one of Caleb's statements, he could hear Timmy running when he was saying somebody was chasing him. And he could hear the dew from his shoes hitting the ground. And then his phone's in his pocket. He thinks it's mumbled when he's trying to talk to. You wouldn't believe the different stories. I could go on with it. I've got 10 different stories. The police got 3.
That's bizarre. It's crazy as heck.
Yeah, I heard him running across. You could tell he was running across the ground because you could hear the
Cannot hear all
frost
that.
run. That's what Caleb's saying.
You cannot hear all that. I wish somebody would call me and run and I could hear the running. I'm like, are you letting me listen to your feet or am I talking to you? That's what I would be like because I don't think you could hear that. There's no way.
I'm just telling you one of the crazy stories I got.
Yeah, I know you are, but I'm saying that's crazy that he even came up with that mess. More BS.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
And one of Trevor's other statements, he said he showed up there and supplied methamphetamines. Then he says he didn't supply the methamphetamines, but him and Caleb got in an argument because Caleb was using a needle. I got all that in documents.
It's crazy. Oh my God, these stories are wild.
And it's like, if you
They
please
watch
listen.
either that or they watch too much TV and they just putting it into their lives. I'm just saying, this is crazy.
Well, that's what's surprising to me. The police are reading this and they're okay with them stories. But
yeah,
like, how, don't you think that's, I don't believe in that many coincidences. Don't believe it.
Yeah.
And so wasn't trained. I haven't even graduated high school. And I know that there's something ain't right when I look at these paperworks and these documents.
Yeah.
So how could you be trained as a detective and what you're trained to do and not see that there's a problem here?
Oh, they see a problem. They're ignoring it or they're covering for the other people. That's the only thing I see is that there's a lot of covering going on.
That's how I see it. I think there's some cover. I don't think the police killed my son, but I think the police is helping. I think
I think that I think they're definitely helping, covering up who did it.
Right. And it's not the first case there.
And then for them, the way they're lying, I'm talking to three guys. The way they're lying, I really believe they were the ones who did it. I believe that.
Right. And then I do have several different people and several documents that Mike Busking was carrying around my son's head. By numerous people. If I just heard it from one person, you might not believe it, but I've heard it from numerous people. And then you try to tell the police that, and they said, well, that's just people talking and rumors. Maybe that's possible, but don't you want to check it out?
That's what I would have did. Somebody told me some crazy like that, I definitely would have been checked out. That's crazy.
You heard what they said to Mike Busking in that interview.
Yeah.
And every one of the interviews sound the same too.
They were all being led. They were all being led.
Every one of my recordings, they're being led.
Yeah. That's beyond wild, crazy, insane.
Well, I'm not going away, so.
Hello. I don't blame you. I wouldn't either. I wouldn't go until I got justice or I went on to the, to the light. I'm just saying.
I'm talking to anybody to talk to me about it because I need the story out there. That's why I said you guys are amazing what you do. I don't know how, I know it's a lot of work for you guys and for you to just do for us families just amazes me. I'm so grateful because if it wasn't for you guys, I don't know what I'd do.
You're welcome, sweetie. I think we all can help. We can all get this case out here, you guys. And if there's any content creators that need to want to talk to her, she'll talk to you as well. Just contact me and I'll contact her because I don't give people's numbers out. So that would be an amazing thing if you guys, lots of the content creators can put this information out. She'll get on your panel and you guys can talk to each other, do the interview as well. So that way we can get some of this BS out of,
Well, like I said, the Southern gal is doing Drante's case tonight. I think it's at 8:00.
Have you ever been there?
I've done Timmy's story with her. I got her hooked up with Drante's grandmother, and Drante's grandmother's going to do a podcast with her tonight.
Okay.
8:00. So you'll hear Drante's story because that one's Man, I don't know. I don't know which one's worse because they're all so crazy.
Yeah. Wow.
So we've been kind of sharing you guys, be honest with you, us mothers. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, I'll let you get a hold of this person, you get a hold of this person, and you know what I mean? And trying to just have
Yeah.
so that the more it gets out there, then maybe something will change. I'm praying.
Yeah. That's what
I
I'm
just,
praying for too. I pray for that, for his justice, that they get who did it, or they get off their butts and do their job and stop being so. Oh my God, I
that's
can't.
all I'm asking for is for somebody just to investigate. I
Yes.
just get somebody to investigate it. The police try to, there's so much stuff that's not there. The tooth thing, I'm just going to keep on the tooth. I can't help that. That tooth thing, it eats at me.
Yeah.
And then in that interview, did you hear him say, this is like Burger King, have it your way? They never spoke to me even that nice. And you're going to talk to these.
That was them trying to call themselves making a joke. That's, oh my God.
Well, it ain't. Well, I just watched
Not
the thing on,
funny.
right. I just watched the thing. I think it was on Court TV where the guy, the judge, this guy walks into the courtroom and the judge tells him, she says to him, this ain't Burger King. You're not having it your way. And man, that I thought, wow, that's kind of crazy that I heard them say that on there when I heard them say what they said to Caleb. It was a whole different case on Court TV, but
Wow.
that judge, she was mad. She goes, it ain't Burger King. You're not having it your way. Well, in that recording that I got, it says it's like Burger King. Have it your way. It's like, oh man, that ate at me for a few days. Still
That's crazy
about
that he said that like it's supposed to be a joke. It's almost like he's
like
friends with.
Timmy wasn't a human being. That's what makes me so. That's what hurts. You act like these people aren't human. They're somebody's kids. You have kids. How do you
Yeah, but
not have
him
compassion?
him talking to that guy and saying that, it's almost like that's his friend, like he's joking with a friend.
Yeah, he's talking to Caleb.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's talking to Caleb and he is acting like it's his friend.
And I've heard the good, bad, or good cop, bad cop stories. I know about them, but I'm not in any of my recordings or any of my documents have I seen any bad cop. It's all been
Right.
friends.
This is good cop, good cop, good cop because they're talking nicely to the wrong person. They're supposed to be nice to you, compassionate with you, but they're being compassionate with the criminals.
Right. And telling me,
Allegedly, I'm sorry, I forgot to say that.
well, but then that's what it sounds like because you heard the recording. They don't talk to
Right.
me like that.
Yeah.
They're interrupting me, won't let me say
And also I've never heard of a good cop or a bad cop that leads the answers to the criminals.
Well, you got a witness to that today, didn't you?
Right. Definitely got that. Oh, Lordy, Lordy.
Well, thank you for you guys and everything you do.
You're welcome. You're
Appreciate
welcome.
it. And I will get a hold of Kimberly. And like I
Okay.
said, she's doing that podcast tonight about Dron.
All right. All right. And make sure you drop her link for me. I know the girl, but sometimes I don't get my notifications.
Oh, so you want me to one more when we're on it, send it over to you?
Yes,
Okay.
please. I will be there. I will definitely be there.
Yeah.
Just like when you drop that other link in my
Okay.
IG.
It's interesting to hear that case too because it's so bizarre. And if
Yeah.
you talk to the highway patrol, they still say it's a suicide, even though they've already went back to court and called it a homicide.
Wow.
But nobody's investigating it.
That's
So
crazy.
it's just an open case that's a homicide that nobody's looking at. It's crazy.
Wow. All right. So I have a 4 o'clock. I have another live. I have an update on that case that I did yesterday.
I was at the Capitol, so I didn't see no cases yesterday.
Yeah. I have an update on the one for Jennifer. It's been since 2004. And I have an update on that search warrant they had.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then I'll let you get ready for that. I know.
Yeah, that's at 4 o'clock. It's not going to be that long. It's going to be a short video. It might be 30 minutes tops. I don't think I'm going to stay on that long. I haven't eaten since last night.
I haven't either.
I do
got
that
up
all
and
the
talking
time.
to you. I do it all the time too.
But it's
I gotta
weird that I
smell it.
gain weight, not lose weight when I do it. It's like my body says, "Oh, I'm holding on to the fat lady."
You know why? Because you're starving your body, so it holds on to
And
that
I
weight.
don't do it on purpose. It just happens that way.
Yeah,
I try not to do it, but it happens.
yeah. I don't
Okay.
eat much either. Probably once a day.
Yeah, so please, go ahead and let me know who would like to be on, and also, and I'll get together with Together, and we'll talk about it, so that way we can get information out. Everybody can get it out, and
Thank
if
you.
and if you want to as well, you can go to Together's channel and be able to go on her panel and talk about the case on there as well. She's got different people than I do.
Okay.
So
Together.
I'll give her your messenger if you don't mind.
Yes, please.
Okay. All right, Together, if you're in here still, I'm gonna send you her messenger so that way you guys can message, so you can go ahead and get her information out as well, because you have different people than I do. So, all right, sweetie, I
All
appreciate you
right.
coming up
Thank you
here,
guys. Thanks
and
everybody.
I hope and pray this does something for your case, because that's what we did this for. I did not do this to get notoriety. I did not do this to grow my channel. I did not do this to do anything to do with this channel. I did this for Timothy. Okay. This is justice for Timothy. And I also did this for Barbara. Okay. This is all that I did this for. I'm not looking for a bunch of people to come in here and do it. Check this channel out. I want you guys to help with this case. Let's get this case out. Anybody and everybody anybody that's doing content, please, 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 you can go ahead and email me. I will talk to her, and she's okay with me sending you her messenger. I will do so we can get all this information out. Because to me, my thinking, my thought, my opinion is that this was a lot of BS, okay? And there's a lot of lying going on, and I think the cops are involved. Not saying that they did what they did, the part of the unaliving him, but I think they know what's going on over there. That is why they keep covering things up. Period.
I agree with that 100%.
Period, y'all. Period.
I mean, before I would have probably argued that because I trusted them, but I trusted the police officers do what they're supposed to. But now I don't think they're all bad, but something's going on there for sure.
Right. Something is going on over there. There's too many people, and they're saying they're all suicides. It's just crazy to me. I don't understand that. I really don't understand that.
Well, thank you, everybody, and you all have a blessed day. And thanks. I can't even express how grateful I am. You guys do what you do.
You're welcome, sweetie. And you got my number. I got your number. And if you need to talk, just holler at me. I got you.
All right. Thank you.
Okay.
You
Bye,
guys
sweetie.
have a blessed day. Bye-bye.
All right. You too. Bye. Bye, Marion.
Bye.
All right, you guys. I'm going to go ahead and go out with this video. Give me a second. Let me pull it up, you guys. Come on now. Where you at? Okay, there it goes. Sorry, you guys. All right, so Timothy, justice for Timothy, y'all. Justice for Timothy. Okay, you guys, y'all have a great day. Thank you for coming. Bye. Again, at 4 o'clock, I'm going back on for a short time, and I have an update